deceive and terrify. But with truth as our guide, we won't run, we won't hide. SwampTheVoteUSA.com. They can try to rig the game, but we'll light a brighter flame. Standing tall, we'll never fall. Hear our voices, hear our call. SwampTheVoteUSA.com. Trump stands firm against the tide, with the people by his side. Too big to rig, too strong to fall. Together we will break the wall. SwampTheVoteUSA.com. God above, he lights our path. Stronger hearts forge a raft. In unity we find our might. Through the darkness comes the light. SwampTheVoteUSA.com. They can try to rig the game, but we'll light a brighter flame. Standing tall, we'll never fall. Hear our voices, hear our call. SwampTheVoteUSA.com. They can try to rig the game, but we'll light a brighter flame. Standing tall, we'll never fall. Hear our voices, hear our call. SwampTheVoteUSA.com.
Who's in the swamp now? Messy and wild. Who runs the show now? It's all so defiled. We need a hero, strong and so bold. Time to rise now, break the mold. This is our last chance. Oh, America, only Trump can save us now. Drain that swamp away from the past to now. Corruption flows. Only one can fix it. Only one man knows. From the past to now, corruption flows. Only one can fix it. Only one man knows. Stand tall. There's a call to drain it all. Save us all. This is our last chance. Oh, America, only Trump can save us now. Drain that swamp away. From the past to now, corruption flows. Only one can fix it. Only one man knows. Stand tall. There's a call to drain it all. Save us all. This is our last chance. Oh, America, only Trump can save us now. Drain that swamp away. Stand tall, there's a call to drain it all. Save us all. This is our last chance. Oh, America, only Trump can save us now. Drain that swamp away. flag in the sky, there's a strength we can find. We look up high with a prayer on our lips and fasting too. We stand together, know what to do. Pray for the land, pray for the man. Hearts in hand, united we stand. 45 to 47, we're holding strong. With faith we sing a hopeful song. Because he loves me, the Lord does say, I will rescue him every single day. In times of trouble, in times of fear, we turn to heaven, our prayers so clear. With a prayer on our lips and fasting too, we stand together, know what to do. With a prayer on our lips and fasting too, we stand together, know what to do. Pray for the land, pray for the man. Hearts in hand, united we stand. 45 to 47, we're holding strong. With faith we sing a hopeful song. Because he loves me, the Lord does say, I will rescue him every single day. In times of trouble, in times of fear, we turn to heaven, our prayers so clear. Because he loves me, the Lord does say, I will rescue him every single day. In times of trouble, in times of fear, we turn to heaven, our prayers so clear.
Good morning and welcome. This day is going to be glorious. We have many things going on. Many of us are going to be with you today. Dave will be joining me shortly. Slow Country will be joining us shortly. And we will get this day started. We are going to start off like this. Father God, creator of all things, heaven and earth, in the midst of life's tumultuous storms, I humbly beseech you for unyielding fortitude. Grant me the strength, grant us the strength to stand firm with unwavering courage, resilience, and faith. Kindle within us a flame of determination that cannot be extinguished, even in the darkest corners of our souls. We trust in your power, which makes us unshakable and unbreakable. We profoundly thank you for the unwavering strength that you bestow upon us, for it is through your divine grace that we find the fortitude to preserve. We ask for the protection of the man and his family that we are electing to the highest office of this nation. We ask for healing for this land and for its people. And we ask these things humbly in your Son, the greatest sacrifice that you have ever made for mankind. In his name, Jesus Christ, your will be done. I think that's a good way to start. I don't know about you, but I think it's a great place to start. Yes, people are trying to dissuade, discourage, to make people feel as though we are incapable of winning. But folks, we are capable of anything. Anything. With a simple mustard seed of faith, we say to that mountain, move. And that mountain will move. You see, it's not about a piece of land standing up and getting out of the way. It's about removing the obstacles that are consistently in our path. And we together shall move forward in a way that goes way beyond anything that we ever dreamed was possible. Nothing will stop us. Absolutely nothing. I want to start off with this. It was interesting that this came up in my feed very early this morning, and I thought it was I thought that it would fit in nicely. Here we go.
The Constitution was written. My fellow American citizens, I'm grateful to the motion picture industry for this opportunity to remind you of a most important day in our lives. December 15th is Bill of Rights Day. The Bill of Rights are the first 10 amendments to the American Constitution. After the Constitution was written, it was felt that while this was an extraordinary document, it did not provide the kind of guarantees for our individual liberties that a free country required. And therefore, under the leadership of James Madison, the first 10 amendments were adopted to the Constitution. We call them the Bill of Rights. They are the most extraordinary and detailed guarantees of individual liberty that any people on earth now possess. Because of the first 10 amendments to the Constitution, because of the Bill of Rights, we are guaranteed freedom of speech, freedom of religion, freedom of the press, the right of assembly and petition, the right of trial by jury, the right to be secure in one's own home, protection of due process of law and private property and public trials, and many other things that perhaps we take for granted, but which we are guaranteed in the United States Constitution. Even though the parchment of the Constitution of the United States and the Bill of Rights is old and fading in the Archives building here in Washington, nevertheless, this document, the Bill of Rights, has meaning in all of our lives every day. We owe a good deal to it. I think it's appropriate that we be reminded of our blessings and those who made them possible. Remind our children of what a great country we have, how much it's been through, what it means to them. Remind our servicemen, 1 million of them who serve overseas, that they do not merely a piece of geography, but also a way of life, expressed in the American Constitution, expressed in the Bill of Rights, expressed in the freedoms that we all enjoy. Thank you very much.
I thought that that would be a great place to start. Good morning, slow country, my brother from another mother.
Yeah, man.
I hope you're well.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm doing good, man. I'm doing good.
I was just getting ready to send you a whole bunch of stuff, and now I don't have to send it because you're here. we got this thrown together. I called. I actually texted Dave. I said, I said very softly, "Are you up and moving yet?" and he called me a few minutes later. I said, I figured I'd send a text instead of calling you because I thought that it might be a little bit, might be a little bit much hearing me first thing when you wake up in the morning. So the Marine in me comes out a little bit too much. I apologize for that. I'm going to actually try and tone it down a little bit today. But believe me, there's a fight going on in this country today. Whoop, sorry, John, but we already played you. There's a fight going on in this country today for the very soul of this country. Which path this country is going to take, and I think that so many people are so sick and tired of the BS that they're just not going to take it. But I want to take us all back to what got us all started. Well, a good portion of what got us started on this path, and Flo, you'll remember this. Boy, you remember this. Here we go.
Have you ever wondered why we go to war? Or why you never seem to be able to get out of debt? Why there is poverty, division, and crime? What if I told you there was a reason for it all? What if I told you it was done on purpose? What if I told you that those who were corrupting the world, poisoning our food, and igniting conflict were themselves about to be permanently eradicated from the earth? You might think that an idealistic fantasy. Well, let me tell you a story. We acknowledge there are criminals, of course. They rob your house, they steal your phone. They can murder you too if they think they can get away with it. We have all experienced criminals in one way or another. Criminals, as we know, are those who choose personal gain over the rights of others and have no regard for the law. But here is where you need to expand your thinking. Criminals can also succeed in business and politics, and can be elected as our leaders. If a criminal became the president, imagine what they could achieve. They could use the full weight of their executive power to commit larger crimes and ensure they and their friends were enriched to the fullest extent possible. A criminal president could create alliances with other criminal presidents and then collaborate on more global criminal activities. Anything goes. Drug running, human trafficking, whatever makes the big bucks. The 20th century was turbulent with war, economic disaster, famines, and displacement. We have always accepted these things as just human nature, and simply the way the world works. Something inevitable, and due to the weaknesses of human nature that drive us to these actions. This is where we were all tragically wrong. You are not a criminal. I'm not a criminal. So how can we just assume that it is human nature that is driving all this pain and misery? What if it wasn't human nature at all, and as a result of something more deliberate? We were taught that capitalism was the cause of a massive rich-poor divide and the reason for poverty, which in turn is the reason for war, crime, and starvation. Others were taught that communism, a system of equal wealth, was really to blame for the mess. But you see, folks, it is none of these things. It is not our nature to fight and be racist. It is not in our nature to rob from others. What you must learn is that it was the criminals all along. Yes, they got power. More power than a criminal should ever have. They rose to the top of media companies that control our news and entertainment. They ascended to the top of the banking system, also to the Oval Office, to Brussels, to the Vatican, to the Crown. They crept in quietly. They became leaders of agricultural companies who have control over our food supply. Also big pharmaceutical companies, the ones we trust to help us when we're sick. Nobody stopped them, and they just recruited more criminals to help them. First, they accumulated the world's wealth. They invented a system of money called central banking, which lends money to governments with interest, placing countries into eternal debt. People's wealth got less. Their wealth got more. Much more. When a criminal is already as rich as they can get, then protecting their ill-gotten gains becomes the priority. Angry citizens tired of being poor are a major obstacle and can revolt if they suffer enough. The criminals needed to prevent this, so they diverted attention to the last remaining competitor, the people of the world. You and me. We were not happy being ruled by criminals and having to work 3 jobs just to survive. They know we won't accept it, so they use their control of the media to set black against white, woman against man, young against old, Muslim against Christian. They convinced us we were the problem so that we would fight and destroy ourselves. To get it done faster, they attacked all aspects of humanity that make us strong. Like family, using their influence over culture, they popularized lifestyle choices that led to a surge in broken homes, lost youth, and substance abuse. I could talk all day about how else they deliberately weakened us, and it would turn your stomach. We were just trying to get on with living. So where are all the good guys? Good people just want to get married, have kids, make a living, and enjoy their liberty. Well, there were good guys, many. One became the President of the United States in January 1961. He knew about these criminals and wanted them gone. He knew their intentions for us all, and he wanted to fight them. Sadly, he had no idea how powerful they had become. Reagan also had good intentions for the American people. He knew this criminal mafia controlled almost everything by this stage, including the powerful rogue intelligence agencies. His economic policies were promising, but the criminals needed a weak America to hold on to their power. Reagan was shown with a bullet that a growing U.S. economy and prosperous citizens were not what the criminals wanted. It was looking pretty grim for good people. Every time someone wanted to stand up and do the right thing, they got stopped. Were we ever to be freed? These criminals are also known as the Deep State, or Cabal, because of how they control things behind the scenes. Every president after Reagan was one of these Deep State criminals, and their empire got even stronger. With each bad president came new depths America and the world would sink. The world collapsed into darkness. Do you need me to tell you how? Destroyed factories, declining job numbers, sicker people, opioids, destruction of Iraq, Syria, and Yemen with pointless war, displacement of people into Europe, ISIS, terrorism, collapsed governments, poverty, and genocide. Total misery. Do you think that was inevitable? Hell no. Well, here is where things start to take a new turn. When the full picture comes to be known, it will forever be regarded as the greatest story ever told. Well, here is the top line. Some good people still held positions of power. They valued humanity and the rule of law. While the criminals discussed their game plan at the annual Bilderberg meetings, the good guys were making plans of their own. The information age was coming to change history forever. As the internet flooded into every home and appliances became smarter, and when people started carrying tracking devices, an opportunity to put an end to criminal control over the world was emerging. We became connected, trackable, and surveilled. But so did they. They became dependent, just like we did, on email, SMS, instant communication. It made crime much easier, but it also put them on a grid that, if accessed by the right people, would expose their crimes to the public and end their iron grip on us once and for all. In this new age of information, it was thought that the military should also have its own intelligence agency to focus on cybercrime and espionage. They called this the NSA, the National Security Agency. Here we had every phone call, email, and text from every device stored and archived, whether it be someone making a doctor's appointment or the deep state setting up a massive heroin purchase from the Taliban. In the right hands, it would be enough information to expose the entire sinister criminal plot to rub us blind and wipe us out. Hold that thought. Now I need to explain the plan. The good guys were devising a plan to reclaim the world from the cabal and return it to the people. It would involve alliances with multiple countries, since the criminals had global rat lines, trade, and other infrastructure in place that would need their cooperation. It came down to two choices for America: launch a military coup to seize the government from whichever cabal puppet was in the White House at the time, or win legitimately, take control of the NSA, expose the criminals for what they are, and arrest them all. Obviously, the first option would be very troubling for the public. With people still preoccupied with cabal-engineered social issues, they would likely revolt and hurt themselves and others. No, it would have to be the latter. So they needed a candidate who could win, and who could win big. Many states like California had been so heavily inundated by criminals that even the voting machines were electronically set up to swing votes any which way. It would need to be a very decisive victory. Good patriots in the U.S. military and their global partners asked Trump to run for president so they could take back control of America legitimately without alarming the public. Trump was a good choice, obviously, because he overcame the voter fraud and won. But he was a patriot, and he was loved and admired by the public. He was not interested in joining the cabal because they hated America, and he did not agree with them on that point. As soon as he showed interest in taking power, they activated their media assets to viciously turn on him. That's when we saw the sudden hatred emerge. Even when he won, the cabal still had no idea what he was a part of, and the sophisticated plan that was about to unfold against them. Shocked at their loss, they mobilized their full arsenal of intelligence, media, money, and technology to try and take back power. There are people at the top of the DOJ and FBI then put together a plan to frame Trump and have him impeached. This is where we come back to the NSA again. All messages were stored and could be used to expose this plot and prevent Trump's overthrow. An entire book will be written about the first 2 years of Trump's presidency: false flag terror attacks, downed planes, missile alerts, assassination attempts. Here is the point. The world is currently experiencing a dramatic covert war of biblical proportions. Literally the fight for Earth, between the forces of good and evil. I can't put it in simpler terms, but I can say it appears the good guys are winning. The cabal had complete control over North Korea. They hijacked the Kim dynasty, took them hostage, and worked to build up a nuclear arsenal to threaten the world. Kim Jong-un suddenly embracing peace was simply because the deep state were beaten and driven out. ISIS was also destroyed in the year following Trump's win. We are all starting to see the pattern now that enough time has passed, that our biggest global concerns are starting to recede, and peace is returning. It is all evidence that the good guys are winning the war. But we're still in the middle. While a lot is improving, it still puzzles many that most of these known criminals are still free, especially the higher-ups like Hillary Clinton, the Bushes, and Obama. That is coming in the next chapter of the story. That's why we have Q. The good guys with control over the NSA began the Q intelligence dissemination program to invoke an online grassroots movement that came to be called the Great Awakening. It started on underground internet channels and then moved to the mainstream. Q has been a fun distraction for those who follow world events and desire truth, but it is about to begin a much more important and necessary phase, keeping the public informed when the deep state war breaks out onto the surface. By this, I mean high-profile arrests. Yes, folks, the criminals I'm referring to are famous politicians, actors, singers, CEOs, and celebrities. People who have earned our trust, respect, and admiration. They have done very bad things that are all fully known and documented, and they will be severely punished. Those of us who have followed Q since the beginning will be here to help you make sense of the coming events. We are among the first to realize that our petty partisan divisions are just trivial distractions, and we are all enslaved by a hidden enemy. We realized that the problem was never capitalism or socialism, Democrat or Republican, black or white, Muslim or Christian. We know it was just very powerful criminals who had too much power. Fellow slaves, it's time to buckle your seatbelt, recognize your true enemy, and embrace a new future that we all owe to the brave patriots who risked their lives to achieve this victory against the greatest force of evil the world has ever known. May God bless America.
That was Joe M., General Joe M. And I want to start off with saying this. This battle that we are in, yes, is for our country, but understand that this battle will continue through every country worldwide. You know, if the last bastion of freedom is snuffed out, then they have no willpower to fight. So it is our battle right now. You know, people are going to be coming to you and asking questions, saying, what's really going on? What's really going on? And this is the thing, guys, is we have an option. Okay. We have an option. And the option is this. We can either embrace them, sit down with them, have a cup of coffee, have a beer, have a cup of wine, have lunch, you know, have a conversation, and then sit down with them and show them how they can find information, how they can learn for themselves. Okay. Or we can be the I told you so's. Okay. I tried to tell you for 7 years, but you didn't want to listen. Well, this is the thing. We're at that point right now where it's going to be ultimately important that we are the ones to help repair and rebuild this country. Okay. Oh, well, you can smoke a bowl too. You can smoke a bowl too. That's fair. That's fair. Sorry, they distracted me, but you know, but we have a choice of being good humans or being assholes. And frankly, I would rather be a good human. You know, we know that there are the 4 to 6% that are never, okay, that are never going to wake up, that are never going to see it. Those are the people that, well, I tried to tell you and you wouldn't listen. and you just walk away. Okay. But there's going to be those who are going to come and, you know, you know, it is a decision as to where this country goes next and how your relationship with people around you go next. Our God is a forgiving God, is a loving God. And yeah, there you go. MRI girl, you put it just right. A little more like Jesus, a little less like me. You know, and that's just, it's just that simple. Diddy's being exposed. Epstein was exposed. Hunter Biden's laptop. Okay. The um, uh, Wiener laptop. Okay. Uh, FBI vault being opened for everybody to go and look at all different types of declassified materials. Okay. And then WikiLeaks, guys like Julian Assange that came forward and started dropping information. I had to, as a Marine, put away my thoughts of anger towards somebody that was exposing information where it came to Snowden. I had to put that away, that anger that I had because this guy was in a trusted position and he gave information. And but the thing was he was trying to save his country. He was trying to save his country. And this is the thing, is that through these exposures, you know, yes, how he went about it could have been done differently. Okay. But the fact of the matter is his heart was for his love of country. And it's hard to put ourselves in a position sometimes where what would we do if we saw that these people were literally trying to destroy the thing that we were fighting for? You know, that the wars and the battles that we've been involved with since, since the First World War. Okay, and it does go back that far, from the First World War. Okay, have all been about bankers, money, arms sales. Um, listen, guys, you need to ignore the puppies in the background. They're having too much fun. But we need to, you know, we need to recognize that this country has been led into this position, and we are the beginning of what will be the end of that, and a new beginning, for a new beginning for everything. um it's a new beginning for each and every one of us. you know yes, there are gonna this battle is going to continue for a period of time. Okay, but we are literally fighting for the souls of America, of Americans, and the soul of America, this great country itself.
Hey, Hawk, on that note, I just dropped you something into your X Messenger if you want to read that to everybody.
Okay, hang on.
Actually, I dropped you quite a few things, but the last one. The last one.
The last one. Let's see. Wow, dude, I need to pull this up on the screen because I want people to understand the extent of this. Okay, I cherish and will relish the day that I don't get this. Okay, this post might include sensitive content. Okay, every post that Slow Country puts up gets labeled as this. Okay, everyone. let's see. Let's pull this up here. It takes a second to go. All right. Said, yes, tomorrow we decided the fate of humanity, no matter which walk of life or country you are from. This is not the time to be careless, but rather be unwavering and ever vigilant. Godspeed, everyone. And this is President Trump to every digital soldier. We're down to less than 24 hours to Election Day in America. Tomorrow will decide the fate of the entire world, whether the normies care to admit it or not. It has been the honor of a lifetime to be here with you all on this journey that has been many, many years in the making. Each and every one of you has had a crucial role in getting us here to this point in time where we go one, we go all, digital soldiers for life. You know, and, Sir Oliver says this shit ain't over till we have a beer with a shit ton of Anons telling stories for hours on end on how we almost lost it all and the least likely of individuals came to the rescue. MAGA. You know, I don't know about you guys, but I'm tired. I am fucking exhausted.
We're all that way.
You know, I've gone through channel after channel after channel after channel, going out buying new phones in order to start new channels, and, I wouldn't trade it for the world. I wouldn't give it up for anything. I was called to do this. Other people were called to do this. Some left. And what did we do? We called them back. We called them back. Yeah, some people are more intelligent than others, can retain information on different levels, can research better, everything all the way down the line. But everybody put in the work. Everybody put in the footwork, and it's not over yet. It's not over yet. It's going to be a while, and I understand that that I'm tired and you're tired, but my grandma, she had that saying, and everybody's gonna chuckle when I say this. When the going gets tough, the tough gets going, and that's the way it is. Everything that we do from here on is going to be centralized around how this country turns out and what kind of world we're going to be living in. And I love that all for his kingdom. Perfect timing with that, because that's where I was going next. So put on your full armor of God. Put on your full armor of God. But remember that God's greatest tool, I should say tools, is number one, love. And number two, forgiveness. And if we can remember that, then we can, in fact, achieve anything. Anything. Nothing can stop us. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. All right, let's get into a few things. We've got, but that was where I wanted to start. One second, please.
So, well, Hawk is coming back here. Uh, I see a post here on X. I'm getting ready to repost it here. And this is coming out of Pennsylvania. It says, I'm in a deep red part of swing state, Pennsylvania, and all the voting machines are broken across the county and the neighboring ones. People are stranded in line, and a constable told them that if they don't get the machines working by 10 p.m., they will turn people away. And then it was updated. Cambria County is extending the voting period. It's not a coincidence that this is a problem in areas critical for Trump's support. So I'm going to share the link with everybody so that way they can see the thread. So, I mean, it's just the shenanigans have begun, and they've been going on since this morning.
He's okay. Yeah, you're fine. Oh, this is what happens when mom doesn't want him chewing on her nipples anymore. And you're the biggest one, and you got teeth. Yeah, you got teeth already. You're like a little land shark. Look at the tail going. Yeah, I think that what? I think you should be somebody's motorcycle's windshield wiper. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna put you down now. Here you go. All right. So, yeah. Let's go ahead and jump back into this, and I got all the puppies are starting to gather under my feet now, so that's about to get quiet. Thankfully. And just got to keep chasing the big dogs out so that they don't get annoyed with the puppies running around. But if I keep the puppies all tied up, then it's gonna then they'll be penned up. They'll be making noise. I wanted to share this with you guys just because. Just because.
Excuse me, do you know Amazing Grace?
Amazing Grace? This one?
Can I sing with you?
With me? Sure.
Amazing Grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I was lost, but now I am found. Was blind, but now I see. 'Twas grace that taught my heart to fear, and grace my fear relieved. How precious did that grace appear ere I first believed.
Yeah, cuteness overload for the morning. Yeah, it's just we just got to start the day off right. Got to start the day off right and in proper mind. And I think that through grace and being humble, and in a mind of forgiveness, we can achieve everything that we've ever dreamed of. And I think that that's going to be a cool thing, a very cool thing. Let's go here. So the type of people who are voting for the other side.
Do you know who you're voting for?
I do. Camilla Harris.
Camilla. That's a new one. What's one of your favorite policies of hers?
There's quite a few, but I'm looking forward to it because I'm about to be a home buyer. So I'm hoping that she gets the first time home buyers thing to go up, and we get to move into a really nice home.
It's,
Hey, I wonder if his house had a built-in human doggy that would go out into the fence.
it's it's I had to. I couldn't. I'm sorry, guys. I couldn't resist. It was right there, and this morning, and I was like, no, that really wasn't up on X, and yeah, it was. Yeah, it was. All right. Here's a little bit from Chanel Rion. And it says, shun the siren call of the establishment, shun the wide boulevard of mediocrity. Kamala, the poster child of whining, purple need, imbecile, chose the easy way at every juncture of her life. Here we go.
Roads diverged in a wood, and I took the one less traveled by. So begins America's poet, Robert Frost, in his ode to the individualist, the anti-establishment, the brave hearts. In taking that less traveled road, Frost observes, that has made all the difference. Tomorrow, two kinds of Americans cast their votes for the next American president. One kind are the easy roaders, let's call them. They crave the ease of enslavement to the establishment. The other kind of voter, daily, takes the road less traveled. They shun the siren song of the establishment, lulling them into that wide boulevard to mediocrity. This voter will make all the difference because this voter is voting for Trump. They're voting Trump because in him they see a kindred spirit. Donald Trump never took the easy road, and for it, he's been targeted, punished by those easy roaders, by the establishment who built that easy road. When Mr. Easy Road himself, Alvin Bragg, and Biden's entire DOJ apparatus went after Trump, indicted Trump, and tried to shame him in front of the nation, President Trump did not surrender. He stood his ground. That instinct to stand his ground, to fight, even if he stood alone, obliterated his competition. It secured Trump's place in history as the people's choice to fight for a saner future. The Department of Justice tried to tear him down, booking him in Georgia, displaying his mugshot like a trophy scalp. Trump turned his mugshot into a new national anthem of defiance against injustice. Trump turned an assassin's bullet into a warrior's creed. He turned FBI panty raids into historic illustrations of abuse of Democrat power and the FBI police state. They have threatened to take everything he owns. They've dusted off and pulled out geriatric floozies to accuse him of everything under the sun. And still, Trump refused to bend, bow, or break. Most, by this point, would have cut a deal, surrendered, taken the paved road to spare themselves. But Trump didn't. He could have gone back to Mar-a-Lago, full of its lush, tall palm trees and beautiful sunshine, but he didn't. He continued down the road, not only less traveled, but he stormed down the road that was more perilous. So what did they do? They resorted to bullets. They shot at him, and in the milliseconds of not knowing whether those were his last moments on earth, with blood down his face, Trump chose the word that has defined his entire being, the image and legend that will define him for history. Fight, fight, fight. That's not to say that Trump never sustained losses in his life. No good fighter is all victory. He's had his strategic retreats, his bankruptcies, his past marriages. It wasn't all roses and sunshine, but it never is. And that's the peril that comes with taking the narrow road. Occasionally, you have to pause, recalibrate, or retreat. Retrace your steps. Ultimately, this is the risk those easy roaders cannot stomach. And that is why they vote establishment. America is the nation of the less traveled, the risks. America was founded by men and women who took on and fought the ultimate establishment roads. They took on the Catholic Church, they took on the king, they took on the world's most powerful empire. Outnumbered, outgunned, outpowered, all in the name of freedom. It is in this spirit Trump's voters show up. The easy road voters, of course, will pray for Kamala. And let's talk about her for a second. She is their spirit animal, their deity, their last hope. For Kamala is the poster child of the whining purple need imbecile, whose mattress choices failed her upwards. Kamala chose the easy way at every juncture of her life. She flirted her way through law school, flunked the bar at least once, slept her way to power, copy-pasted her ideas. At every turn, this woman not only chose the wide and easy road, she offered herself up as the brick to help pave that easy road. She sold herself to the establishment whose tolls the lazy pay to travel that easy road. No, there's a reason why a certain faction of the population will always be Democrat, because there's no fixing their desire to control and be controlled. That is the easy road. It is the wide road. It is the road much traveled. To fix this broken nation, to refuse the status quo, to stop endless wars, to secure our borders, we have miles to go before we sleep. And it's going to get darker before we see light. That is by design, because ultimately, life is that test. So is tomorrow. Joining us now, a man who understands, perhaps better than anyone besides Trump, the high cost of taking that narrow road, Eric Greitens, former governor of Missouri and friend. Eric, welcome to Fine Point.
Chanel, it is fantastic to be on with you. I don't think there's anyone else in America who could pull together 1775, Robert Frost, the current election, all of the issues abroad and at home. It is just such a pleasure to be on with you. Thank you for having me.
Well, it's worth bringing back because, the left has worked so hard to make us forget those roots, to make us forget the spirit with which our founders fought, right? They have worked night and day tirelessly to help us forget the alphas of history, the greatness of history, and the strength that it took to get where we are. They need us to forget.
That is exactly right, Chanel. I often remind people when you look back at history, people think about Washington crossing the Delaware, and they think about that big, beautiful painting of Washington standing in his boat, crossing the Delaware that night. And when you actually go back and you look at the real history, and you realize that Washington had actually lost most of his army, that they were in the middle of a terrible winter. But Washington came to his men and he said, listen, I've got an idea. Let's launch a surprise attack on Christmas across a frozen river against the largest military superpower in the history of the world. Who's with me? And what happened was patriots stepped up, patriots stepped forward, and they won. And they won with that surprise. They won with that boldness. They won with cunning. And they won because they knew that freedom was at stake. And Chanel, you did such a beautiful job of pointing to this very moment, because it's at this very moment that freedom is also at stake. And every single one of your listeners, you weren't there with Washington when he was crossing the Delaware. None of us were, but we are inheritors of that legacy. And we have the opportunity in this election to again choose the path of freedom, and to do that so that when our kids and grandkids look back generations from now, they will know that this is a generation that stood up against the establishment, stood up against the legal establishment that you mentioned, stood up against academia, stood up against the corporate media, stood up against the uniparty, and actually stood for freedom. This is the opportunity that's before the country tomorrow, and it's why this election is so essential.
Eric, you fought against the establishment in a massive way back when you were governor. And the Soros wing of the Democratic Party basically targeted you. They took you down in a format that is pretty much, it looked like they basically were experimenting with you, and then they copy pasted that game, that playbook, and then played it on Trump. It must be kind of satisfying to watch Trump actually overcome that copy paste system that they put up against you.
Yeah, it's a wonderful thing. Look, I was attacked by a George Soros funded prosecutor. And at the end of the day, of course, I was exonerated. They ended up being charged with 7 felonies for perjury and evidence tampering for creating a false case against me. They pled guilty. The Missouri Supreme Court found that the Soros funded prosecutor was guilty of 62 instances of perjury. She was fined. And just recently, you might not have seen, because of course the mainstream media doesn't cover it, she pled guilty again, Chanel. She pled guilty again to misusing public funds in her prosecution of me. So all of these things did come to pass, but it takes time. It takes time for the facts to come out. What I find so heartening is that because of what President Trump has lived through, everyone is starting to see, wow, this is how the Democrats use the justice system. This is how they turn to lawfare in order to attack their opponents. Just like during COVID, so many millions of Americans saw like, wow, this is how big pharma and the corporate media control dissent. This is how they actually control a narrative. People are so much wiser now, Chanel, than they were in 2020, wiser than they were in 2016. Yeah. And that's one of the reasons I'm so hopeful about this election, because whether it's lawfare, whether it's the corporate media, whether it's the way that academics and the media and the Democratic Party and the Uniparty all work together, people are starting to see the truth. And because of that, they're coming out to vote for Trump in record numbers.
So I have a question about, the day after the election and how state leaders should handle, let's call it the fallout or reaction of this election. If the election is called that night, I don't think it will, but if it were called that night, and suppose if it's a Trump victory, which I think a lot of us think it will be, I don't think a lot of us expect a quiet exit by the left. I think the left is going to start going crazy. They're going to do what they did in 2020, the summer of love. They're going to start burning things down, destroying infrastructure, taking to the streets. How do states prepare for this? And now I know Washington, D.C. is actually preparing for this. I have Secret Service friends on the inside sending me pictures of the preparations. They're preparing for a Trump victory. How do states prepare for possible disruption after a Trump win?
This is actually one of the things that I was very fortunate, had a fantastic team in Missouri. And it was, in fact, one of the reasons why the Soros team targeted me was because when I was governor, we refused to allow riots in the state of Missouri. And we actually had an instance where we had Antifa, we had Black Lives Matter, all came to Missouri, which your viewers will remember was the home of the anti-police movement. It was the home of Michael Brown and Ferguson. And when I was governor, they said, we're going to burn Missouri to the ground. Well, what we did, Chanel, very simple. We had a strategic, operational, and tactical plan. It was very simple. And we made it very clear, and this is what every governor can do. And that is that, number one, every American has the constitutional right to protest. Every American has the constitutional right to have their voice heard. And I was very clear that as governor, if you're out there protesting, you are going to be protected. You're going to be protected by our police officers. You're going to be protected by everyone because that's your constitutional right. But I was also very clear that throwing a brick through a window is not free speech. That if you attack one of our police officers, you're going to be arrested immediately. And what we did was very swift and very clear guidance. We had the backs of our police officers, and we made it clear that there would be zero violence. One of the things that's happened in the past, and it happened in Missouri, in the past, you had leaders who said that they wanted to give people a safe space to loot and to burn. I was very clear that when I was governor, if you try to loot and burn, the only safe space you're going to have is in a jail cell. And it's actually that simple. But what it takes is it takes with courage. Yes, it worked. It takes leaders with courage and clarity who have the backs of our law enforcement officers who are on the front line. And if you do that, we can make sure that we keep peace.
I think a lot of people, I'm not alone when I say a lot of us are worried about the state of civil society after this election, because we've seen 2020, we remember 2020. The next issue is ballot security. Look at how ballots are being burned. I guess we've all seen these videos by now. Ballots on the East Coast, West Coast, all kinds of questions about what's happening with the physical integrity of our ballots, along with questions about, you know, software malfunctions that are happening. What do you think all that is about, and is that going to have a dent in tomorrow's results?
Well, I think unfortunately it's already had a dent in public confidence in our elections, right? So Americans might disagree about who we're going to vote for, but we should all be able to agree that it is a secure vote. So it's already dented public confidence. It's also dented, it's often talked about here at home, it's dented confidence abroad that they can count on the United States of America. You know, you're younger than me, Chanel, but I remember when I grew up, we were able to stand as a beacon for countries around the world. This is what democracy looks like. People come together, they vote, ballots are cast, leaders are chosen, and then there's a swift and civil and peaceful change in government. But because of the lack of perceived integrity in our elections, what's happening now is that overseas, it's also lowering America's reputation, and it's having an impact on our power. So it's hurting us here at home, and it's hurting us abroad. Last point I feel like I have to make on this is that the vast majority of Americans support showing up and bringing an ID, having a paper ballot, having security. This is actually not controversial, but unfortunately, so many forces on the left and in the establishment refuse to accede to what is essentially the will of the vast majority of the American people to make sure that we have safe and secure elections.
Well, they know they can't win by playing fair. They have to cheat in order to win because their ideas are just that deficient. And at the end of the day, it's why they have someone as incomprehensible as Kamala Harris who cannot articulate their positions. And that's by design, I would argue.
I think you're exactly right.
Yeah, no, it'll be amazing to watch. The journey ahead is going to be much tougher one way or the other. So we'll need a lot of fighters out there. Thank you for continuing the good fight on your end.
I appreciate you, Chanel. Thank you so much for having me on.
Did NBC give Kamala an unfair advantage on Saturday Night Live?
Absolutely did. Absolutely did. But we'll get to that in a few minutes. We have our first update coming out. MJ Truth Ultra update 2024 election. Voting machines are down all throughout Apache County, Arizona. Voters are being turned away without being able to cast their ballot. The Navajo Nation president, Boo Nygren, says those who may be turned away should ask for a provisional ballot and to bring a photo ID to vote. This is a mess. Third world elections.
Following Navajo President Boo Nygren says voting machines are down in Apache County. That borders northwestern New Mexico and includes Window Rock. Nygren also says some voters are being turned away without casting a ballot. He says you should ask for a provisional ballot and make sure to bring your government-issued ID.
Okay, so you heard it straight from them. Yeah, it's shenanigans are going to be going on all day today, but we shall remain calm. Carly Bonet says, so we're skipping water main breaks and going straight to bomb threats this year? Well, Georgia Secretary of State about to give an election update. Here we go.
Threats at only places that we've heard about, the one bomb threat. Have you heard any other verifiable threats at any point places?
We've heard some threat that were of Russian origin, and so I don't know how to describe if that's viable. We don't think they are, but in the interest of public safety, you always check that out. And we'll just continue to be very responsive when we hear about stuff like that. Identified the source, and it was from Russia.
Can you elaborate on that? What kind of threats?
As he said, it was a bomb threat.
So,
Yeah.
Russia, and you're confident of the Russians that did.
Yeah,
Ooh, what
just like we
happened
had
there?
the
What happened there? Let me remove and put it back up there. There we go. I'm going to back it up a little bit because I don't know how early it glitched. I'm going to kill my camera for now, so that I'm sparing on using bandwidth. And let's get back into this. Here we go.
identified the source, and it was from Russia.
Can you elaborate on that? What kind of threats?
As he said, it was a bomb threat.
So,
Yeah.
Russia, and you're confident of the Russians that did.
Yeah, just like we had the DDoS attack on Monday, October 14th, 420,000, pings, denial of service from Russians. So we added that interface that said, I am a human, I'm not a robot. So they're up to mischief, it seems, and they don't want us to have a smooth, fair, and accurate election. And anything they can get us to fight among ourselves, they can count that as a victory. So that tells you a little bit about the Russians. They're not our friends. Anyone that thinks they are hasn't been reading the newspapers. Thank you so much.
All right. So that was from the Georgia Secretary of State. But, I look at it like this. This guy hasn't been doing his job anyways, because if he was actually doing his job, he would have followed through with the investigations on every claim of voter fraud that happened during the last or the 2020 election. I believe that they had issues in the 2022 election as well. And Chunt 7, you're right. Yeah, here goes the Russia claims again. You're 100% correct. Absolutely. It's like, and the thing is I don't think that it's coming from Russia. They might be routing it through Russia. Okay. That is an absolute possibility that it could be, routed through, basically somebody, all they have to do is put a device in Russia, or have somebody with a device in Russia, and it could be coming from Syria, it could be coming from Afghanistan, it could be coming from Iraq, it could be coming from Ukraine.
My bet would be on Ukraine.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, look at what they've done over the last 4 years. Wait until people get a load that of how 2020 happened and the lockdown and everything else. It was actually Ukraine, not any other country. When Trump says China the way that he does, there's a reason for that. There is a CHYNA, okay, CHYNA, okay, in Ukraine. There's reasons that he said what he said, and but Donald Trump's got a message right here.
8 years ago, one man had the courage to step forward, to take on the corrupt ruling class, to battle the Washington insiders who raided our factories, pried open our borders, and sent our best Americans to die in desert wars overseas. But the corrupt system fought back. They could never forgive him for taking away their power and giving it to you.
January 20th, 2017 will be remembered as the day the people became the rulers of this nation again.
So they came after his family, his business, and his freedom. One hoax, one injustice after another. But Donald J. Trump pressed on because he wasn't fighting for himself. He was fighting for you.
They're not coming after me, they're coming after you, and I'm just standing in their way.
The Democrat Party tried to throw their opponent behind bars, but Donald Trump would not bow down to tyranny.
I will never quit, I will never bend, I will never break, I will never yield, not even in the face of death itself.
An assassin came within a centimeter of taking his life.
Seeing Donald Trump get up after getting shot in the face, pump his fist in the air, is one of the most badass things I've ever seen in my life.
Weeks later, a hostile foreign regime, desperate to stop America's comeback, launched their own plot to assassinate President Trump. No American political leader has had to endure what he has endured. He did it for us, for our children, and for our freedom.
We stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. We are going to redeem America's promise and unlock the extraordinary future that is just within our reach.
But now, he is counting on you to finish the job. Only you can ensure all of this struggle ends with our victory. He took a bullet for you. Now, we need you to vote for him, because only you can decide how this journey ends.
Together, we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America healthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again.
He does. He's got a really good production team. For my viewers, I know we have Dave's Rumble going as well, and Dave's X going as well. I showed a story yesterday from Sean Hendricks, just to fill you guys in, where a grandmother was threatened with having her grandson taken away. Because of their home being destroyed in North Carolina. So I want to give everybody the update on from yesterday's story going out. And it was basically a plea to get this woman an RV type living situation so that they could not take her grandchild away. The grandchild has had his own problems already. And grandma is and was in the best place for that child to be, and learning to live a better life. But this is the update for that. Here we go.
All right, looks like grandma's handled. We got an RV coming today. We just spent some money to get a ramp built so she can get in and out safely. And that brings me to a point. These RVs are they cost about the same for an RV as it does to put one of these nice tents up. Once we get it hooked onto electric, hooked into septic, hooked into water, you can't just drop one on the ground and say good luck, right? They need more help than that. So we've been using a lot of the funds to do that kind of work. Like just the ramp alone is going to be like $750 in lumber just to get her in and out of the RV safely. But with that being said, we have funds to move RVs. So if you have someone or you have an RV to donate, we can come get it. I've got people who will drive, or I'll hire a company to bring the RV to us. You can get a tax write-off. I can either put it through emergency RV or through the local church here, but you will get a tax deduction. We definitely don't need the government keeping more money than they need to. And then we will handle all the infrastructure. We will have people that clean it. We will put tires on if we need to. We hook it into septic, power, water. All that work gets done. When they walk into the RV, it's ready to live in. And so, again, all the donations you guys are sending is what's allowing us to keep doing this. I don't see any shortage of need coming anytime soon. So please spread the word. I know there's a lot of RVs just out there sitting. Get that tax deduction for this year. God knows you're going to need it. And let's get some more RVs into Western North Carolina and get people out of the cold. Thanks, guys.
Yeah. So far, from my understanding from going through his and a few other people that have been posting about getting these things delivered to people in North Carolina who are in need. They're at somewhere around 68 RVs and campers have been delivered. And then on top of that, around 125 big, massive winter style tents along with generators, everything all the way down the line. They've been doing some really, really good work, and I didn't want to leave my viewers hanging from yesterday when he reported on that grandma who they had threatened to take away her grandchild. That's just wrong, and somebody just made a comment a second ago. It's where did it go? Yeah, they're in our faces stealing the children. And this is the thing, is that you got to think about when you think about what they're doing. It's not always about trafficking for sex. It's trafficking for funds. Okay. The state gets anything to do with that child gets banked for the state. So on an average, it's somewhere around 80,000 per year per child, and that they keep in their system. Okay. And basically all it's doing, all that 80,000 is doing is just paying all those workers to get involved in family business that they shouldn't be getting into, and that's just kind of crazy. And then Dre, great comment. Went and voted with my oldest daughter earlier, first time voter. All of her friends will be voting President Trump for their first time as well. Great. We're glad to hear that. And welcome and good morning. And good morning to you, sir.
Hey, good morning, Hawk. Good morning, Slow. How you doing?
Good. Your day is going well. I hope you tired that pup out really good.
I did, and he's laying at my feet right now, and I'll be in and off camera, but I'll be listening as I have been all day. Some great videos you started out with. One of the things I wanted to say is there's really two questions to ask, in my opinion, regarding this election, and that is one. We obviously okay. Here's something that really can't be, argued. They have done everything they could to stop Donald Trump from becoming president the first time, from staying in his presidency once he got there, spying on him, doing all these things, the impeachments, the absolute defamation of his character, the lawfare that has failed every step of the way, the raiding of his home, the Southern White House, which it once was, and he's kind of made it the Southern White House once again, the raiding of his home, the sanctity of his son Barron's room, the sanctity of his wife's belongings. This is a former president of the United States, and this is flat out lawfare. So the question to ask, and not to mention the assassination attempts, one which came within less than an inch of killing him, which, by the way, the left also was live with CNN, which they never cover his rallies live. And they had the deep state photographer from the New York Times who captured the announcement to George W. Bush of the second plane hitting the World Trade Centers in that classroom, who snapped that photo of Andrew Card giving him that information. He was right there to capture. They wanted to capture the assassination of Donald Trump live and have the evidence of it. And with all of those things, the first question to ask is, why are they trying so hard to keep him from becoming president and remaining president? That's really, I think, the biggest question to ask. And look at all the people who are attempting to do this. The Epstein list, the Clintons, the Cheneys, the Bushes, all the people that the left couldn't stand, okay, and couldn't wrap their heads around. So many of these people and the warmongers, okay. The Bushes sent us into Iraq and Afghanistan. The Obama, many many wars, created ISIS, bombed a tremendous amount of people, murdered, killed a tremendous amount of people while he was getting the globalist, Peace Prize from the Nobel laureate, which the Nobel family has been trying to get back control of that prize because it is being used in nefarious ways to prop up those who shouldn't be propped up at all, but actually should be placed in Guantanamo. So all you have to ask is, why are they working so hard? And look at all those who are working so hard to make sure he doesn't become president. And that is because their life as they know it, whether it's deep within politics, in jobs that they know they'll get replaced or just terminated, whole departments, the Department of Education, Teamsters that are voting along the union versus voting along their members. And you're seeing that their way of life is going to go away, and they are clinging on to their way of life. And those are the people that aren't going to prison or aren't going to be tried for treason in a military tribunal. And so everyone is trying to retain the status quo. The problem is, for average Americans, the status quo is horrible. And we don't want to go there. We don't want to stay there because it's just damn wrong. And then the second question is, Donald Trump finished last night. We covered his last rally. I was up till, I don't know, 2:30. I don't know when he finished. Then I talked for a little bit after.
But Dave, were you really up? Because there's been a lot of questions in chat.
I just took a little pause. I just took a little pause. It was the pause. Okay.
I actually have texts on my phone since I started the podcast. Okay, here we go. Let me share with you.
Okay.
Tammy 621 says, "Did Dave fall asleep at the end of his podcast last night?" I said, LOL, yeah, for a few minutes. She says, I knew it, LOL. I think he's funny as fuck.
Listen, I can neither confirm nor deny. All right.
But you were saying,
he was finishing up in Michigan, right, at 2:00 in the morning after doing four rallies, right? And then he was up before all of us, showered, dressed in his suit, shoes, out the door, seeing people out the door voting. The second question I would recommend that we ask is, why is he working his ass off to become president? He doesn't need this. Why is he doing it?
Well,
he doesn't need this. It's for a much bigger cause, obviously, is in my opinion. Your thoughts, guys?
If I'm not mistaken, when he went into office, he was worth $2.25 to $2.5 billion. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
When he left office, he was worth $1.2 billion.
Yep.
That man spent his own money to do everything that he did.
Yep.
Throughout his entire presidency. He didn't charge the American people for the job that he was doing, and the job and if I'm not mistaken, every single paycheck was signed over to some organization that actually was a legitimate,
Yeah.
giving organization, not just a taking organization.
Absolutely.
If I'm correct in saying that, so we look at that and we have to say to ourselves, he could have just taken his money and gone to anywhere. He would be able to afford an island without a problem. He could have taken his family, all his grandkids and everything, and gone to an island and had enough space for them and their own food and their own cattle and everything else. He could have easily done that. But the thing is that America to him is what he is. He is literally the embodiment of the American dream. Now, sure, not all of us have $1 million starting fund, in order to begin our own businesses and everything. But he took that $1 million and turned it into $2.2 billion.
Yep.
I mean, I remember seeing the pictures before the New York skyline. Okay. My grandparents had pictures of New York City before the high rises and everything went in there, and to compare them today to that New York skyline, there is absolutely no comparison. And it's primarily because of guys like Donald Trump that loved America so much and just wanted the best for their communities that built America. You think about the Skywalkers, and I'm not talking about Luke and Laura. I'm talking about the Skywalkers, the guys who built like the Empire State Building, and stuff like that. That their love
Luke
of
and Laura, you just jumped into the old soap opera. Luke and Laura.
Luke and Leia,
Yeah.
yeah. Luke and Laura.
You just gave yourself away, Hawk. Slow. I knew he was a a novella guy.
It's the fact that you recognized something out of General Hospital causes me great question, Dave. Were you really at basketball practice, or were you secretly watching?
He was watching as the stomach turns.
I couldn't not watch. I have 13 brothers and sisters. Okay, that would basically, the sisters had control of the TV from soap opera time until the news came on. Okay, there were no cartoons in my afternoon play.
Yeah.
It's
the only time I ever watched it was I was dating a swimmer at the University of Iowa, and she was really into it, and that didn't last long, as I couldn't just sit there watching that stuff. But go ahead, please continue. You were on a roll.
But when we look at these, we have to say to ourselves, what exactly is his freedom worth? What is his value worth? And I don't mean financially, okay? But the fact that he's willing to risk everything, family, fortune, everything. It takes us back to our founding fathers who, their sacred honor, their fortunes, and their lives were the only things that they had to offer. And look at what they've done. Look at what they've done. We have a nation now that is 340 million people. Okay. Yes, a good portion of them are legal migrants. which we welcome with wholeheartedness and wish them prosperity and good life. You know, but these men sacrificed everything, and by the end of the Revolutionary War, only 4 of those men were still alive. Only 4. These men were, after they signed the Declaration, okay, they were killed off. They were killed off, one after the next, and it's funny, how do you get 3 bullet holes in the back of your head, and somebody can call it suicide, you know? It is basically, I guess, the way that, the way that I look at it, and this man has sacrificed everything. No ands, ifs, or buts about it. His character, his reputation, his financial, his family, and his own life. You know, and I want to bring a bring back a point where in that last video they were talking about Trump being shot. Well, to me, when I saw that, something clicked in my head, and I realized in that moment that was an anointing. Something really, really spiritual happened in that moment, and it's called the Kahanaman,
Say
or
again.
it's Kohanim. Let me pull this over to here, so we can pull it up on the screen so you guys can actually.
By the way, while you're looking for that, do either of you guys
it's already
have?
here. Go ahead.
Do either of you guys have the video from Congress or any really good information on how the illegals are voting and how the Democrats have tried to make it easier for them to vote? Now, obviously, California doesn't allow ID to vote, so they're already doing it. But
Yeah,
if you
I
guys
played a
have
bunch.
anything like that,
Yeah, I
please
played
send
a
it my
bunch.
way.
Yeah, I played a bunch yesterday, but I do have a few more in my X feed for today, that I'll pull up and you can see. We'll all watch them together.
When
But
you
there's
have
a
a
few.
minute, will you send me those? Because I want to send it to somebody.
Yeah. Yep. We can do that. It's the Kohaman is what it's called, and it's basically wash themselves to become ritually pure, and then don special clothing to demarcate themselves for their activity in the temple. And basically, it was, after sacrificing the ram of the burnt offering, Moses took some of the blood from the ram of ordination and put it on the ridge of Aaron's ear, on his right ear, and on his right thumb.
What?
And on the big toe of his right foot. And then he repeated the same ritual for each of Aaron's sons. Finally, the remains of the animal were boiled and consumed by the newly ordained Kohanim. Okay. Now, this was repeated for anyone who was a Levite and was going to be a priest. Okay, because the Jewish community back then, that actually believed in God and actually prophesied about the coming of Christ, through all the different books and everything. Trump was anointed that day. When he stood up and they tried to take him off the stage, what was the one comment that threw everybody off? Can I please have my shoes?
And he lost his shoe.
Get my shoes. The shoe on his right foot was thrown off of stage.
Yeah.
He was anointed. The ear, the thumb going to the ear when he was shot, and then down on the ground so is his toe. Okay.
Dude, that's amazing.
This is, I'm telling you, there is, so that man survived the
Can you drop the
JFK.
screen? Could you just drop
Okay.
the screen?
The that man survived the JFK moment. Okay. What do I mean by that? Okay. Kennedy was assassinated live on TV.
It wasn't. It wasn't live. I wasn't live.
Well, it was
the
recorded.
Zapruder film came out later.
Yeah. How do you remember how many days after? I mean, because we know you were.
I don't. Yeah, I wasn't there. Don't even go there. It came out. I don't remember how much later it came out, but I'll ask Grok while you keep talking.
Okay. So the American people were showed that movie, that film, that clip, or that edited version, as we know that it was. That video or audio or film was shown over and over and over and over and over, and every time that people saw it, it was a refresher that this happened. You know that
I've
this
got the
is.
answer.
You got the answer. Go for it.
The Zapruder film capturing the assassination of President John F. Kennedy was first shown to the American public on March 6th, 1975, 12 years later, on the television program Goodnight America, hosted by Geraldo Rivera. This was the first time the film was broadcast on network television. However, frames from the film had been published in Life magazine earlier, with black and white images appearing in the November 29th, 1963 issue, and color frames published in subsequent editions. Now, when you think about this, right, why did they hold off for 12 years, which was, by the way, 75 would have been, I believe the Warren Commission came out in 68. And that was the time when the CIA and Edward Bernays came up with the term conspiracy theorist to challenge those who question the narrative. So it just goes to show you that, why did they hold on to that for so long? They had the images. Life magazine had the images, so they had access to Zapruder's film.
Suppression.
Yeah.
That's all it was. It was simple. They didn't want anybody to see it. They didn't want anybody to stop
there
and
were,
go frame by frame. And
if you think about it, they were the original Anons who picked that film apart. And you think about guys like one of our absolute favorites, Bill Cooper.
Yeah. I'll give you an event that I believe was the reason why we saw it in March of 1975. The church committee happened in January of 1975, where Senator Frank Church questioned William Colby, the head of the CIA, and found out that there were 400 CIA assets in mainstream media at the time. And they were to shut down Operation Mockingbird at that time. As we know, it was not shut down. However, they were supposed to shut down Operation Mockingbird at that time. Meanwhile, 2 months later, it comes out on national television with the same narrative that had been pushed by the Warren Commission.
Now, 75, if I'm not mistaken, 75 was Ford. Had Ford gotten moved in
Yeah.
to position
And
at that point.
yes, and he was, as we know, he was on the Warren Commission.
Right. Right. Yeah. Funny how that works out, right? You
Yeah.
know, it's yeah, that's something. That's something. You know. Uh so we want to start hitting some updates on what's being reported out there.
So,
Yeah. Any thoughts, Slow,
Yeah,
first
yeah,
on?
Slow Country first. Yeah.
It's been so long, I can't even remember what the question was.
So the first question was, why are they trying so hard to keep Trump out? And two, why is he working so hard to get in? Most
Why?
people, hey, you get shot in the head. Oh, all right, guys, I'm out. I got my grandkids. I got my kids. You know what I mean? Like, this ain't worth it. You know, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go to Mar-a-Lago, have dinners, play golf every day. You know, I'm out. You know, a lot of guys would do that. You know, and the three of us, have experienced incredible censorship over the years.
Mm-hmm.
Incredible hardships over the years, demonetized, etc. And the three of us combined can't even come close to what Donald Trump has faced. Right. So go ahead, Slow.
So I think that is one and the same answer, to be honest with you. For one thing, they're trying to stop him because he is actually for the people, for one thing. Two, for your second question, think about what he has done for this election cycle. He's worked at McDonald's, right? Even though,
Hey, Slow.
Yeah.
Can you turn your mic up a little bit? You're just a little bit on the low end. Do you know how to do that, right?
Yeah, I'm in there now.
Okay.
Yeah, Dave, you can do that too.
I just tried and I couldn't do it to his.
Is that better?
A little bit, yeah.
Okay. So think about what all Trump has done in the last 2 months alone. Okay. One, he's worked at McDonald's. Two, he showed up to a second rally in a garbage truck. Okay. So
Epic.
fast food industry and also, the refuse industry. And then before that, when he was on Undercover Boss or something like that, he actually, I think it was Undercover Boss, he actually did his hotel's work. So everybody in his hotel, he was a clerk, he was a janitor, he was a laundry person, and all that. So, in order to be a good, successful leader, okay, and I only know this from military experience, I was in a leadership position. You have to be able to get down in the mud with your people. And that's exactly what he's shown the people. I am one of you guys. I can now identify with you guys because I've done it. I've seen how hard this actually is. So
I just got into the mud with Jasper. I was just there. I was, doing the same thing.
But yeah, so I mean, in order to be a successful leader, you have to know the experiences of the common person, which he has shown the American public just that.
Mm-hmm. And by the way, the two jobs that he had, the McDonald's and the garbage, are most people that really know the food would equate those two quite easily. They're both garbage. Okay. And that's where RFK comes in. And quite honestly, a lot of people are voting for Donald Trump because of RFK.
Yes.
That's very clear. A lot of people are voting for Donald Trump because of Elon Musk. A lot of people may be voting for Donald Trump because of Joe Rogan, right? In other words, all of these three were Democrats that have come over and supported Donald Trump because it is the new party of freedom, of personal freedom, of less taxation, smaller government, less federal overreach. Even those who, hey, you want to go out and get an abortion, okay, but do you understand that the Supreme Court took it out of the hands of the federal government? That decision, they took that decision out of the hands of the federal government. So these pro-abortion folks, they only want it in the hands of the federal government if it goes in the direction they choose. And that's the height of hypocrisy. Now that it's out of the federal government and it's brought back to the people, you guys have a problem with it because it doesn't suit your narrative, right? So please continue.
So, but I mean, that's pretty much it. If you show your people, your constituents, your support, whatever you want to call them, right, that you're willing to do what they do, that goes a long way as far as the respect factor, and also whether or not they're going to actually want to do what you tell them to do, especially if they see that you're willing to get down in the dirt with them. So I mean, that's a big thing.
Right.
That was a big thing when I was a enlisted guy, coming up in the ranks, and it's going to continue to be a big thing for me. It's lead by example, and that's exactly what he's doing.
Yep. Yeah. And so many of the people who support him are doing the same. I just saw Musk on the floor with his the people building his cars just the other day. I mean, entrepreneurs understand that. You have to have a relationship with your people that are doing the real work out there. Okay. And because there's such a disconnect between the C-level management and the people that are showing up every day, unlocking the doors, turning on the fryers, starting the engines of the trucks, going and picking up trash. There's such a disconnect between the C-level executives and these people, that the people coming in are seeing that these guys are different. Musk, they're showing him as the richest guy in the world, which he's not, but they're saying he is. He's got a lot of money, and he's down there with his workers. He's doing interviews. He's going out and stumping for Trump and he's supporting the guy that is going to make him less money. The Green New Deal, forcing everybody into electric cars, would make Musk 10 times the amount of money that he would make under Trump. So why is he supporting Trump? It's not about the money. It's about the integrity of this nation, and he understands that. He clearly understands that. This is like that. I mean, the support that he's received from RFK, from Tulsi, from Musk, from Rogan, from so many of the people out there is so huge because of how it would affect them, their business, their person, and it's not like they're motivated by money. They're not motivated by money at all. RFK Jr., he's fine, but the fact that he could help make America healthy again and get rid of the stuff. Look what came out after Trump, went to McDonald's, that we used to do everything in tallow. And then we were convinced by a government that was completely fraudulent and an FDA that was completely fraudulent, that tallow in animal fat was bad for us. And we started eating margarine and fat-free and all that. And it was all nonsense. So much is being revealed by all this. It's just really incredible. Hawk, I just sent you a note in private chat about the illegal immigrants videos that you had, because it's a timely issue I want to send to somebody. I'm still working votes. I'm still connecting with people and that are going into the voting booths here, and that honestly are still on the fence. And it's not so much that I feel like we need the votes. We do. Like, we need everybody out there voting. But it's not so much that I'm gonna make our background a little bit. Hats off to Spiritual Street Fighter for her awesome work here with the memes. But I'm just going to make that a little bit cleaner so that we have. But at any rate, it's not so much about the votes, because honestly, I don't think we necessarily need to change people's minds at this point. It's more for me and the people that I know to be able to feel like they did the right thing, that they were on the right side of history, right? And Awakened Trillium says, what about all the meat processing plants that have been taken down? I think that was a clean out, right? We were looking at that and we were thinking, well, wait a minute, is this are they trying to create a food shortage, or are they getting rid of the bad food?
So I haven't seen any updates as far as the voting goes. I've seen that question in chat. But I do see on Vote Hub the mail and absentee ballot returns for different states. And this was updated as of yesterday. And I shared that in a private chat. If you guys want to pull that up, or you want me to pull it up, either way.
Sure.
It's in your messages, Dave.
Thank you, dude.
James Langford.
All right, take it away slow if you want.
All right, so and this was updated as of 8 o'clock yesterday morning. So I'm looking at Pennsylvania right now, which Pennsylvania we know right now, there's a lot of shenanigans going on there, power outages. We've seen the prosecutor, talking about fraudulent voter registrations coming in a last minute batch. What was it, a week and a half ago? And all that. So right now in Pennsylvania, this is the numbers. Total votes cast, 1,877,992. Of that, 618,205 ballot returns were from Republicans. And it breaks it down by county. So Allegheny, it looks like it had the most coming in, 59,800. 21,000 for Philadelphia County. Montgomery County was 51,000. 52 for Bucks County, which there's a problem going on in Bucks County, if I'm not mistaken, because I've been seeing it.
There was a power outage in like 4 areas that I posted earlier today.
So I mean, it's unreal. So if you look on some of them, maybe it was on the other page I was looking at. What's the total population of Pennsylvania? Does anybody know?
Easy enough to find.
So
12.9 million people.
And out of that 12.9 million, I mean, go to total number of registered voters here. If I can hit the right button. So Pennsylvania. Oh, I hit the wrong freaking button.
They have they have 8.9 million registered voters.
Okay, so of those 8.9 million registered voters, 2 million, almost 2 million cast their votes early, according to this, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's 25%. That's almost a quarter. You know, I said 25%, and that is a quarter, but it's just under. So if we look, so what, 23%, something like that is what I would guess.
In FYI, 6.9 million of those cast their vote in 2020 out of the, 8 million plus.
Right. Okay. So, I mean, I'm going to say roughly 20 to 23% cast their vote early. And then if we look at Wisconsin.
Before you leave Pennsylvania, let me just bring this up too. Early voting in Pennsylvania 2 days out, 2020 versus 2024. This is from David Chapman. 2020, there were 1.587 million, and there were only 547,000 Republicans. 2024, there's fewer Democrats and fewer Republicans as well. So GOP are in their 2020 level turnout, and Dem turnout is way down.
Oh man, that's almost cut in half.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Now, I don't understand what this parentheses is unless it's what they added later, but that doesn't make sense. So I wish he was clearer about that, but go ahead.
So so I mean, and that's just astounding. If we look at the bottom here, there were 2,199,359 applications for absentee ballots. Democrats, it looks like, took 1.2 million of those as far as the applications, and 715,000 were Republican, and others were 282. So we're looking at like libertarian stuff like that. But this right here, this is astounding. These numbers are just staggering because I don't think ever we've had that kind of turnout by mail in our lifetime or ever.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, that's just astounding in itself. And then we go to Wisconsin here. And the good thing about this site is we can click on the county. So, or hover over the county or whatever it is to actually see what's going on here. So there were 13,302 ballots requested. Of that, 1,494 hasn't been returned. There's been 11,000 that's actually been returned. And of that, 18,000 were early in-person votes for a total votes cast of 1,510,773, which I don't know how that works because this is saying total number of votes cast. But if you look at this, that's way off. So where are those other votes coming from?
Doesn't make much sense, does it? I mean,
No,
it doesn't make any sense. The math doesn't math.
Yeah, it doesn't add up at all. So, I mean, that's just...
Unless they're counting what's happened today already, because a lot of people will vote before work. Yeah. So, and by the way, does it tell us which is which, Republican, Dem?
Not for Wisconsin, it doesn't. It does for Pennsylvania and I think Florida.
And let me show you let me show you something before you go to Florida. Let me show you another Pennsylvania stat, and that is that Election Day 2020, the Democrats were plus 685,000. And today they're at 357,000. Republicans have gained a net 327,823 registered voters since 2020. Momentum is with us. Time to chase. That was Cliff Mahoney who shared that. Go ahead.
So, and if we look at Florida, now Florida, I like Florida. I like the way they set theirs up on the website here. So, and this is only swing states I'm looking at, by the way, because the swing states, I'm going to go to 270 to win in a minute. And I kind of want to throw out some scenarios in which could possibly play out, if that's all right.
Sure.
So Florida is really interesting how they did it. So if we look here, election day votes, there are only 1,424,520 outstanding election day votes. So I'm assuming that is election day in person. Okay. So, and then they got 2,977,343 mail-in ballots returned, and early in-person votes. Now, this is what kind of trips me out. 5,366,566 people voted early in person. That is, holy crap. I mean,
are you saying that the 9.7 million is who's voted this election?
So far, that's what it's saying.
And just a little over half of those were early.
Yes.
Actually, between the voted early and mail returned, it's almost 8 million. So about 1.7 million have voted so far today.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, and if we look here, it shows the Democrats, mail votes by party being ahead by 200,000 votes, right? 205,000, something like that. Okay. But the early in-person votes by party, the Republicans blew that out of the water. So they made up the difference plus 800,000. And it looks like the Republicans are slotted to take it today it's just 653,000 is what they're projecting.
That Florida wins by Republican?
Well, it's going to win by more than that, because just from the early in person and we're looking at 1.4 million votes. So now if we go to North Carolina, they have theirs set up kind of weird. But if we look over here, the big problem that we're seeing from the hurricane, it was devastated Asheville. They're calling it a blue county. So that's interesting in itself. So let's see, go to Michigan. There is no data for Michigan, in which that changed because there was some over here. So I think they're probably getting ready to update.
Okay.
And Georgia's kind of a weird one too, how they set it up. So total number of votes cast was 4 million. Mail return votes were 252,000, and the early in-person voting was 3.7 million. So it looked like the early in-person votes blew everything else out of the water.
And again, we don't know if they're red or blue.
We do not. It doesn't break it down like that on this website that I went to, unfortunately. So, according to this, I'm going to go to 270 to win. So it still shows Georgia is a toss-up, Pennsylvania is a toss-up, and Nevada, and North Carolina, Wisconsin, and Michigan, right?
Yeah.
So based on the data that we're seeing from the early in-person, I'm going to call Georgia red. That puts the Republicans at 246. And by the way, any scenario you look at, Donald Trump would only need 2 swing states. 2.
Based on
everything we are seeing from the early election or the early in-person stuff going on, and also I'll cover that in a minute. So let's say Donald Trump takes Georgia. All right, I think he will. And then let's say he takes Nevada. That puts him up to 252. Now, I know I said he's only going to need 2. But let's say he takes Michigan. And that's a big one. That would put him at 267. And if he got Wisconsin, that put him at 277. But I don't know that he's going to necessarily take Wisconsin.
What about North Carolina? I'd be surprised if he doesn't take North Carolina.
So if he gets North Carolina, that puts him at 283. Now, the scenario that I really see playing out.
Can you take away Michigan real quick just to see what he'd get with just Nevada and North Carolina?
Nevada and North Carolina. Take Georgia out of there also. Just Nevada and North Carolina, we're looking at 252.
Okay.
So let me take Michigan off there. I didn't quite click enough. So now let's say because we know there's a bunch of hokey stuff going on in Nevada. And we know there's a bunch of hokey stuff going on in Arizona. And we know there's a bunch of hokey stuff going on in Pennsylvania. So let's say he takes Pennsylvania. And let's say he takes Georgia. Because all the crowd turnout in Pennsylvania and Georgia, that would do it right there, just those 2 states. And I'm going to leave Georgia red just for the sake of argument here. And I'm going to leave North Carolina red. So let's say
there are reports coming in about Georgia right now.
Are there?
Yeah, multiple reports of. Let's see. One is.
You want to put him up, Hawk?
Yeah, I can do that. MJ Truth Ultra is staying pretty on top of this stuff, especially where Georgia's concerned. So let me highlight this so that thing goes away. Update 2024 election. Camilla, Georgia special election voting canceled after election superintendents resigned, sparking confusion that the presidential election was canceled. Designed chaos. She picked one hell of a day to resign, right? Election Superintendent Renette Williford and Assistant Election Superintendent Cheryl Ford announced the resignations in a letter posted on the city's Facebook page. What a way to do it, too. Georgia Secretary of State's office, a spokesperson, told us their letter may have been or added some confusion, but the status of a municipal special election will not affect voting in the presidential election, which is administered separately by Mitchell County. So just because they step down and that cancels their small election that has nothing to do with
Hawk,
for
hey Hawk, you might want to take your camera off because you're coming in and out.
MJ. Okay, let me oh, I have my signal open too. That didn't help, I bet. But yeah, I have no problem with that. So nobody needs to break their TV screens. So here we go. I announced this earlier. Voting machines are down all throughout Apache County, Arizona. He's got that one up there. Here we go with Carson Electric in New Mexico. Says Netgear pushed out a firmware update to all their R7000 routers that are disabling internet services throughout, and there is currently no fix. Not sure if this is related to the election, but it's just compounding. Well, if you think about it, maybe it's not so compounding if people don't have access to internet to get into the machines. You know, because if I'm not mistaken, that was part of what they did the last time. You know, so then we have distraction. U.S. Capitol Police arrested a man who smelled like fuel. Officers today just arrested a man who was stopped during our screening process at the Capitol Visitor Center. He reportedly had a torch and a flare gun. Boy, they are panicking is absolutely right. But there's a big article put out by the Capitol Police in regards to it. You know, so yeah, so MJ Truth is staying pretty on top of reports coming in. Update for Marion County, Florida, at the election center claims he was kicked out and had his badge taken away by Republican supervisor of elections Wesley Wilcox. This reportedly occurred several days ago. Yeah, we're not worried about several days ago. We're worried about now. This lady posted a video just a short while ago. I was planning on playing this.
I live in Bedford County, Pennsylvania, and I vote at the West Providence Township Municipal Building in Bedford County. I went there at 6:30 today, and when the polls opened at 7, we found out that the machines were not working. They have certain codes that they have to put in to open the machines to allow them to accept our votes, and the codes that they had did not work. Not just in one machine, we have 2 machines that we can use. Neither of them worked. Neither one accepted codes. And so the poll workers told us this. They also told us that there were problems in other areas in the county were having the same issue. They told us that we could vote, put the ballots in the lockbox in the back of the machine, and they would run them through later. So people in the lines, of course, started talking and calling relatives and telling them that this was happening and this was an issue. And we found out that through someone's call to a relative in Maryland that it was occurring there also. So it's very disheartening that there's this much, all these problems occurring today this early. And just wanted to let everybody know what's happening in rural Pennsylvania, and praying and hoping that it's not happening everywhere else in the country. Thank you.
So she put that up this morning, and approximately about 3 hours ago, I think that post went up. So there's a lot of stuff. Here's suspicious as hell. Clark County election office closed Sunday, but out-of-state workers show up and observers not allowed in. And basically, these are out-of-state people who are going to work in that state's election. They got license plates and everything else.
Nice.
So, you know, it's then there's also reports from in regards to people being posted near drop boxes where they, where people can drop their ballots. And so there are people recording what's going on at those boxes. There's been a couple of those put up. So here's an update in Cambria County, and that is I'm not sure what state that is, but I'm sure she'll clarify it.
We are in Cambria County in front of one of the voting centers, and you're one of the workers, right?
Yes.
Okay, so what's happening?
So as of right now, the voting machines are just not scanning. We can accept the vote on the paper ballot. They are currently working on the issue. Once they get the issue fixed on the Scantron, that's the part that counts the vote, the machine that counts the vote, they will come back, fix it, and then the poll workers are going to scan in the ballot. Another thing that people need to know is the ballots are all delivered to the courthouse as a backup also.
Okay. Do you think there's any possibility that this chaos could, be, some type of conspiracy?
I'm sure there's going to be conspiracy theories out there. For myself, I think it's just a small error. I mean, it's a large error, but a small error at the same time. And I think it's just a coincidence at this point.
How many places is this happening?
This is all over our county, as far as I know. I'm not sure who else it would be affecting. I do know systems are different throughout Pennsylvania, so I know it's affecting Cambria County right now, and it seems to be all of Cambria County. So it's a consistent issue across the board.
Okay, so are people actually going through the voting process?
Yes.
They are. So they're not walking away. They're dropping the ballots in.
We are letting the voters know so they're informed of what's happening. We are also telling them how the backup works. And just for people to know, this backup has been in place since we got these voting machines. I believe they started in 2017-ish. Don't quote me on the year, but so we've been trained on if something happens that they're not scanning, this is what you do. And there's actually a list of what we should do for the workers.
And there's the redundancy inside there as far as, workers, they're kind of like looking over the shoulder because you said you're dropping the ballots into like a ballot box right now, the paper ballot, and then you're going to feed them back through once the machine's back up.
Normally when you come in and everything's working, you scan it in and it drops down into the box and we collect it at the end of the night.
Right.
You're still sliding it in. There's an auxiliary slot and then we'll just go through. We will not know whose ballot is whose, and we are going to have people watch us put them in just for checks and balances.
This is unbelievable. I mean, you've got one day you got to prepare for, right?
Yep.
This is like an Indy 500 car not starting.
Yep.
Okay. You got one day to prepare for this. Also, slow drop this, and I'll play this about the same county.
That was coming up in my feed there. Yeah.
Flash drives are not.
Flash drives that go to the machines are not synced up, and so they're having to get new flash drives out to all the machines.
Yep.
That's what
Is that just Cambria County?
Cambria County that we know. Yeah. Flash drives just like the machines.
So
what was
their flash drives aren't syncing up, which basically then that means that all the tallied votes would end up going on those sticks inaccurate.
Yeah.
So
jumbled letters, jumbled numbers is basically what would end up happening. So this is it's a little bit ridiculous. And there's more. Even Texas is having some problems right now. Well, Harris County, Texas, there are huge discrepancies in early voters by polling location between yesterday and what is now showing today. These should not change yet. 60 polling locations indeed changed. The beginning of the list and the end of the alphabetical list are all nearly the same. The entire middle of the report is off. Look at HCC West Loop South, for instance. Where did the votes go? Perhaps some went to St. Samuel Matthews Park Community Center. I check these numbers daily to check traffic and assign volunteers for the following day. All was consistent day to day until today, when everything changed. What's going on here? Harris County Texas clerk. And image 1 from yesterday morning, image 2 from today. So in Harris County, there are now huge, I just read that. Let's go to here. I got to go here. And then, boom. And then here's all the, kind of gets, so this is their information. And what was the name of that center? It was, he said, look at that particular HCC West Loop South. And let's look at the top here real quick. So this is this is Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, is what we have up here at the top, just so everybody knows what category they're falling into. And then let's go down to West Loop South, 2,183, 2,137, 2,162, 2,172, 2,234. Then it's all the way down to 1,534, 1,203, and then the numbers increase again. So what did happen here in the middle of this? And he's been following all of these, and it's what's going on. Where are those workers? Why aren't they there? The whole objective of this is to, in fact, secure our elections and ensure everything goes right. So why are these type of discrepancies happening?
We're also seeing there have been 2 bomb threats in Georgia at polling locations.
Yep.
There's a gas leak in Michigan. I think it's Northridge.
Possibly that's probably in this line of stuff.
Northville, Michigan.
So 5 polling sites in Fulton County were briefly evacuated due to bomb threats. Of course, it's in Fulton County. Chaos, confusion, all of these things take away votes little by little.
How many locations?
5.
5 locations have had bomb threats.
Yep.
Last 2020, we only had 1 location with a water leak, and that was enough.
Yep. So that was the one you just showed there, the sinking of the drives. Then you got Martinsburg, Pennsylvania. Voting officials said they had the wrong tabulators and ballots for this location. Several minutes later, they brought the correct ones in. Not sure if there's anything here, but I'm not comfortable having machines and ballots come last minute when they should have already been there. Have they been properly inspected? Where did they come from? The GOP should look into this. Way too many problems in PA. So that's yet another county there in Pennsylvania. And he just, MJ Truth Ultra. And this is the thing is Elon Musk said it too. If, see something, say something, put it up on X, if you yourself are going to a voting place and you're having a problem there, or you see something, maybe somebody's listening right now or standing out there waiting to vote. If you see any irregularities, record it. And if you don't have an X account, get it to either myself or Dave or Slow Country, and we'll post it. The idea of it is see something, say something. And that's the only way that we can catch them and make sure that this crap comes to an end.
I have here 2 hours ago, I said track all nefarious activity. Amy the artist, I'm in a deep red part of the swing state, Pennsylvania, and all the voting machines are broken across this county and the neighboring ones. People are stranded in line, and a constable told them they don't get the machines working by 10 p.m. They will turn people away. And then she updated, this is Cambria, I believe.
Yeah. Well, you can add Bedford County to that now too.
Okay. Okay.
Yep.
So, one of the things I wanted to mention about this is that this is. I wanted to add also the that supposedly Cambria has agreed to stay open till
For an
10
extra
p.m.
day. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, and on that note, I got a message from Karen Dunphy, one of my subscribers. She went to vote today only to be told she had already voted. So if you find that's the case, anybody, what you need to do is you need to get a hold of your clerk, and you need to do what they call a provisional ballot. And then you also have to sign an affidavit saying, hey, I didn't vote until now. My provisional ballot that I just cast is my true and rightful ballot.
Yep.
So you need to be doing that also.
And you also need to report it to the police.
Yes.
That somebody was trying to criminally impersonate you. That's the other thing is that the only way to make lawful interjection is to involve enforcement of law. So yeah, you should be talking to I wouldn't necessarily. I mean, if you're in a big city, you could probably get away with talking to the police, but I would prefer to use a sheriff, because a sheriff is the law of the land, not the law of not necessarily under admiralty. And this is a constitutional issue, so call the sheriff. And if they got to travel into town to see you, oh well. Oh well, that's their job. It's their constitutional duty, and it's that simple. But yeah, so Bedford County voters are asked to submit their voted in the emergency box to be counted later. I wouldn't use an emergency box personally. I would stay in line and demand to vote.
Trump truthed. He said, Republicans, we're doing great. Stay online. Do not let them move you. Stay online and vote. So he is saying that straight from Mar-a-Lago.
Yep.
Just 3 minutes ago, he said this. Actually, let me share this. Because he has a message for us as well.
Republicans, we're doing really well. Republicans, we're doing really well. Stay online, don't get offline, and vote. Make sure you get through and vote. We're going to have a big victory tonight.
There you go. Stay online.
Yeah, you can't. I mean, yesterday they were going as far as, the criminal act wise, robbing mailboxes in New York City, to make votes disappear. It's.
I think New York's going to turn red, guys.
I think so too. I mean, these guys are just grabbing bags of mail, throwing them in the car, and driving off. They're emptying the mailboxes so that all those mail-in votes and everything don't get turned in.
Mm-hmm.
This is these are the kind of things that we have to put up with. But understand that this is what we get to watch for the next couple of months. Okay, this right here, this is what we get to watch for the next couple of months. But it's going to come to where they have a realization that, hey, maybe we're looking at this all wrong, and maybe I should be paying attention to, what's really going on. So I'm checking to see if there's anything new. SDG&E in San Diego, California joins PG&E to conduct public safety power shutoffs tomorrow and Thursday.
Yep. Yep. And if you look at the map, it's predominantly Republican areas it's happening to.
Just crazy. And then Carson Electric. That's just nuts. I mean,
I want to share. I want to share something here that from one of Trump's last truths. Your vote will lead us to greatness. Your vote will unleash a new golden age. Your vote will make America great again, greater than ever before. Vote Trump. This is 33 seconds long.
Greatness doesn't discriminate. It doesn't see where you're from, what you look like, or who you know. Greatness is for those who work for it, for those who keep moving forward. Greatness is for anyone willing to fight for it.
Now and then you are 100% correct in your statement. He said stay online.
Yep. I thought of that when I was saying it because I said it twice, and I thought a minute for online. And but I want to show you, and I'll come back to that in a second. But let me take you to 64, which is the, hold on, let me see. 64 is the amount of caps in that post. And 64 is November 2nd, Delta. Fellow patriots, I'm being advised actions have created accelerated counteractions. We have not yet ascertained the scope of the attack. Watch the news outlets. POTUS's Twitter takedown was not by accident, as referenced several hours ago. Should the lights go out, please know we are in control. Do not panic. We are prepared and assets are in place. God bless. I must go for good at this point. 33 seconds of that video. I'm hopeful my time here was not wasted. Note few, if any, shills inside this thread. Reason for that. It's being monitored, recorded, and analyzed, and don't want to clutter. Take care, and God bless. And then we have the timestamp. Why, by coincidence, is there a terrorist attack or mental health C-level attack within a short time post negative Democrat news? Do you believe in coincidences? They think you are stupid, puppets without power. They want your guns. Why? No power left. Who funds ISIS? What email published by WikiLeaks connects Saudi Arabia and Qatar to ISIS? Was HRC connected? Absolutely. So was Obama. Why?
And McCain,
which I believe is the first two arrests. Why is this relevant? Why is controlling the narrative important? Do most people investigate for themselves or simply follow? Why is the MSM so hostile towards POTUS? Who controls the MSM? Why each and every day is the MSM pushing a particular topic? Coordinated? Who sets the narrative for the day? How is the narrative communicated to the MSM? This is the 4 a.m. talking points that are sent out. What does the NSA military intelligence have, at least what you know of, that allows for data collection? Well, they have everything. They've got Hammer. They've got all the technology that allows for them to capture everything. That's why Q has said we have everything. Think Snowden. Why is the NSA limited regarding ability to capture and unmask U.S. persons? Who sets the narrative? U.S. persons. Who can violate this rule? Who cannot violate this rule? Why is Admiral Rogers so important? Who wanted him fired? Why? Why wasn't Admiral Rogers replaced by POTUS when taking office? Why is this relevant? because as we know, Admiral Rogers is the one that alerted Trump that he was being spied on by Obama in Trump Towers, literally with electronic listening devices. And that's when Trump went out to Bedminster. Why is this relevant? Who has the ultimate power to designate classification? Who ultimately sets classification? Why is this relevant? Fantasyland.
So, Dave, on that note, if you go to the mirror for 6446,
Yes.
that's pretty interesting too, because you were just talking about this when you first came on.
Let me go to that. I'll pull it up.
And that also has a date of November 2nd.
Another Delta, which is very timely, very important. Why is the information regarding Barack Obama regarding Uranium One and export approval to Canada to EU? Where's Barack Obama today? Did Barack Obama and or his administration ever make false statements that Uranium One would never be exported from the U.S.? Yes. Who made those statements? Obama. Who did they report to? Why is this relevant? The public has been given a select taste, i.e. sampling. Rest assured, others have it all, 100% verifiable and impossible to refute. Why is this relevant? Who controls the narrative? Why are left-wing organizations beginning to report on DNC Democrat corruption? Does the CIA have operators inside the MSM? There you go. The Church Committee. What happens if exposed? What happens if tied back as knowing to execs of the mainstream media corporations? This is all treason. What does this have to do with leaking? What if it can be verified? No source stories made up were in fact and approved to be published. The wormhole goes deep.
So on that last part, Dave, I'm going to
go ahead.
Show you something here that I just
I'll drop the screen.
Seen here. And this was put out by Amuse. And it's election integrity. If you're running an election office in Maricopa, Fulton, Clark, or Philadelphia County, you are now aware that at least a handful of your workers are undercover citizen journalists documenting the good, the bad, and the ugly. Anyone breaking the law has to worry about being caught on video. Thousands of hours of footage have already been captured. If you're working in an election office and see something nefarious, say something. If you're thinking about doing something nefarious, realize you're likely being filmed by an undercover citizen journalist.
And that's in Arizona, yeah?
That's Arizona. Let me read it again here. Arizona, Fulton County, Georgia, Clark County, Nevada, or Philadelphia County, Pennsylvania.
Nice. Nice.
And that kind of coincides with that post there towards the end, you know, it as far as
I want to go to the online comment by Awaken Trillium. By the way, Kevin Rotello just said those are the states that the National Guard were called up. Interesting.
So there was a post done yesterday afternoon that I have not been able to corroborate, only because that section that I normally go to get results, all the results for the last 30 days were taken down. Like they're getting ready maybe to refresh the website. I'm not positive.
So before you go to this, I was going to talk about the online. What's important to know is that all the Q posts, okay, are the term is POL, okay, and that stands for posts online. So when Trump says stay online, he's talking to the people that are out there voting, but he's also talking to us to track the comms, I believe.
Yeah. Well, to also to track the polls, this is one of
Yes.
the big things is,
And the corruption.
yeah, I mean, you think about it, that's why I kept reminding people that, Elon said, see something, say something, put it up here on X,
Yeah.
and I'll make sure that it stays up, yeah, we were aware of the bomb threats. We didn't know that it was, a poll worker who made the bomb threat, though. That we did not know. Thank you for letting us know that. We knew about the bomb threat, so that the Secretary of State for Georgia came out and made a statement a little over an hour ago, I believe it was. But stay online, is, to me, is keep reporting like we're doing, every time that there is some finagling going on, shenanigans going on somewhere, talk about it, share news clips and things like that are, basically centered around this. And if we do that,
Yeah.
we stay on task with that, we could be pretty good. This I found interesting because of him saying, and tonight we will see a great victory. And this is the reason that I say this. And like I said, I've not been able to corroborate this yet. But Dave, you might have sources that I don't that could corroborate whether they actually did pass something like this yesterday.
Breaking news, the Supreme Court just ruled that they cannot add or count ballots after Election Day. Boom.
I just saw something on that this morning. I'm typing it in now to Grok. Let's see.
Susie Q, I
In
prefer
in
hold the
Nevada.
line.
What's that?
They're making comments in regards to the hold online. One person says people
Can you drop the screen if we're not going to use it?
yeah, I'm hearing some people say stay online is a regional thing, and some people say that instead of stay in line. And then another comment was I prefer hold the line.
Mm-hmm.
Susie Q.
No, that's true. Yeah,
Yeah.
hold the line. That's a Qism.
Listen,
It-
Key
it's
Mark,
it's
if you don't like what we're talking about, you don't need to hang out. I mean, seriously, you got your viewpoints and everything else, and we have ours. We're going to do what we do. You do what you do.
This is hold the line, riders. Justice is coming. That's
Yep.
one of the Q drops.
4714. Yeah.
So good call on that. Whoever brought that up.
That was Susie Q. Your old Susie Q.
Q,
Remember?
what's happening, girl? And by the way, I'm not seeing that ruling by the Supreme Court. But Mississippi has ruled that counting ballots received after election day might be illegal under federal law, setting a precedent for states under its jurisdiction. But this has not directly led to Supreme Court ruling. But I did see something on it. Nevada has also said that ballots can be that are received up to 3 days after election day could be counted if they were postmarked by election day. And hold on a second. So 15 states have mobilized National Guard personnel for Election Day, officials say. More than 250 National Guard personnel are providing Election Day support in 15 states, a spokesman told CNN on Tuesday. This is from Kevin Rotella.
What are those states?
Alabama, Arizona, swing, Delaware, Hawaii, Illinois, Iowa, New Mexico, North Carolina, Oregon. Let me put this up here so everyone can see it. Pennsylvania, Tennessee, Texas, Washington, Wisconsin, and West Virginia.
I have to say that I'm surprised that New York is not on that list.
Well, here's what's interesting. A little less than half of the troops, so let's call it, 100 or 110, are assisted with cybersecurity missions, the spokesman said in a statement. The rest are providing support based on local requests. So my guess, Hawk, is that they are monitoring New York cyber-wise. That's just a guess. I don't know for sure, but yeah. Yeah.
So I have a good one to share with you. I think you'll appreciate from our buddy Script Keeper. Put up this morning.
Script Keeper and your popcorn. So Raskin, the Ratkin, basically saying they're not going to certify Trump. It doesn't matter what happens. He wins. He's elected. They're not going to certify it. I want to go through something just so you guys can see for yourself. Because a lot of people always say, hey, Script, there's a lot of fear mongering out there. I can just tell you that these people are fucking scared. There's a reason why they're scared, because their time is at an end. And so this is DC. That was yesterday. They're already boarding up. That's cool. I can tell you now, Raskin, I'm going to show you something. And all you senators that are in on this, House of Representatives, talking about you don't want to certify the election. Fuck around, find out.
Add all the fencing. Look at that.
Yeah, the entire Fed, Treasury, everything is all completely fenced in.
Yeah, what's going on here?
Remind y'all.
Capitol's fenced in. The White House is fenced in.
We don't care about your electoral college votes and all that shit. The people speak. The people will always speak. You guys have figured a way to get around it. Understand what that flag means. No quarter yet. Typically, I'm not the type of person to come on here and make a post like this. But they've come after Donald Trump so many times. We're just sick of it. So if we have to protest and go out there and protest and make our voice known, then that's what we'll do. But I don't think it's going to go that way. I actually think that Donald Trump's going to win in a landslide, and that's what it is. There's a lot of fear mongering. A lot of people want to stoke suspicion, but they are boarding off DC. There is a lot of boarding off and a lot of fences up. Let me show you. Yo, shout out Good Lion and shout out my brother Joker. Both my brothers be on it. We're going to be live tonight on Rumble and X going over the election. I just wanted you to see this. So Joker Q on me. Me and my brother Script Keeper was just talking about how the barbed wire was keeping people from getting out of the White House and the Capitol in 2020. It's completely different now. Just remember two things, guys. We're not for any violence or anything like that. Donald Trump is going to be in office. It doesn't matter what anybody says or does or what the Democrats think. I don't give a flying fuck. Let me just show you the truth, not what they're showing you on mainstream media. That's Philly. This is PA, guys. They're telling you, oh, no, Harris is going to take PA. Get the fuck out of here. It's never happened. This is the White House. What's happening? Let's prepare for something. Look, nothing will shock me. 60 seconds of popcorn. Let's go.
Yeah, he's got the way that he makes his videos. Unfortunately, sometimes we have volume issues because he's going from that handheld device to handheld device kind of thing. I can't wait till he gets some really, really good audio stuff to make a huge difference, because the guy, he does great work, and he deserves to be doing what he's doing. I'd like to see him with something that kicks that up so people can really hear him and understand the message that he's giving.
I'm mentioning that one of the reasons might be because I've been talking to him about keeping the Bluetooth out of his ear because of the frequency and the damage that can do, and so that might be part of the problem.
Yeah.
But this was just posted by Libs of TikTok. Just in, potential voter fraud scheme under investigation in Denver, Colorado, after ballots with mismatched signatures addressed to the same Denver adult daycare center were submitted to multiple counties. What is going on in Denver? What is Jenna Griswold doing? Potential voter ballot fraud. So there you have it. There's one right there. So one of the things I wanted to mention is that, and I've mentioned this to, this is funny. I'm easily attracted to men with power. This guy says, just paid my light bill. But at any rate, so that the reason why Trump was pushing us to vote early was because he knew that they would have to push the cheating early. And after the 2020 election, we really started raising ire and raising concerns the day of and the night and the day after the election. So much so that it looked like we were just sour grapes, like we weren't legitimate. We were just pissed because Trump was losing or might lose. When in actuality is we're seeing this corruption in real time with the weight also of the previous 2022 election and 2020 election, and don't forget 2016 election. They cheated their ass off in 2016, but Trump won by such a landslide. That's why Hillary wasn't campaigning strongly down the stretch. That's why she wasn't working hard, because she had been coronated, just like Kamala Harris they're trying to do. But we weren't letting that fly. And that's why she didn't come out and acknowledge her supporters at the Javits Center in New York that night on 2016. That's why they immediately went to work the next day with the Russia collusion and Russian interference in our elections story, which was completely made up between the campaign and their campaign lead, Robbie Mook. So think about all of this corruption piling up. It's too big a pile for them to sweep under the rug. And we're catching them before the votes are being counted. So it's going to be a whole nother level of absolute, accountability for these votes, for these precincts, for these counties, without question.
Yep. I think back to, this last election, and It just seems this is different. This is different. We're looking at this with from a totally different perspective today. In comparison to 2016, 2020. This is where we understand it's not so much about the parties or anything like that. It's choosing a leader, is what it boils down to. And to think that we shouldn't be involved and we shouldn't vote or anything like that is kind of to me is stupid. If you don't vote, then you have no voice in this conversation. It's that simple. I believe in our Constitution, the way that it was set up in its founding, because that's that's part of it's bred into us, so but I got a couple of quick videos.
Yeah, go to it. You got
And we've got a news report as well. Somebody was just posting. Yeah, I'm gonna cover that in just a second. I did see your news, Blind Barber. I actually have it in the feed here, and we're gonna pull that up right now. United States will reportedly conduct a test of a hypersonic nuclear missile tonight, just hours after the election polls close. Now, why would you need to do that?
Who's doing that?
The United States.
The
United States will reportedly conduct a test of a hypersonic nuclear missile tonight, just hours after the election polls close. Seems kind of weird timing to me, what's that make you think of, Dave?
Yeah, I think I said that to both of you.
Somebody's not happy about how the election went, it's and if it is the case that the Supreme Court did do something in regards to that statement that I read earlier, or that girl made, yeah, everybody voting early and those getting out to vote today, this could be the biggest part of this downfall beginning, and yeah, it's
I'm gonna just share this before you go to this video on that subject. We were just sent to Fantasyland with Trump's post.
Yeah.
A Delta for today, November 5th, has Fantasyland in it. It says U.S. military equals savior of mankind. We will never forget Fantasyland. God save us all.
Isn't that timing?
Yeah.
Timing. Everything is timing. I don't believe in coincidences anymore. I really don't. It's everything is meant to happen.
Not when it comes to POTUS and Q and Q plus, right?
Yeah, especially. LJB says, where did it go? There it goes. Because that will cause a power surge, maybe an EMP. It's I'm not gonna put any fear mongering into that. It's Black Swan. Yeah, I've been seeing a lot of posting in regards to this is gonna kick off the Black Swan event. It's have no fear. Where's your faith? Where's your faith? If you're scared right now, where is your faith? You were told, fear not. Fear not. How many
Dave,
times?
Speaking of faith, brother, This is on today's deltas as well. Okay. The
Flaming
Saint
sword of
Michael
Christ.
the Archangel, defend us in battle, be our protection against the wickedness and snares of the devil. May God rebuke him, we humbly pray, and do thou, Prince of the heavenly host, by the power of God, cast down to hell Satan and all his evil spirits who prowl about the world seeking the ruin of souls. Amen.
Yep. Camel Carl says, I've hardened my truck against an EMP. I'll come pick you all up. I like to see it. I think you need a bigger truck.
I was going to say, what did he park it in a microwave? How did he do that?
He has an old school military ambulance type.
Yeah, it's an old Dodge box truck, is what it is.
Okay, those are cool.
Yeah,
Those
it
are cool.
doesn't have all that computer stuff in it. You know.
Well, isn't it what is it, 1984? If you got anything pre-1984, you're good. What year was it?
It should be.
His is in the 70s.
Yeah, but isn't it, what was the cutoff? Do you guys know?
I think it was when they started putting the computers in cars, which I believe was 84, when they switched over to fuel injection.
Yeah.
Because I know after 1985, they could no longer use a carburetor on any vehicle. It had to be fuel injected or direct port injection or something like that. So
wouldn't that be justice for Bill Cooper? Yeah. It was today, 23 years ago, that Bill Cooper was killed.
So
really?
Yeah.
Okay. Wow. Okay.
Here's an update from MJ2 Ultra. I'm gonna pull it up real quick.
And by the way, today is the Delta for 10 days darkness. Scare tactics, MSM, Dems falling, Republicans walk away removed, Saudi Arabia, US, Asia, EU, disinformation is real, distractions are necessary.
So MJ Truth Ultra just put out former Michigan Secretary of State, now Senator Ruth Johnson, releases an explosive statement after discovering 34,535 potential non-citizen registering to vote whose name, date of birth, and social security numbers do not match any records found in the social security database in the state of Michigan. That is a huge increase from previous years and very alarming to me. Far left operatives have pushed for changes in our Constitution and laws that allowed for the same day registration with no ID, and our clerks do not have the ability to check or verify citizenship.
To the comment asking why are we all on avatars, we do this so that when we play videos for you guys, they don't get all buffering or anything like that. But I mean, we do go on cam. We are not afraid to show our faces at all.
Nope.
Not one bit. We are proud patriots of this country. You know, but we just do that so that we don't get no glitches in the video when we're playing them, because we want to be able to share up-to-date news with you guys as it's coming in. Go ahead, Dave.
And I'm about to cook some lunch and also clean my kitchen a little bit, so that you guys don't need to see that shit. But because we're going to be on here all day with you into the night, folks. So we're going to be coming and going with our avatars. Did you touch on this? Did I miss this? Where MJ Truth, we're covering him a lot right now. But one of the things that he said was the voting machines are down all throughout Apache County, Arizona.
Yeah,
voters are being turned away.
Yeah.
Did you touch on that one?
Yep.
Okay, I missed that. The the one that I wanted to, okay, let me see. What was the one? Let's see. Dave, we see the birds flying. Behave yourself. Yeah, I got to toss out a bird once in a while. I was just going to say something about that, but I lost my train of thought. So go ahead. I think Hawk, you were going to throw up some.
Yeah, go cook some breakfast. I'll play a couple of videos to keep them occupied, and we'll keep going over updates as they're coming in. Slow Country, are you keeping an eye on MJ Truth Ultra's account as he's posting new stuff?
I'm keeping an eye on everything.
Okay.
On X right now and Libs of TikTok. I just sent you a video from an hour ago.
Oh, I think this is the one that I wanted to share because I just retruthed it. No, that was about Denver. I just that was only 20 minutes ago. The Denver fraud from Libs of TikTok.
Yeah, this is in regards to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
We're here at the Lincoln Place polling site where some voters were not too happy about their experience this morning, and that's because
and
ballot, but
pull it up here.
Site where some voters were not too happy about their experience this morning, and that's because this polling site did not open until an hour and a half whenever it was originally scheduled to at 7 this morning. Take a look.
Well, I got here at 10 to 7. There was people here at 6:30, and the poll workers are very nice. So they've been on telling everybody what's going on. Apparently, nobody from the county showed up. The judge of elections didn't show up. They didn't have the book for us to register our names. They didn't have the key for the voting machines. So we've been waiting.
Some voters were in line bright and early to cast their ballot, but they ended up waiting until 8:20 to finally get in and vote. The original election judge never showed up, so poll workers didn't have the ballots and supplies needed to start on time, causing a line to form out the door. Some left frustrated since they had to vote provisionally, which means their ballot won't be counted tonight. An election worker on site tells Pittsburgh's Action News 4 that less than 20 people ended up voting provisionally.
The reason I kind of vote on election day is I want to see my vote get put into the machine. Didn't happen today.
Now, it'll take several days to count those provisional ballots, but as of right now, everything is running smoothly here at the Lincoln Place polling site. For now, reporting live in Lincoln Place, Ava Rash, Pittsburgh's Action News 4.
Yeah. So it's, shenanigans. T-Mart, listen, I'm not here to banter back and forth with you. Okay. We're trying to do as much live coverage as we possibly can of things going on. You don't believe in our voting process or anything else. So I'm not even going to engage with you. All right. Just don't bother even talking to me. All right. I'm busy. I'm trying to keep people informed of what's going on in each of the states as information comes out. And if you don't fucking like it, get the fuck out. All right. It's that simple. I don't have time to waste on you. That's the last you'll hear of. All right. Shipwreck.
Going on out there are people who are registered, who is registered and who showed up to vote that is registered for that certain party. When I went to vote, I have to tell them I'm a registered Republican. I got to do that whole thing. They got my name in a book and then they just check off that I showed up. Early on, it does seem like Trump is kind of leading in that area. The Republicans that have showed up to vote have kind of slowed down kind of going into the afternoon, to where more Democrats started to show up going into the afternoon. Apparently, there's kind of a larger number of independents who are showing up to vote. So it's hard to tell who they're voting for because, they're registered independent. I think that's going to weigh in heavily for Trump just because of Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s endorsement and his potential place on a Trump cabinet. A lot of independent voters really liked him. Also, a lot of libertarians got fired up last week because of a potential Ron Paul position on a cabinet, possibly with Elon Musk. And so that the independent may swing more towards Trump than it would towards the Democratic side at this point. I wanted to talk to you a little bit about how this election feels a lot different. I'm spending all day, I'm online, I'm refreshing, I'm bouncing between different places and different pages and different people and trying to get everybody's perspective. One thing that I have noticed is that anytime there has been an issue that has come up, there was one in Pennsylvania in a county that has been put out on X, and as soon as it's kind of put out, or as soon as it's put into the hotline, which if you haven't voted, you might want to save this, and that's protectthevote.com/report fraud. You report it there, and then it immediately gets investigated by lawyers, by people, all kinds of people. This morning, there was a county in Pennsylvania. They had to do an emergency injunction in front of a judge because the ballot counter thing was down, and it was down for quite a while, and they had to do it so they could get extended ballot hours. And so there's a county in Pennsylvania that's going to be voting now until 10 p.m., where originally they were going to be done at 8. So a lot of that kind of stuff, just little stuff that's going on. There was another gas leak somewhere, but that's being looked at and taken care of. It seems like anything that's come up is getting immediately taken care of. It's getting immediately reported. It's getting immediately put out in a very public place on X. Then it is immediately taking fire, and people are immediately demanding change right then, right there. I feel like something changed. Like there's a lot more security around this year's election. So make sure that you're getting out and you're getting your vote in, and just that's all you can do is cross your fingers, hope for the best. Just hope when we wake up tomorrow morning that we're so far ahead that it realistically couldn't change no matter what happened. Probably going to be fine.
Yeah, and we're not ending until it's announced who the winner is.
But I tossed him out of, he was on my chat on Rumble.
Yeah.
So he's been muted for this Truthcast, and so look for him maybe popping up somewhere else.
Yeah.
We got no time for bullshit.
No, we don't. It's I don't mind answering questions. I really don't. But if you're not willing to be involved in the process, then why are you trying to debate with people about the process? You have absolutely no intention of going out and casting a vote today. So why even try to engage? I have no time for people like that. As far as, I look at it like this, we're trying to save our country,
So moving on.
Yep. So 12 full blocks of supporters in Huntington Beach, California. We can't have that like that and show these. We're going to win. And I mean, people are lined. Everybody's walking together to go and vote. I think that is freaking awesome. Have 1,000 people walking in. But then as soon as they finish voting, they're marching around on all the streets. Showing their patriotism, that they love America and what it stands for. And I think that's incredible. This guy here, Nate Jones, put this up. This is by far the most insightful electoral map breakdown you will see today. Let's take a listen. See
Dwight,
if he's
we're
right.
seeing some really interesting trends in a lot of key battleground states. Let's start with Pennsylvania with its coveted 19 electoral votes. And I want to focus for a moment on Erie County up here. This is a crucial swing county. It goes Trump in 2016, narrowly back to Biden in 2020. Now I want to go in even further than that. This right here, this is Mill Creek Township, District 2. Polls are showing momentum toward Harris in areas like this. But to really understand what's going on, let's go even closer, zoom in a little bit more. Right here. This is 114 Hilltop Lane. Now, I want to take us inside the bedroom here. Bear with me. There we go. So this is Nick Camden, 37-year-old registered independent. He goes Hillary in 2016, Trump in 2020. Which way is he going to go in 2024? Really hard to say at this point. It's pretty early, but we know it's going to be close.
And Jason, what are you seeing inside this person that might indicate movement one way or another?
So this is just a very ordinary Rust Belt body, small town values, predominantly white. It's got the lungs, it's got the vascular system, the heart, but I actually want to show you what's in here. This is the neocortex and the amygdala. These are areas of the brain responsible for regulating emotion and memory. So let's play out a couple of scenarios here. If, for example, this man remembers his grandmother and the time she took him to an Al Gore rally in 1999, feels good about that, that's a win for the Democrats. On the other hand, take a look at this. This is the area of the brain that's associated with social interaction in groups, and we've seen it light up when Nick goes out for beers with his Trump-supporting coworkers. So we're looking at really a thin margin here. I want to show you something, actually. Let's come back out. Let's go past the rib cage, past the lungs, past the heart, past the tumor. Healthcare going to be a really big issue in this election, obviously. Past the DNA to what we're calling the source, the origin of life, existence itself, where all of humanity's answers can be found.
And can we zoom in further than that?
No.
Why not?
Because I'm scared. But what we can do is we can actually zoom out here, out of the DNA, out of Nick Camden, out of Erie, Pennsylvania, out of the solar system to the edges of our cosmos, where we see ultimately how meaningless this whole race really is and how insignificant all of our tiny little lives really are.
That is a big map. Thank you, Jason. Coming up next, the Trump campaign is in full-on damage control after footage leaked of the candidate being extremely...
I could not resist that. We need to have a laugh every once in a while, guys. You know what I'm saying? We have to have a laugh every once in a while, because if we don't, we're going to go crazy. We absolutely are going to go crazy. So this is another California shot. This is in, does it say Simi Valley? I believe it's called. No trouble for it. But this is in Simi Valley, and man, people are showing it today. Well, they've been showing it all week, actually. It's yep. Look at that. Look at that. Car after car after car after car, voter after voter after voter after voter. This is a drone view here. Great shots there. Whoever the drone operator is, that's pretty cool.
You know what's in Simi Valley, Hawk?
No, what's in Simi Valley?
The Ronald Reagan Presidential Library.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Okay, I've never been there.
Yeah.
Have you been there?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's amazing. They have an old Air Force One in the actual museum, the one that he used.
Oh, right on.
It's an amazing presidential library. It really is, and it's I tell you, you walk in, you're a different person when you walk out. I'll just say that. It's so visceral. About American freedom, human freedom, about the things that he did. There's some criticisms of things he did, certainly, closing down the mental health institutions and letting the folks out in the street. Also, under his watch was the pharmaceutical lobby convinced him to pass the no liability for jabs.
Right.
Childhood jabs that happened under his watch. So there was definitely some, but that was also, a lot of that happened after they attempted to assassinate him.
Right. Yeah. And there was a bit of, it's like a certain point of, there was a little bit of a capitulation from him in regards to what the Congress and the Senate were doing at that time. But then he got like his second wind came in, and he started bucking the system again. That's thus that one particular speech he had where the balloon popped and he said missed. He was always good for off the cuff stuff, and which reminds me very much of Trump. Of being able to, articulate one message, but be able to put a little bit of humor in there as well. you know, and go from there. So this is Mississippi voting stations having some issues.
Surprise, there's already a bunch of issues with voting in Mississippi. It's only 7:54 a.m. Let's get into what's happening. So I'm here today with the Mississippi Port People's Campaign, just volunteering to help people vote in general, answer any questions. We're in over 40 counties in Mississippi today to ensure that people are able to get into polling locations safely, that accessible parking is available, parking that is safe is available, that stations don't run out of ballots, because we've seen that before in Mississippi, and various other issues. Multiple issues are being reported in multiple locations right now, and it's only 56 minutes into election day. We still have 11 more hours, such as disabled people not being able to have accessible entrances, the electronic ballot machines not working. At multiple locations, doors are difficult to open. You're supposed to be able to open the door to vote with your fist. Some locations do not have any handicap ramps or rails for people in wheelchairs. And multiple locations have protesters already. Now, note this is all reported by poll monitors, so they're just sharing what they see, and I'm just relating that to you. Currently at my location, there's nothing going on. I'm making sure people are getting in safely. If people have a disability, I'm letting them know that they can get to the front of the line. I will keep giving y'all updates throughout the day because I'm here for 12 hours and I'm bored. All right, I'll check back in soon.
All right.
Is,
Go ahead.
Is Boat still in here, or is he making his dinner or his lunch?
Surprise, there's already a bunch of issues with voting in Mississippi.
I'm not sure. Dave, are you still with us, or are you off cooking? I think he's off cooking.
Okay.
I'm still with you. I got you in the kitchen with me.
Okay. So Donald Trump. So that online video that you played a little bit ago, who was it, Hawk or Dave?
Dave did. Yeah.
So check this out, right? So he actually wrote it on Twitter, right?
Yep.
He actually wrote out the message on Twitter, and that was posted at 1:03. So when I put
can you make that bigger?
Oh, he's not on screen.
Can you show that on screen? What if you have anything that's typed out or written? Could you pull it up?
Sure.
That's where you got the caps, though. But,
yes, I've already got the caps lined up to show you.
So I didn't do it by the caps. I did it by the timestamp.
Okay.
Okay. It says 1:03. So I put that into the board, right? 1:03, and came up with number 2403, November 4th. Your country needs you. Your vote matters. We the people. The time is now. Patriots fight. Finally be strong in the Lord and in his mighty power. Put on the full armor of God so you can take your stand against the devil's schemes. For our struggle is not with flesh and blood, but against the rulers, against the authorities, against the powers of this dark world, against the spiritual forces of evil in the heavenly realms. Therefore, put on the full armor of God so that when the day of evil comes, you may be able to stand your ground. And after you have done everything to stand firm then with the belt of truth buckled around your waist, with the breastplate of righteousness in place, and with your feet fitted with the readiness that comes from the gospel of peace. In addition to all of this, take up the shield of faith, which you can extinguish all of the flaming arrows of the evil one. Take the helmet of salvation and the sword of the Spirit, which is the word of God, and pray in the Spirit on all occasions with all kinds of prayers and requests. With this in mind, be alert and always keep praying for all the saints. Ephesians 6:10 through 18. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their powers from the consent of the governed. That whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or abolish it and institute new government, laying its foundation on such principles and organizing its powers in such form as them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. Prudence indeed will dictate governments long established should not be changed for light and transient causes. And accordingly, all experience hath shown that mankind are more disposed to suffer while evils are sufferable than the right themselves by abolishing the forms to which they are accustomed. But when a long train of abuses and usurpations, pursuing invariably the same object, evinces a design to reduce them under absolute despotism, is their right. It is their duty to throw off such government and to provide new guards for future security. Declaration of Independence. We will do our job to protect the vote. Will you do yours? Will you answer the call? Where we go one, we go all.
Nice pull, brother. And I'll tell you what else. If you stay on that drop, if you go down to the Ephesians quote,
yeah,
and it says, "Put on the full armor of God." That is Ephesians 6:11, which is the exact time that President Trump was shot in the ear.
Wow.
Yeah. And when we covered that, that was unbelievable. And I also want to share with you the caps on that is 27 on that message. Not everything can be publicly disclosed because so much ties back to foreign heads of state. Much will be revealed. We want transparency, but not at a cost we can't recover from. Remember, folks, all of this election interference is absolutely coming from foreign heads of state and the absolute financing of all of this corruption.
So also off of that 103 timestamp, it takes me to July 4th, 2018, post number 1681. Pull back up there. Disinformation is real. Disinformation is necessary. Example, U.S. I can't remember what ML stands for. But National Guard, 1, false SA equals true.
It's military. It should be military intelligence, MI.
Okay. All right. I was just looking at, maybe they put a, yeah.
There's a comma after the
No,
I.
you're right. You're right. It is ML. I think it's military. But yeah, you're right. It is ML. My bad.
Why was this necessary? What questions were asked in reference to Saudi Arabia prior to Saudi Arabia events? Why is this relevant? Think mirror. Look here, look there, or here in kill brackets, or there. Truth is behind you. So if we go back down at the end, today as patriots, we celebrate our independence. That's off that same timestamp. That was really interesting to me.
By the way, correction, guys. ML is martial law.
Okay.
And that leads to the video that I actually have queued up to play, talking about just that,
Wow.
martial law.
Awesome. Run with it. We got, just FYI, guys, we have, I believe, over 3,000 right now in the Sned Shed Hawk's Nest and country, Slow Country Palace. So welcome, everybody.
Real quick, before I start this video, Pat Evans, I do not have to readjust my 420 clock ever, because there are no batteries. So it remains always 420. Okay. Just so you know. Okay.
Way to highlight that message, Hawk.
It's, well, she asked, I answer some questions,
You put the high and the light in highlight.
You know what post I never looked up, Dave, was post 420. I'll let you do that. I'll let you look at that while I pull up this here video. Here we go. So this is context. Awakened X put this out a week ago, announced that there would be a good chance we would not see an election winner. Confirmation the day after this video is important for the American people. Unfortunately, Trump confirmed my theory, and it's true. Here we go.
What did I tell y'all?
Then I just heard that a couple of states may go an extra 12 days. How the hell do you have an election?
Listen, y'all are welcome to argue about these presidents if you want, but my consciousness is on the frequency of who actually is in the helm of power. The Biden-Harris administration already has a bill to coincide with the DoD Directive 5240.01 to initiate martial law at the helm of civil unrest. Quick question. Would an uncounted election create civil unrest? Meanwhile, 36 countries come together to dethrone the US dollar as the reserve currency of the world. It's already happening, my people. JP Morgan just announced this is happening. You say a country's in civil unrest, martial law, the economy tanks, and then the new financial system will be announced. Wake me up when it's all over.
He puts a lot of great content together. And the statement that he was talking about in regards to JP Morgan was Global Investment Bank. JP Morgan also wrote that new payment systems that facilitate cross-border transactions are settling trade without the US dollar. The development is undermining the US dollar's clout, while BRICS is benefiting from the change in the payment systems. And that is, he's pretty damn accurate with his statement there. But the fact about the martial law is that we've already seen, Dave, you said 15 states that have activated their National Guard now?
Yeah. 15, yeah.
Okay. So, that basically, in a way, we can understand where his statement was that if there is not a confirmed winner today, how are the American people going to react? That is a legitimate question. We can't say that it's not. But for some reason, I feel like that scenario is not quite going to work out, and that the military is going to, or the National Guard is going to be there for an ulterior reason. Now, it could be that the National Guard go in and confiscate all the ballots, and do the counting themselves, which be a phenomenal thing as far as I'm concerned, because then it's done state by state, and, your local boys from town and girls from town are going to be the ones who are going to be involved in counting those ballots, instead of some government schmucks, doing it and claiming this or claiming that. And it's it would be nice to see what the real results are, so that's always a possibility. But unrest wise, we know how the other side's going to react if Trump is announced as the winner. So that perfectly explains, especially after 2020, exactly why a lot of states would activate their National Guard. I mean, 2020 was a mess, you know, and they couldn't blame it on him. You know, they tried, but they couldn't blame it on him. It was all generated from uh, all these different narratives of race and BLM and the again the summer of love and all that. But that wasn't a summer of love. That was a summer of complete hate and destruction. You know, city and almost entire cities were burned down because of because of their actions there. So go ahead.
So that post that I brought up from that 103 timestamp, okay, where it said disinformation has to happen. Oh, you got to see this. This is too good.
Go ahead.
So right here,
you're on screen.
Nick Sorter, laughing my ass off. Kamala just pretended like she was talking to a voter on the phone and then exposed herself by showing she was actually on the camera app.
Can you blow that up?
Yeah.
Go ahead and hit the play so we hear the audio.
Hold on. I think give me a second. I think I forgot to share the audio.
And by the way, this should also remind us of the fake phone call by Barack Obama and Big Mike, and also the fake phone call to Tim Walz.
Yeah.
That were absolutely produced, orchestrated, scripted, and captured.
So here it is. Here it is.
How you doing? Have you voted already? You did. Thank you.
Wow.
Let me go back so that way everybody can see it.
That's hilarious. Dude, we're watching a show, fellas. We're watching a show.
Sorry, I just had to share that because that's great. I'm going to send it to both of you guys. I mean, that it's just wow.
Did you get your coffee, Soul Country?
I did. I
Okay.
did. I'm about to go get me another cup.
Yeah. Well, be careful because Polar Bear Paw says I'm pretty calm, but that could change due to this second tumbler of coffee I'm sucking on.
I'm pot number 2 for the day.
That's great. Hello, good to see you, Polar Bear. It's funny. I like kind of scrolling back and trying to catch some of the comments and everything. You know, you guys make me laugh when I need it, and I appreciate that very much. I'm here in Santa Barbara, California, because God needs us here to hold the space of light. Yeah, right on. Yep. Well, it's not just so much holding space; it is to shine that light. John Dunning says martial law can happen and you never see the military. They will aid and monitor local offices. That is correct. That is correct. It was Bill. I know that they did. I know for sure that they did 500,000. I don't know if they ever got up to 1 million or not, but Bill says Trump federalized 1 million National Guard in 2020. And who works with the National Guard? The Marines. That is correct. Yep. So let's see. Hunter Zabu says Elon posts his PAC team is now deployed to solve issues with the machines. Posted to Shadow of Ezra on X. I'll have to check that out and see what we got going on there. Honey McCann says there's people in the clink in UK for vote fraud, always through the postal method without fail. Yep. That's the thing, and the real shame of it is I live in the state here in the United States that started this mass mail-in voting stuff. I live in Oregon, and we've known since the day that it started. The first election that they came out, that all of a sudden the state went from red to blue overnight. During an election, of course. And it's never we've never been able to get it back the way that it should be. So and the thing is there's evil in both sides. It's the Democrats and the Republicans, two wings of the same bird. But we're not looking at Donald Trump as a Republican. We're looking at him as a businessman who's going to go in and shut that company down and build us back up. And he's a builder. That's what he does. And I have faith that that's exactly what that we're going to do.
It's also the reason why the right side of your state wants to merge with Idaho.
Yeah. It's there's 13 counties that want to become what's going to be would become Greater Idaho. And there's a big push for it. Very, very big push. Diana, can you tell me which link or which post you're talking about? So that it was something I played or something Slow Country played.
It's probably the phone thing that I just showed everybody. So this just in, RNC chair Michael Whatley has just announced they've won a lawsuit forcing Milwaukee Elections Commission to allow poll watchers. We are winning. Heavily Democrat Milwaukee County was attempting to restrict poll watcher access, which is against state law. Why are these Democrat strongholds so adamant to block poll watching? So that was out of Wisconsin. So we're good there too, it looks like.
Yeah.
And I'm going to go ahead and drop that link for everybody so that way they can see it. And here is that link.
Okay, yeah, go ahead, drop that in the chat. And if somebody can drop that over on both, I'm not sure which Rumble she's on. She's on Rumble, but I'm not sure which Rumble, mine or Dave's. So
yeah, I dropped it in the chat here. So
yeah, this guy heard that they were giving Republicans a hard time, about going in and voting. So he kind of went one step beyond in order to get his vote in.
Yeah, come on. Yeah, come on, I got you. Yeah.
Where you at?
I ain't trying to hide. Come on, all right?
Tell them my name is
What we doing? What we doing there? Gotcha. I am tired of y'all asses. Fool me once, goddammit. All right, we gonna get Kamala in here. All right. Kamala. Yeah.
That's
I wonder.
hilarious. That's hilarious.
I think it's great. I think it's great. But if he's a Republican going in, he's harassed, has to do all kinds of extra stuff, or gets denied the right to vote. And he was just like, "Yep, I see what you're doing. I see what you're doing. I'm not going to take it." And that's it. So let's. I want to do a refresh, and let's see if anything new is coming up right now. Let's see. So, come on.
So I seen something. I'm looking at something here on X right now. Fox News, John Roberts, which I'm not a fan of Fox News by any means, said Harris 1,000 votes in Philadelphia in order to pull out the win in Pennsylvania.
Now, why would he give a specific number such as that?
And why would it be a specific county? Should it just be 700,000 votes?
Yeah.
For the state of Pennsylvania? Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Which we just went over all those earlier, if you remember, Hawk, with the early mail-in ballots and how many were left.
Are we watching what you're reading?
No.
No.
Can we do that?
Yeah. Okay. So this guy, let's take a listen.
My wife and I went to vote today in Morgan County, where we just moved to a few months ago. We've updated our voter registration cards. It tells us where to vote. We get to the precinct today, and our names aren't in the system. So then we get to talking with the poll watchers and the clerks and everybody there, and they say today they've had more problems with people walking in, whether they're new or have been in the county for 40 years voting in the same place than they've ever had. So tell me what's going on. They allowed us to vote provisionally, but of course our names aren't going into the voting system today. They won't be added into the tally for a few days. I think they said something like a week, but I could be wrong. That being said, how's that affecting the vote? And if we're noticing this in a small county, basically a red county in Alabama, what's going on across the country? Let's talk about it.
Yep. So that's happening in Morgan County, Alabama. So that's another one of those it's just another spot that's just bad. This is ridiculous. We need to lighten the mood a little bit here for a minute. This is a little older millennial. For those of you who don't know who this guy is, he is funny.
If you're voting for Kamala Harris because of abortion, you're fucking retarded. There's no nice way to put that. I'm not even talking about the fact that there's literally next to nothing Kamala Harris can do to bring abortion back on a national level. Because literally, like, the only thing she could do is stack the Supreme Court, which she's not going to be able to do. That's not even the main reason you're retarded. Oh, you're retarded because you've been promised this by every fucking Democrat president in my lifetime, and none of them have done it. Yet you still continue to vote for them because they say they're going to do it. Like Clinton said when he was running for his first term that he was going to codify abortion. He didn't do it. He said when he was running for his second term he was going to codify abortion. He didn't do it. And then when Obama ran for office the first time, he said he was going to codify abortion. He didn't do it. When he ran for his second term, he said he was going to codify abortion. He didn't do it. Then you had 4 years of Donald Trump, and again, he wasn't interested in helping you murder your babies. Then when Biden ran for office, he told you he was going to codify abortion. He didn't do it. And the weird thing is that Clinton, Obama, and Biden, all three of them had complete control of Congress at one point, meaning that they would not have needed a single Republican vote to make it happen. So they didn't do it because they didn't want to do it. So here we are now in 2024, and the Democrats have been promised you they're going to do this since 1992. You've had 3 different Democrat presidents, 2 of them having served 2 terms, all promise you that they were going to codify abortion. And they haven't done it. But now, because y'all are so fucking retarded, you're like, we need to vote for Kamala Harris so she can codify abortion. How are you this fucking stupid?
I think he asks a very, very legitimate question. Voting for, voting for these idiots to do that it is just ridiculous. Elon Musk says that he just voted in Cameron County, Texas, home of Starbase. Wonder who he voted for. All right. I meme, therefore I am, says these 2 Georgia women know what time it is. Here we go.
Black people feeling like we have to vote for Kamala. What would you say to black people who feel that way? Worry about your money, Kamala. Worry about that bag, and Kamala fucked up the check. So her. I don't care what color she is.
Trump's gonna give you the stimmy?
What? Trump got the bag, man. Trump got the bag. Trump breaks bread. Kamala does not.
Did you get the PUA or PPA?
No, I didn't get none of that, but I got money from the people who did. Thank you.
So if Trump gets back in there, economically, we're going to be looking a lot better.
I'm sure of it. I'm sure of it. I believe I'm cool with closing the borders too, because let us get some of the jobs too. You know?
Do you feel like we have an immigration problem here in America?
It's the worst I ever seen
And a lot of them moving to the black neighborhoods, open up their stores, they overcharge you, and then they try to cheat you, and then you got to argue with these people. No.
Where we can't even read the signs on the stores. They're in a whole nother language in our own neighborhoods that we've been in all our life. They come over here and treat us bad. Like we the ones who don't belong here.
Yeah.
No respectful.
The immigrants are disrespecting women.
Yes.
There's a lot of people who feel like Kamala is working for women's rights.
Because she's black, they feel like they have to vote for her because she is black.
But also women's rights.
They feel like because she's a black and she's a woman, they have to vote for her. But technically, what has she done? Like what women's rights? Like what? She's only acting like she care about black people to get the vote. I'm not stupid.
Come election night, who do you think ultimately is going to win?
Trump, you know he got it, man. On the bag, man. It's going to be a landslide, man.
Oh, really? Trump was right back in 2016.
Damn, I don't want to say that. Damn, don't make me say it. Please don't make me say it. Bye, Kamala. See you later.
Yep. People are finished. You know, they're done with it. They're absolutely done with it. Oh yeah, everybody's going off about this. Kamala Harris busted again, tucking absolutely no one. Yep. We just watched that. Just voted for President Donald J. Trump in the deep blue state or deep blue St. Louis, Missouri. MAGA Valentina Gomez. I believe that she is running for. I don't remember what position she is. She's running for. She may be running for. Dang it! I wish I could remember.
It's 9 a.m. in deep blue St. Louis, Missouri, the most dangerous city in America, thanks to these communist Democrats. And I just voted for President Donald J. Trump to come back into the White House. We're going to send these illegals packing. We're going to finish the wall. We're going to keep men out of women's sports. And we're going to end the murder of babies. They call it reproductive rights, but we have to call it for what it is. Murder. I am excited for those mean tweets to come back, for wars to end, and my favorite one, for these liberals to cry. So never surrender, and let's drill, baby, drill.
Yeah. I think she's going for a law position, so she might be running. For some reason, it's some type of prosecutor. I think she is. I'm not positive. Chloe Cole says, I used to be a liberal transgender child after I left. Just after the left destroyed my body, I was shunned by the trans community, and now I'm voting for Donald J. Trump. You know, yeah, it's coming from all sides. It really is. Benny Johnson says Trump's lawyer Mike Davis delivers dark warning to potential election cheaters. They were able to pull off their shenanigans in 2020 because we let them. We're not letting them get away with it. We have a phenomenal legal team. We have an army of lawyers and election workers. Let's take a listen.
I want to begin by saying that we are so impressed by the election integrity work that has already been done. But it's worth singing the praises and ringing the bell when you get victories like this. This is posted early in the morning hours today. Pennsylvania election integrity, by the way, this is Michael Whatley. This is the chairman of the RNC. We can see why President Trump backed this man to be RNC chair. Early this morning, we learned that Republican poll watchers in Pennsylvania, York, Westmoreland, Allegheny, Leahy, and Cambria, Wyoming, and Lackawanna counties were being turned away. We deployed roving attorneys, engaged with local officials, and now can report that all Republican poll watchers have been let into the building. We will keep fighting, keep winning, and keep sharing updates. It's amazing, Mike. It's like when we fight back, we actually win.
That's right. They were able to pull their shenanigans in 2020 because we let them. We're not letting them do it this time. We have a phenomenal legal team, again, led by RNC Chairman Michael Whatley and Trump General Counsel David Warrington. We're ready this time. We have an army of lawyers. We have an army of election workers, poll watchers. They're not going to be able to get away with their nonsense again.
How about that? Yep. And that's exactly what needs to happen is we need to fight. Donald J. Trump posted this about 50 minutes ago.
What will we do with this moment? How will we be remembered? Look at the opportunities before us. America is a land of heroes. It is a place where greatness is born. Our ancestors settled the Wild West, lifted millions from poverty, disease, and hunger, vanquished tyranny and fascism, ushered the world to new heights of science and medicine, and we are making it greater than ever before. The people dreamed this country, and it's the people who are making America great again. No matter the trials, no matter the challenges to come, we must keep freedom alive in our souls. That one nation, under God, must be the hope and the promise and the light and the glory among all the nations of the world. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much.
Yeah, he posted that about 50 minutes ago. Thank you very much for that message. All right. Let's go a little obscure for a minute, get our minds off of one thing and kind of toss in another and kind of cleanse our palate a little bit. Hollywood secrets. Here we go.
I'll let you in on a little something, but I'm not going to drop names.
Okay.
But I'll never forget, these are black producers. A guy named Kevin Brown and Andre Brown. And he was later on 30 Rock, but they would come to us and they would tell us about vanity and losing your mind in Hollywood and be careful. And they came back from Hollywood to try to expand us. And they sat us down and they're like, you ain't gonna believe what we saw. I'm like, what'd you see? And they said, we saw so-and-so, huge name, so-and-so, huge name, and so-and-so, big name back in the day, chicken hawking at a party. And I went, what? See, you're white. I said, what's chicken hawking? Everyone like, he's white. He don't know chicken hawking. I said, what's chicken hawking? That's when you hanging out with boys that are transvestites. I went, what? What? See, now you're telling stories. Now you're telling stories.
Yeah.
But I never forgot that. 3 years later, this name, ping! Huh.
Busted chicken hawking.
Mm-hmm. These people are all going down one step at a time. Trey Smith, always great info from Trey. He looks at things from a different kind of a theologian kind of viewpoint. And sees things a little bit different, sees numbers a little bit different too. Dave shared a couple of his videos and I've shared quite a few of them as well. The guy's just an incredible brain and capable of doing so many things. Let's take a listen. This is about Dark MAGA.
I feel a breaking today in my spirit. We're on our way to go do these live streams for the election tonight, where we're going to be talking to a variety of people. Some of them have words from the Lord. I don't know what all of those words are. And some of them are people that you might not have heard from before. Some are. But I feel a breaking as I was waking up this morning, and we're going to head and we're doing some setup. This will be one of the most professional live streams, I hope, that we've done. I think the Lord's hand is going to be on it. But last night we were coming through, and I thought to put a video together. It was raining, it was gloomy, as it has been in the nation for actually a long time, stretching back even before Donald Trump was a president of the United States. Now, here behind me, and we recorded this building last night. This is in the heart of downtown Branson, Missouri. And this building is called WonderWorks. It's a kids' science building with a lot of fun, sciencey looking stuff inside to do. It's a lot of fun. We've walked through it before. But it's very symbolic as you're coming down the strip of your world. It's got the Capitol looking pillars, or the ancient Greek, Roman. They actually go all the way back to Egyptian times. These are called wisdom pillars, or they're commonly called wisdom pillars. You find them on political buildings, which of course are modeled after knowledge or wisdom, which is how the Greeks and the Romans fancied themselves. I'm not entirely certain that was always true, but it's symbolic of administrative or government buildings. It is a world flipped upside down, is what you're literally in right now, and all of you know it, even if you don't know the specific reasons why. And I'd like to get to this hat that I've got on. This is commonly referred to as dark MAGA. This is a term that Elon Musk used the other day, a very strange term. This probably has to do with military aspects. There's a world behind the world that you see, and some of that is a very good thing. A lot of it's probably not a very good thing. When I was growing up, my mother was someone who would get words. She would get words from the Lord. That's how I knew to trust many of these prophecies. One of the first Kim Clement meetings, the first Kim Clement meeting that I ever went to, was with my mother when I was growing up. And we ended up going on a cruise ship where I had gotten a prophecy at maybe 16, 17 years old from Kim Clement. And he talked about in the future, and part of it, a Joseph time period that was coming. But there were other people that would give words from the Lord, like you're going to see tonight, even as we do this live stream. I hope some of you, when you're checking through channels, that you'll come to God in a nutshell. This is an important night. There's a breakthrough even in the day today. There was a lady that came up to me in line. I was picking up some food and things just for this live stream we're doing tonight. The lady came up and she said, "Do you feel a break in the spirit today?" Now, no matter what goes on ultimately tonight, you're in a war, both a physical war and a spiritual war, and also a military war. You see that in Ukraine, you see it in Israel. It also goes on in different types of war. So my mother, on one hand, was ultra spiritual. But one of the reasons that I've been able to put together videos over the years that would walk people through, videos that often I'll have people come up and say, some of this stuff seems really profound. But it's actually sometimes when the lies are so great and they come at you so loud, something that's a loud voice, the simple, basic things can again seem profound. My father was a science guy. He did computer science. He had a degree in computer science and mathematics. He worked at Shell Oil Company, a very unusual kind of, it was his fate. I believe that the Lord gave him that job. He said on several occasions that the Lord had spoken to him, and this would be unusual for my father. He was always in front of a computer. For my entire life, I always remember my dad in front of a computer. But I had believed, he did not share with me this story that he had of how he got this unusual job at Shell Oil Company until I was a little older. And he told me this story, and this was a few years before he passed away. He passed away this past year. And he had said that there were 3 occasions in his life where a voice had come out of thin air. One was about 20 years ago when he had his first major heart attack. And it hurt so badly that he was just going to let go. And this, I believe, happened in Taos, New Mexico, or thereabouts. And he was life-flighted to Albuquerque, New Mexico. They had an incredible heart hospital. But he said a voice came out of thin air and said, "You're not going to die today. You're not going to die today." But my dad said the first time he had heard a job like this, a voice like this come out of thin air, he was in Houston, Texas. And he was driving his car, and he had numerous job offers. And these were, to most people, pretty incredible job offers. To be managing PhDs and nerdy type of people, but very smart type of people. My dad had actually worked at, and I can publicly share, is at Los Alamos. This was, he described this as his favorite job that he ever had, or his favorite summer. He was a student scientist at Los Alamos. This was during the time of Bradbury. And he was looking for PhD material at that time while he was working at Los Alamos. Bradbury would have been the second director of Los Alamos, following Oppenheimer. There's a museum called the Bradbury Museum, I think it's called, in the heart of Los Alamos. Before my father passed away, we did a trip through Los Alamos, and I looked at the house that he and Mom lived in. Actually, my mother will be there tonight while we're doing the broadcast. She would give words from the Lord that were incredible growing up. He actually, while Dad was at Los Alamos, on the day they did the moon landing, or whatever may have occurred there, the labs were cleared out, and Dad told this story that while the labs were cleared out, he went into the labs and he had networked the computers. And always in this story, he would emphasize the part, well, I didn't touch the main weapons machine. This was the thing on his mind. But today, in this day and age, networking computers is no big deal. But this was something, he may have been one of the first people to have ever done it. But he was called into Bradbury's office in the morning, second director of Los Alamos after Oppenheimer, and Dad thought they were going to be angry with him, and instead, but they weren't angry with him. They just wanted to know how he had done it. And I remember my father would always in that story, but I didn't touch the weapons machine. I just want you to know that is the way he was. But if you fast forward in time, there were these different jobs that he had in Houston, and he didn't really like any of them, but he'd have to pick one because he has to pay bills and has a mortgage. And at that time, I was probably on the way. And he said that he was driving down this main street in Houston, and a voice came out of thin air. And it said, "Your job is waiting for you in that building over there." So Dad said that it was like a voice just came out of thin air. And my dad wasn't he was a very good man. He was a godly man, but he wasn't somebody that did the open praise and worship like my mother did. She would dance around and the Spirit of the Lord would just flow through her. He was a very sciencey man in a world. And my dad would tell me growing up that your biggest problem in the days ahead, even when I was a kid, would be with the universities. That's where a lot of the darkness that you have today, whether it be in your medias, whether it be the dark sets of people behind all of this, the people living in the castles that are funding the celebrities who are out here trying to talk you into their world takeover, or whatever it is they're going to do with all of their sciences that are upside down. All of this is made possible via your current universities. And my dad told me that. He worked part-time as a professor. He taught at Rice. He taught at the University of Houston. And he did this in his spare time. The classroom was mainly full of Asian students. I noticed that when I was a kid, when I would sit there. But this voice, he said, came out of thin air. And it said, "Your job is waiting for you in that building." And these buildings didn't have signs on them. This was Shell Science and Research. And Dad went inside the building, and he told the secretary, he said, she says, "Can I help you?" And he said, "Well, my name's Carl Smith." And she said, "Well, what can I do for you?" And he said, "Well, I'd heard you may be looking for some good people." Now, he didn't mention to her that he had heard this while he was driving down the road in the car by himself, and you point out that part of the story. But the woman said, "Well, let me see if I can get someone for you." And finally, a man came out, and Dad said, and I just enjoyed conversations with this man. There was a spirit there, almost like a frequency that you can tell between people. God does all things in this place. And they got along. And then finally the man said to my dad, he said, well, I really enjoyed talking to you, Mr. Smith or Dr. Smith, but we don't have any, any openings right now that I know of. And so my dad got up to leave and shake his hand. And as he was walking out, the man said, well, I'll just have to, but Mr. Smith, I'll just have to create one for you. And my dad had an unusual job at Shell for his entire career. It was what paid for all these heart surgeries, including one with the doctor that did a heart surgery on Arnold Schwarzenegger out there in California. I believe his name is Von Braun. And it was actually Jane Clement that had set that up because she adopts special needs children. And we would not have been able to do that had it not been for that relationship. But that man that Dad sat with and talked to and enjoyed ended up becoming one of the vice presidents of Shell Oil Company that he had a talk with that day. And this all began with a voice that came out of thin air. Now here behind us is a building, that is a science building in a world that is upside down. When you talk about dark MAGA, one of the things that my dad did in his retirement was and I state all of this to you just humbly. I'm telling you some things about my life. We're going to do a live stream tonight, and I believe that the Lord has done things in every one of your lives that are things that when you really look at it, the Lord has been screaming to you the entire time. There's going to be a breaking in this nation. There's going to be a breaking, and I know that for a variety of reasons. Let me give you one of them as an example. I've done biblical documentaries for my life. So following all of this, whatever happens tonight and the chaos that ensues, and even if there is chaos, I want you to have courage in your heart and to hold your head up high, because that you're watching the stages of a breaking of things that were dark, that wanted to take every one of you for everything you are and have. That's what darkness always does. And I don't need a back channel post or anything else to tell you that. That is the motive of darkness since the very beginning. When in terms of a dark MAGA or military things that are rumored to be behind the scenes, I can tell you that I know that the Lord has plans for this nation, because there are things I don't know a lot about. I tell you, my dad did military contracts that dealt with, I'll phrase this carefully, things that would go in and out of facilities. And one of the relationships that he had that would get those contracts is someone that was very high up in NASA, that was a friend that I would just be able to talk to growing up. And that's why I never badmouth NASA, because sometimes when things are told to you that are one way, and they might be another way in a lot of instances. And there might be good people and bad people. Your military and your government agencies, just like Barack Obama said, are so large, you can have different factions in there that might not always kind of struggle and tug of war with each other. But if you've got one good person in there, you've got a lot of good people in there. There are artifacts that in the future you'll come to learn about. You know, in Indiana Jones movies, artifacts, ancient artifacts, were in Nazi boxes. A lot of those went to, I think, places like Argentina and things like this. There are things on the horizon that you're going to learn about. And the Lord wouldn't have set things like that aside if he didn't intend for you to have days of joy and peace. After all the breaking, after the chains are broken, and you get your buildings turned back around right side up, you're going to have days ahead where you can enjoy, where you will be able to look upon things where you say, oh my gosh, we had no idea that these things even existed or could be possible or true. Before we get to all of that, and notate all the little words I just told you there. There are things the Lord wouldn't have protected things for you to see, things they told you didn't even exist, and things you'll say, I would have never thought that such a thing could be possible or real. That's where you're on your way to. That's where you're on your way to. The Lord founded this nation. He's not finished with this nation, and he has not changed his mind. We're going to be live streaming at godinanutshell.com tonight. We're going to broadcast even on the legacy social media companies. But if things get rocky tonight, we're going to respectfully shut those down and just continue to stream on godinanutshell.com because we want to be able to be free to speak. I expect there to be lots of chaos, but there's a breaking in the spirit that happened today. There's a newness in the wind. I want to state this. God bless every last one of you. Come over to God in a Nutshell. It'll be right there on the front page. God bless every last one of you and your families on the other side of the screen.
You know, I don't care if you don't have to agree with him. You don't have to disagree with him, you know, but we give everybody the opportunity to speak. And your personal opinions, well, as I've said before, my give a fucks are broken. Okay. And
Yeah, mine too.
there ain't no super glue to fix that, you know. So you can talk about people, you can say anything you want, you know, freedom of speech and all that, you know, but just understand the bigger picture. And if you're incapable of seeing the bigger picture, maybe this isn't the place for you. It's you know, that's simple. Jack Straw says, what's your prayer? Children praying for the U.S. election.
You guys, look at these little kids in India praying for the United States of America and the election.
Let's pray for President Trump, family, team, and USA. Let the Spirit of God be poured upon President Trump. Fair elections be conducted. No rigging. All Christians come and vote for President Trump. Angel presence with Trump and team. Angel powers help him. Angel protection with him. Every evil be revealed and destroyed. Let every power of darkness be destroyed. Witchcraft powers be defeated. Black magic powers be destroyed. Powers of demonic evil spirits be cast down and destroyed. Every dead spirit destroyed. Jealous spirit destroyed. Spirit of anger destroyed. Adultery and lust spirit destroyed. Lying spirit destroyed. Spirit of division destroyed. Deceiving spirits be destroyed. Holy Spirit fire be poured upon USA and the world. End time revival, fire and harvest spread. Joel 2:28 be manifested. Peaceful elections be conducted. Blessings upon President Trump's family for protection, for health, for wisdom, for knowledge, fruit of the Holy Spirit. Holy Spirit anointing upon President Trump. Peace in the world through him. Pray as the Spirit leads in the Holy Spirit.
Wow. Amen.
We've got children on the other side of the world praying for our country. You know,
It's because this is worldwide.
Yeah, exactly. You know, if the last bastion of freedom, the last bastion of hope is extinguished, then the world has no hope, you know. I don't believe that we're going to see that, you know. George says Pennsylvania judge just issued an order giving voters in Luzerne County an extra 90 minutes to vote tonight. The courts are not letting corrupt election officials disenfranchise any voters with long lines or broken voting machines. And that's great. It's great to hear that, you know. This is the kind
This
of
is
stuff
in real time. This is what we're seeing in real time.
Yep. So that was posted 25 minutes ago. So I'm trying to keep refreshing so that and try and stay like everything new. Because I think at this point here it's important. It's important that we're on top of it, that we the people are on top of it. This is our future, guys. This is our future, all of us, you know, and sharing and talking about these issues and things like that. These are the things that need to be done right now.
So, Mr. Sciatica wanted me to go look at Ingersoll Lockwood. Dave, have you been there yet today?
Yeah, I was just waiting on it because it's a song. We can play it.
Yeah, there was a little bit more.
There's a couple different links to it that I retweeted today, reposted.
So,
and go ahead.
One of them being the vote, vote, vote. Okay. And it comes up with at the end where you have that little address bar where it kind of tells you where you're going down on the bottom left-hand corner of the screen. It takes you to 812-869 or 1269, excuse me.
Yeah.
So when I went to it, let me pull it back up here because that.
It takes us to donaldjtrump.com, and then in the address bar it says polling place, and it says 1717-green forgo 41020, which is Donald John Trump, and then 812 and then 1269.
And 1269, the last or next to last line, it says fight, fight, fight.
If you're going to read it, please bring it up. That's the only thing I'm looking for here.
Okay.
And the Rabbit's also a song.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're two different songs.
So, fight, fight, fight. What? Where have we heard that before, Dave?
Yeah, after he was shot. 611, put on the armor of God.
And then again, 812, fight, fight, fight.
Yes, that's no accident. They want you divided.
And then also that online thing, the video we watched.
Yeah.
I was looking at it, and he put something else. You look like a poster out. Let me pull it up here. At 111, okay, right here, protect the vote. And if you go to post number 111, it talks about Huma again. And I'll bring that up. Give me just a second here.
So Slow Country, if you click on the 111, click right on the numbers.
Okay.
Okay, and then close the box to the right. Now hold your control button down and scroll in a little bit. Make it big enough so that people can see it.
Oh. Okay. I'll do it this way.
There you go. Thank you.
Yep. Important context. What have you learned about Huma? What organization is Huma? Which U.S. president is affiliated with Huma? Why is this relevant? What year or years did this occur? Who funded on behalf of this president? Why is this important? What years did this occur? What just happened in Saudi Arabia? Who was arrested? Funds frozen. Why would this former president be funded pre-political days? Repeat. Important. Why would this former president be funded pre-political days? Why is the relevance? Was the MB affiliated to any of these organizations or people. Dave, what's MB?
Muslim Brotherhood.
Okay.
And Huma they're not speaking of Huma Abedin. They're speaking of the Harvard University Muslim alumni. And that is funded by Prince Al-Walid of Saudi Arabia, who was purged and hung by his ankles right before the Q drop started. And he was one of the major owners in Twitter. That was the beginning of the white hat control of Twitter.
Why are the events in Saudi Arabia so important? And you were just talking about that, the Twitter thing and Harvard University Muslim.
And also that purge, but also that was Trump's first trip abroad, and he had the sword dance. That was the first tour in the capitulation, and it was the first side of the triangle of the Saudi Arabia, Rothschilds, Soros triangle. That was the first side to fall, and the other two are next.
And the other thing that's interesting about this post is Delta is actually today.
This particular Delta of 111?
It's today.
Yeah. And by the way, that was also in the address bar of the Ingersoll Lockwood. 111 was.
Yes.
Go ahead.
And why was John Kerry in Saudi Arabia recently? Why was POTUS last tweet in reference to Saudi Arabia prior to the happening? Why was POTUS's Twitter taken down days before undercover of a rogue employee? Refocus again. Who was arrested in Saudi Arabia? Any ownership stakes in any U.S. companies? Why is this relevant? Twitter, Las Vegas, recent events. Why would investment be made in a former president pre-political days? What year or years did this occur? What faith does Huma represent? What faith does damn it, you just said it. The Muslim Brotherhood represent? What faith does Huma represent? Who are the bad actors? Who funds the majority of U.S. senior politicians? Fantasyland. Fantasyland. Was the former president of the United States groomed to be command-in-chief? Is this possible? Is the U.S. political election system corrupt? Who owns the poll machines? Soros? Why is this relevant? They never thought she would lose. They never thought she would lose. Fantasyland, Fantasyland. The complete picture would put 99% of Americans, the world, in a hospital. POTUS is our savior. Pray. Operators are active. We are at war. Good night, Barack Obama. Snow White, Godfather 3. And I find it interesting that Fantasyland came up again.
This is the third and fourth post that I've seen Fantasyland just in the past 24 hours. Just since we've been on. And and there are a few thoughts to that that I can touch on here. One is that Fantasyland is a water park in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. They've also called Saudi Arabia the Bloody Wonderland. And so there's speculation as to Fantasyland being in Saudi Arabia. And this is Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, where this Fantasyland is, I guess, permanently closed as of May 2016. Okay. So the question would be, why is it maybe, was it permanently closed? And it could lead to, the reason why Vegas comes up is because the Vegas shooting of Route 91, the largest shooting in U.S. history, was an assassination attempt against Mohammed bin Salman, which Trump saved his life, and by alerting him to that. And so very odd that the largest mass shooting in U.S. history was for the assassination of Mohammed bin Salman. And basically, I'm sorry, yeah, al-Walid, who was the financing of the Manchurian candidate known as Barack Obama. He was the one that owned Twitter, had ownership in U.S. companies, and was as exposed and hung by his ankles. And that's what. And by the way, all the drops that have led me up to today, like last night and the night before, almost all of them mentioned Saudi Arabia, Hillary Clinton, and Barack Obama. They were all in bed together, and that ties in the Muslim Brotherhood as well.
So here's an election update here from 5 minutes ago from Wall Street Apes. Let me go ahead and put it up here. Swing state Arizona, polls are down in Arizona and Bullhead City. I'm at the Hope Church and Raymar. Polls have been down since 6 o'clock. Nobody can vote. Republicans are overwhelmingly vote on election day. This is voter suppression. Go back to paper ballots. No more electric voting or electronic voting machines. Hawk, did you play this one earlier?
He must be outside getting coffee.
He must be. I'll go ahead and play it.
I think he did.
You think he did?
Yeah, but you can play it again. It's short.
Okay.
Arizona in Bullhead City. I'm at the Hope Church in Raymar. Polls have been down since 6 o'clock. Nobody can vote. Just letting everybody know. Polls are down in Arizona in Bullhead City. I'm at the Hope Church in Raymar. Polls have been down since 6 o'clock. Nobody can vote.
And by the way, this is the song that went with the Ingersoll Lockwood dive that we just did. Here it is.
In the land of stars and stripes we stand so bold, with the banjo strum and spirits bright and gold. Freedom rings in every heart, come on, let's say, vote like your life depends on it today. In the fields and in the towns where dreams take flight, voices strong and voices loud bring forth the light. Peace and prosperity is the call we heed. Vote, 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 it's what we need. Vote, vote, vote for our future and our fate. Lift your head and mark that box, it's not too late. Healthy, safe, and strong is our banner's plea. Make America great with your liberty. Every hand in unity across this vast land. Vote for justice, vote for peace, take a stand. Safety for our children, strength in every hand. Prosperity in every corner, so let's demand. From sea to shining sea where freedom calls, our ancestors' spirits echo through the halls. They fought for this republic, let's honor their fight. Vote, vote, vote for what is right. Vote, vote, vote for our future and our fate. Lift your head and mark that box, it's not too late. Healthy, safe, and strong is our banner's plea. Make America great with your liberty.
And there you have Ingersoll Lockwood, which gives us a tremendous amount of comms, and this is probably no different, certainly with what it's telling us to do. And just know that I think all eyes are on this election without question. Trump warned those people twice before the election that they would go to jail if they interfered in the election. And he put out the warning, and everybody knows. So the question is, is it going to be exposed, and when?
Yeah. So this is interesting too, and I'll explain why here in a second.
Is that Jill?
It is, wearing a red pantsuit.
Oh my God, they voted for Trump.
And Raw's Alerts just put something out. Let me go back to it here.
And by the way, Slow, if you were president and you got pushed out, and you know exactly who pushed you out, it wasn't Trump that pushed you out,
right?
Okay, and you know who pushed you out, would you vote for them?
Oh no.
No.
So, according to reports, President Joe Biden will not attend Vice President Kamala Harris's election night watch party. And that's interesting with the pantsuit thing I just showed you.
Yeah. And how about the MAGA hat?
Yeah, there's that too.
And how about giving us the biggest boost since the assassination, which was calling Trump supporters garbage?
Uh-huh.
That was a huge boost, a huge, exposure of the actual, thought process behind these people. It's unbelievable.
Yeah. And you remember reading that post about the poll workers about being undercover?
Yeah.
Well, check this out from Rutherford, New Jersey. Let me pull it up here. Rutherford, New Jersey, according to a New Jersey voter who sent this video into OMG 70 East Pierpont Avenue in Rutherford, New Jersey, uniquely uses two voting systems, one that prints your ballot onto paper and the other where voters stand in the line to place a printed ballot into a drop box. Voters have stood in line for hours. Some have left the line, and other voters exited. Yeah, sorry about that.
You can blow that up so we can all read it too, if you do what Hawk had told you about.
Oh, where I can open it up on the. There we go. Let me try it this way. Copy link.
Can't you just make your screen bigger?
No, I'm on the app on the computer here. But I can't make it larger here.
There you go. Yeah, the app sucks, dude. You gotta go straight online because that's a lot easier to maneuver.
Voters have stood in line for hours. Some left the line, but exited the polling station with their ballot in hand, believing it was cast and that they had a receipt.
Interesting.
So I'm going to go ahead and go back here. I'm going to play that video.
Over here, and then you wait on this. Okay, so this is what's going on in Rutherford, New Jersey. You check in on the right-hand side. You vote in these booths over here, and then you wait on this astronomically long line with your ballot in your hand to then vote at the end of the line.
That's interesting. So that means there may be voters who still have their ballot, but it's never going to get cast because they thought it was a receipt. Because I think it's one of the rules that if your ballot leaves the polling place on your person, it has to be spoiled.
Yeah, it's not counted. See, the machines, some of them just print out your ballot, and then you have to then cast your ballot. And that's what sounds like what's going on there.
Yes. So, I mean, that's interesting in itself.
Yeah. Interesting. There is
Hey, Dave, I'm sending you something right now.
this is interesting. Watch the body language of this woman as she talks about the Harris campaign.
And install Vice President Harris as the next president. It'll be a long day. We don't expect this race to be called early, but we are optimistic that we are literally about to be able to turn the page on Donald Trump and install Vice President Harris as the next president of the United States. It'll be a long day. We don't
shaking her head side to
expect this
side.
race to be called early, but we are optimistic that we are literally about to be able to turn the page on Donald Trump.
Yeah, no, it's not going to happen. She's shaking her head because she knows that they got no shot.
Yeah, they're screwed.
Legitimately.
I just sent you something through X Messenger.
Okay.
That was put out by Donald Trump. I'm getting ready to. Holy crap.
Elaine Steiger, if you go back about 45 minutes, we actually covered that in regards to the stay online.
You talking about Fletch 17? Slow?
Yeah.
Do you want me to bring it up or are you bringing it up?
Please.
Okay. It says Donald J. Trump, a lot of talk about massive cheating in Philadelphia, law enforcement coming. New Trump, they aren't messing around this time. From Fletch 17. Yeah.
You were just talking about that.
In real time. In real time. That's what's happening. He's on it. I mean, he warned them twice. And the first time he warned them, I don't know if anybody has a link to that, but it was a Truth Social, and I think it was a tweet as well. And I just don't know how to search them, but that he mentioned the people that are watching it, all legal, all exposing the corruption. It's all coming together.
And what's really funny is on Ingersoll Lockwood, one of the things it said Space Force status when you click on it. You know what? I'll just bring it up because it might be easier that way for me to explain.
By the way, over 3,300 of you all in here. Thanks for joining us on this Election Day 2024 live coverage as we expose the shall we call them abnormalities, or shall we call them election interference? They are congruent to each other. And we are exposing that in real time because that is, bringing these actions into the sunshine will bring light to this darkness, because they're in the darkness of these machines and the software and the phone calls or texts going on behind the scene. They are trying to steal this election because they know if they don't, their lives are over. It's quite simple. So they're using the blackmail that they have. Look at all of Diddy's people. Now remember, folks, now think about this, and this isn't something that we necessarily that I've talked about before. But think about the timing of the Diddy list. Now, we know that Biden-Harris, in terms of the fake presidency, we know that they're in charge of the lawfare that's going on, or the white hats are allowing them to go after Trump so that it might expose them even more. Ergeron, Marchand have been exposed without question. Letitia James, Alvin Bragg, Fani Willis, her lover, they've all been exposed through that process. So that could easily be a white hat operation, easily be a white hat script. But think about the P. Diddy arrest. That happened under the lawfare, or the DOJ, Homeland Security, FBI, that we believe is controlled by the cabal and Joe Biden and Kamala Harris and their puppet masters. Well, so that shows that arrest came, without Trump's involvement. So it's not like he's trying to get back at all those people that have come out against him. But as that is revealed, the P. Diddy, and then all the people associated with P. Diddy follow up to that with an endorsement of Kamala Harris. It's like getting a restaurant endorsement from John Wayne Gacy. I mean, it just it doesn't. I'm not going to that restaurant. If Gacy likes it and he likes the taste of human flesh, I ain't going there. So was that arrest in order to show the elite, we have everything and we're going to expose you if you don't step up and vote Kamala and show support for Kamala and Walz? So it's either, a black hat blackmail operation to get that support in the waning hours of the Harris campaign, or it's a white hat script to expose just how corrupt the Biden-Harris administration is and how corrupt Harris is.
So one of the links on the Ingersoll Lockwood, like I was saying earlier, it's been like this forever, where it goes to Space Force status. Have you clicked on that before, Dave?
if you show me, I can tell you. I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Okay, so
We got visuals, dude. Let's use them.
yeah, I was trying to pull it up before I did anything here. Okay, so right here, let me make sure I got the right one. Here we go. Go Space Force status, right? If you click on that, it takes you here. But if you go back to Space Force recruiting, why she serves to help solve problems and execute the vision for our country. I thought that was really interesting, and that was 5 hours ago. And that was Space Force recruiting. But if we go to Space Force, for nearly 5 years, the Space Force has been committed to securing our nation's interests in, from, and to space. There's a picture of the satellite here. And I think that's interesting because of everything we learned from 2020 as far as the voting and all that stuff goes. Maybe I'm reaching, but I thought that was really interesting.
So the thing about the National Guard, Kevin just sent me that we are now at hundreds of National Guard troops, largely cyber forces, activated for tense election day. Now it's 18 states and Washington, D.C. And
so what are the 3 states that were added?
I'm trying to find that now. I've got to go to hey, Kevin, did you hear that? Here's U.S. Civil Defense News. Yeah, it doesn't say. Also, U.S. Civil Defense News an hour ago just posted Iran may attack Israel within the next 24 hours, according to IDF and U.S. intelligence. This could be the war that that suspends the count that they may try to use.
Yeah.
I have not yet found that direct article on which 3 states have been added. Now, U.S. Civil Defense News, Captain Coronado, this is not an official military. He's a retired military officer, former political advisor to NATO, 3-star general, former congressional staffer, wounded warrior, and Iraq war veteran. That's U.S. Civil Defense News. And he believes that if they steal this election, civil war will start. Be prepared now. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Biden's definitely skipping the Kamala party.
Oh, yeah. Well, we kind of figured that because, they did kind of screw him over. So
Yeah,
I know I wouldn't go out of my way to support somebody that screwed me.
exactly. As a matter of fact, I'd vote against them. Right?
Oh yeah.
Here's a good I think a good exit poll. Oh, Hawk, who you got there, buddy?
I got the runt of this litter. One of the big dogs was picking on him, so I had to let him know that he was loved.
Who's that coming up to say hi? Who was that?
That was Mama. She's making sure he didn't pee on me.
Oh, that's sweet. What's his name?
I haven't given him one yet. Maybe somebody will come up with a good one.
You know,
What do you think?
Jasper was the runt of his litter, and his the mama who was the breeder. She said because he was the runt, I would pick him up and hold him tight and tell him I loved him every morning.
Yeah, he likes my beard.
I can see that.
Are you? Do you want to be Jasper 2.0? So we have our own Jasper. Yeah. Well, how about that?
Jasper Jr.
Yeah,
JJ.
Junior. We'll call you Junior.
Is he a boy?
Yeah. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, he's little though.
He's tiny. No
compared
kidding,
to the rest
man.
of them. Yeah.
So check this out, dudes. This is CNN, so we know we can get some really good information out of CNN, right? Okay.
It's a pretty dour mood in terms of the way people feel things are going in the United States. Nationally, only 7% of voters say they're enthusiastic.
No. Only 7% of people coming out of the polls are enthusiastic about the way things are going in the United States. Wow, shocker there.
19% say they're satisfied. Look at these numbers. 43% dissatisfied, 29% angry, 72% of the electorate. It's a pretty dour mood in terms of
72% of the electorate, if they don't figure out that it's Kamala and Joe are the reason for that, then they don't deserve to be satisfied. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. We got any new updates?
I haven't looked. I was I've had this Ingersoll song queued up and ready to play.
We played it when you were gone. The new one?
Did you? Okay, there were two new songs.
Oh, I didn't know that. I just got
Yeah.
one. I got the
You got the vote. Is that the one you got?
I think so. You can
This
go ahead
one
and
here?
play, you can go ahead and play both of them. We got some new people coming in. We got over 3,300 new beautiful folks in the shed.
Yeah, there were two of them. One of them was "The Rabbit" was a song, and then of course you had the vote area. So, and that brought up the Swamp the Vote, as you already saw, and then.
In the halls where freedom reigns, lift your hearts and break the chains. Duty calls, let's stake our claim. Too big to rig, we'll play the game. Trump 47, unite Americans, one and all. Watch the global cabal tumble and fall. Raise your voice, don't hesitate. Vote to seal this nation's fate. From the mountains to the bay, America leads the way. Too big to rig is the only way. Too big to rig, get out and vote. Lift your hands and rock the boat. America's banner flying high. with our voices touch the sky. Left-wing puppets say goodbye. Make it strong and keep it bright. Stand for justice, truth, and light. Health and wealth, the future's clear. A better land is drawing near. Trump 47 leads the way. Too big to rig is the only way. For the future we'll unite through the day and darkest night. Hope and courage in our hearts. Let this be where greatness starts. Too big to rig, get out and vote. Lift your hands and rock the boat. America's banner flying high. With our voices touch the sky. Trump 47 leads the way. Too big to rig is the only way. One nation under God. God bless us, patriots, one and all. It's the end for the global cabal.
So is that the one that you played earlier?
I can't remember.
Okay, this is and this one here is Vote, Vote, Vote.
In the land of stars and stripes we stand so bold, with the banjo strum and spirits bright and gold. Freedom rings in every heart, come on let's say, vote like your life depends on it today. In the fields and in the towns where dreams take flight, voices strong and voices loud bring forth the light. Peace and prosperity is the call we heed. Vote, 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 it's what we need. Vote, vote, vote for our future and our fate. Lift your head and mark that box, it's not too late. Healthy, safe, and strong is our banner's plea. Make America great with your liberty. Every hand in unity across this vast land. Vote for justice, vote for peace, take a stand. Safety for our children, strength in every hand. Prosperity in every corner, so let's demand. From sea to shining sea where freedom calls, our ancestor spirits echo through the halls. They fought for this republic, let's honor their fight. Vote, vote, vote for what is right. Vote, vote, vote for our future and our fate. Lift your head and mark that box, it's not too late. Healthy, safe, and strong is our banner's plea. Make America great with your liberty.
You know, it's kind of crazy. You know, we have no idea who these bands are, you know. But I mean, we have gone through I think this makes like 12 songs now that they've done. It's America's Last Chance, Save Our Pets, Save Our Land, the 1926, 1927, which talks about the time traveling Trump, right? Making World History, the Red, White, and Blue one, then the Psalms. Can you not kiss your father right now? Okay, we're live right now. Okay, yeah, you can go outside and kiss your dad. Let's see, the Red, White, and Blue, the Psalms, Pray for 4547, Prayer for America, Trump RFK, Land of the Free, Last Chance for America, and Swamp the Vote. And then these two today makes 15. No, I'm sorry, makes 17, because I don't have the two songs that came out before I started realizing that we could download the songs. And I've never been able to find the other two again. So,
Well, let me play this one, which is comes to mind again after New York State went in and killed that squirrel and raccoon.
Freedom song does swell. Came a time when trouble rang its bell. For they're eating their pets, ain't no denying.
We're getting a bit of a feedback. Are you hearing an echo?
play it again. Make sure you mute.
Tears in mama's eyes, she's crying. They've taken our dogs, Chipper's gone. Cat's fur on the front lawn at dawn. No end in sight, this hungry tide. Our love for them we cannot hide. They're eating our dogs, they're eating our cats. They're taking our pets, enough of that. It's time to send them back right on track. Save America, it's time to act. In the valleys and fields of green, neighbors whisper about the unseen. A silent threat to our family hearts, tearing our community apart. Flags wave on porches old and new, but who saves Fido and Missy too? Not just pets, they are our kin. Let's stand up now and let it begin. They're eating our dogs, they're eating our cats. They're taking our pets, enough of that. It's time to send them back right on track. Save America, it's time to act. They're eating our cats, they're taking our pets. Enough of that, it's time to send them back right on track. Save America, it's time to act. They're eating our dogs, they're eating our cats. They're taking our pets, enough of that. It's time to send them back right on track. Save America, it's time to act. Time to act.
I forgot about that, Dave. I forgot to tell you about that. So the songs that we have under brand there that are background music, if we're on screen, it actually plays like 2 or 3 times over on the people who are watching us. I forgot that until after you muted. And it was still going. I was like, oh yeah, it's because we're on the screen. If we weren't,
okay.
yeah. So we have to remember to kind of back out when we play them from background music, anyways. So, yeah, that's it. That was a good point for that song. The situation with Peanut. You and I talked about this the other night. The squirrel and the raccoon, that was ridiculous. It has absolutely nothing to do with the people who were caring for them, because there's all kinds of stories going on around about them now, about their OnlyFans page and all that other stuff, and that it's that Peanut was the mascot for their OnlyFans thing. Okay. And there's like outrage on this side about that and all that. So we're not trying to make it about those individuals. We're talking about the 2 lives that were actually taken, and that's the raccoon and the squirrel. There was absolutely no reason for that whatsoever, for them to be killed. That's just ridiculous. So, just to throw my opinion in there. you might have a different opinion about it, and that's okay. But to me, it's the loss of life to the animals that it was totally wrong.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, anybody trying to justify that is going to have to go a long damn way to do that. This is something that just popped up from Peter Benninger. Stickers on all 13 tabulators at Milwaukee Central count broken. They are going to start all over counting from the beginning. This is it, citizens. This is their Georgia water pipe break. Their 2.5 dinner break from November 3rd, 2020 in Milwaukee. Announcement by election officials we will be counting until 2 to 3 a.m. Announcement by Peter, we have Team Wisconsin in place to catch these sons of bitches. Call the National Guard in now. See tweet requoted here for the gory details. Attention, America, we need your help. New election clerk Paulina Gutierrez is slow walking the election right now at Central Count in the city of Milwaukee. We need you all to contact her office and demand she get to work and speed up the election. Here's why. Paid workers are milling around, ballots are stacked up, but only 4 of the 13 tabulators are being fed ballots at any given time. Sometimes no tabulators are running. Announcement was just made they expect to be counting ballots until 2 to 3 a.m. November 6th, but tons of workers milling around doing nothing. Paulina has not been seen at Central Count at all. Lots of skinny ballots. Wisconsin Election Commissioner Ann Jacobs is sitting on the floor at the Central Count, which is being held this year at the Baird Convention Center, downtown Milwaukee. She is doing nothing to move things along. Ballots are coming in from the wrong wards. Many ballots, they say, have to be remade. State law permits opening and tabulating the ballots beginning at 7 a.m. At 8:30 a.m., they still were not doing so. They began at 9:38 a.m. Unbelievable. Contact the City of Milwaukee Election Commission at room 501 City Hall and demand Paulina get the election going. Help us, call them, email them. Be polite but firm. Yeah. And by the way, these are the voter, I'm reposting the voter protection hotlines. So if you see a problem and you want to go local, these are the numbers you dial in your state. VoteSaveAmerica.com.
So also, there's an update here about the lawsuit that was filed from the Libertarian Party in Colorado against Jenna Griswold. And so the ruling was, and it was because the leaked passwords is what it was.
Can you make that bigger, slow?
I can. I'm going to go to the, do it this way.
Would you get out of the app so that we can see your screen when you come up without having to go to the...
Yeah, I'll do that. So let me search here. Okay. So the judge denied the petition. It was over the passwords. And the conclusion is, accordingly, for the reasons set forth above, the verified petition is denied. With the imminence of the election short time period within which to seek review in our Supreme Court, the division clerk has on this date notified council via electronic mail of this order being issued. So for those that want a little bit of background here, I'll pull it up. The Libertarian Party of Colorado has announced it has pursued legal action against Jenna Griswold, the Colorado Secretary of State, and her office following the disclosure of passwords for voting machines. This action is in response to what the Libertarian Party of Colorado views as a severe breach of election security protocols, which was not addressed promptly even after the issue had become known. The integrity of our electoral process is fundamental to the republic, and the scrutiny of our voting systems is paramount, stated Jim Wiley, executive director, representing the Libertarian Party of Colorado. The Colorado Secretary of State's office should have acted swiftly to rectify the situation once it was aware of the issue. The delay in response, especially after the matter became public, raises significant concerns about the commitment to election security. The LPCO's decision comes after it was revealed through public channels that passwords for voting machines critical to the state's election infrastructure were compromised. Despite knowing about the breach for months, the Secretary of State's office did not take immediate corrective action, only addressing the issues once it gained public attention. We are compelled to take this legal route in order to ensure that such lapses in security are not only corrected but are prevented in the future, added Wiley. Voter confidence is at stake, and it is our duty to safeguard the trust in our electoral systems. We call upon all Coloradans to support our legal action by donating to the party, link in the replies. This directly affects the credibility of our elections, and the right to a secure and transparent voting process is non-negotiable. And the judge denied it. Any thoughts on that?
You know, it's obvious that we've got corrupt judges in the mix without question. Even despite Trump appointing over 200 federal judges, what we're seeing and what was placed there was that it's up to the people that are running this election. It's up to them to safeguard and instill in the American people that the feeling of safety. This is, I'll take you to Executive Order 14848, imposing certain sanctions in the event of foreign interference in the United States election. I, Donald J. Trump, President of the United States of America, find that the ability of persons located in whole or in substantial part outside the United States to interfere in or undermine public confidence in United States elections. Okay. So interfere in or undermine public confidence. This isn't about even just, electing somebody that wasn't elected. It's undermining public confidence in the United States elections, including through the unauthorized accessing of election and campaign infrastructure, or the covert distribution of propaganda and disinformation, constitutes an unusual and extraordinary threat to the national security and foreign policy of the United States. Although there has been no evidence of a foreign power altering the outcome or vote tabulation in any United States election, foreign powers have historically sought to exploit America's free and open political system. In recent years, the proliferation of digital devices and internet-based communications has created significant vulnerabilities and magnified the scope and intensified the intensity of the threat of foreign interference, as illustrated in the 2017 Intelligence Community Assessment. I hereby declare a national emergency to deal with this threat. This threat, this national emergency, has never been undone. That's what we have to remember. It's never been undone. And Bill Schultz says, yeah, outside of the United States includes the District of Columbia. It's captured foreign land, without question. It is occupied territory. And probably why all the fences and all the bordering up and all that.
So Libs of TikTok just posted, wow, recently revealed footage shows a U.S. Postal Service worker allegedly tossing 300 mailers in favor of a New Jersey Republican representative into a dumpster outside a supermarket. There is no evidence of voter fraud.
Of course she's dumping.
All you have to do
Well,
is.
of course she's dumping.
It won't. The computer won't record.
It won't. Yeah. It won't record for me.
No, but do you know where she's from?
That's something else.
Yeah, we have a license plate.
Oh, there you go.
She has a Pennsylvania plate, but it looks like the mail's from Jersey.
I might come bum one off of you.
Huh?
I might come bum one. Okay, seriously.
We'll have a drink, too.
Seriously, thank you.
Now, this guy stops and talks to her. I would get that license plate as well.
I'm having trouble making out where she is. Are those ballot boxes that she's pulled up next to?
And here comes that same vehicle again, following her.
I don't know if it'll help. She said the 10th at 4:23, he was all up on her, walking towards the sushi, go get sushi. That timestamp will help you.
Are those ballot boxes?
Yep. Yep. It's either that or red trash cans, and I don't remember any red trash cans anywhere ever. You know, I mean, even our street trash cans are either green or they're black, or blue. But I've never seen red ones. So yeah, I think that those are ballot boxes, and she was dumping a whole lot of ballots in there. She made what, 3 trips? You know, that's kind of ridiculous. Bo Loudon says, holy cow, New York is in play for rightful President Trump as he leads in districts. Biden won by 15 points. President Trump is polling ahead in New York swing districts where Joe Biden, well, so let's see. I urge all New Yorkers to get out. This is Elisa Stefanik. I urge all New Yorkers to get out and vote early in person to elect all of our incredible New York GOP candidates on your ballot. So, yeah, absolutely. Elon Musk is expected to spend the night at Mar-a-Lago with Donald Trump as they await the election results. Nothing better than to have an alien with you to win an election, right? It's he. How many times has Elon said that? I'm an alien. Bunch of times, right? If I'm not mistaken. Here we go.
And she feels very good about our chances, I think I can say, right?
In my state,
I think North Carolina. We're going to win North Carolina. It's better win Pennsylvania. She's the best writer on what you call the Rust Belt, I think. And should be an easier name. Rust Belt's terrible name. The Steel Belt. How about that?
What do people like about him? Things people like about you? Mixing.
Yeah.
People respect people
So many.
that make things,
I mean, that is my day job.
right? But
My day jobs.
that is part of the American ethos,
Yeah.
right?
By Sterling to North Carolina and no commitment to do it. One
I want to thank you for that.
Let's welcome, of course.
That's my people.
You guys try to be as helpful as possible.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, John.
Great in Florida, where you can practice without, threat of partisan investigations and all this nonsense.
That's a hell of a media center, isn't it? All that. Dave, wouldn't you love to have that for an editing studio?
Oh man, that's pretty badass right there.
And there's multiple. They got them over here and over here too. So
Yep. All the
It's
cameras from around the wouldn't that be cool if we saw us up there?
that would I'd be like, whoa, hey Dave, look. Mark Robinson. What do you think of Mark Robinson?
I don't know him. Do I?
He's the black guy that came out, and he started off by his first public speech was to the city council in regards to the Second Amendment. And now he's the lieutenant governor of North Carolina.
Oh yeah, I shared that. That was an awesome speech that he had.
Yeah, and he was a factory worker. This guy goes from being a factory worker to being the lieutenant governor of North Carolina. And let me tell you, we've heard about a lot of officials that ignore their states and everything else. Mark Robinson was out there the whole time, irregardless of what the governor was doing. He was out there being a lieutenant governor. He was actually to me, he was being a governor. He was doing everything he could, rescuing people, digging people out, everything all the way down the line. He was out there physically doing it himself, plus delivering all kinds of supplies and everything else as well to people all over. And he says polls are open until 7:30 p.m. Stay in line. Whatever happens, I am forever grateful for your support. Yeah, incredible guy. Elon Musk says, I love this. If Elon's talking about it, it must be good, because lately Elon's been pretty spot on with everything he's been posting. Let's take a listen. Vivek Ramaswamy with Turning Point USA.
Why should someone vote for Trump? What is the real reason why? Because a lot of people here are confused on that.
Yeah, I think the real reason why, and I might have to close on this one. Is that right? Good seeing you guys, man. So here's the real reason why. I think it is about reviving our national character, pride in who we are as a country, reviving conviction. What I see in America right now, it's deeper than we talk about the economy and the easy answer is, the other side makes it too easy. All right, you want to grow the economy, you want prices to stay down, wages to grow up, you want to seal the border from the largest mass infiltration of this country at the southern border we've seen in history, stay out of World War III, end the wars in the Middle East and in Ukraine, and to make sure that we're focused on making America strong at home. That's a reason to vote for Donald Trump alone.
Yes, sir.
But there's a deeper reason than that, which is it's about reviving our self-confidence again. Right? We have a crisis of self-confidence in America. We've lost confidence in ourselves as individuals and as a country. And the beautiful thing, the true diversity of America is that every one of you, even Felicia, who asked that question earlier, I said the same thing to her. Each of you have your own God-given gifts. They're not the same as the person standing next to you. But every one of us has our own unique God-given gift. And this is the country that allows you to achieve the maximum of your God-given potential, whatever that is, and that you're proud of it, and that you don't have to apologize for it or who you are as an individual or as a country. That's what Donald Trump's really about, is making America great again, is about reviving the conviction that, are we a perfect country? Of course not. We flog ourselves for that. But this is the greatest country known to the history of mankind that actually allows you to get ahead with your own hard work and commitment and dedication, that allows you to speak your mind without fear of the government stopping you from doing it. That's what made America great the first time. That's what makes America great again. And if I think about my reason for voting Donald Trump, I'm heading from here back to my home in Ohio. I'm going to go trick-or-treating with my kids, back on the campaign trail tomorrow. The reason I'm voting for Donald Trump is I think about who's going to make my son more proud to be an American, okay? Who's going to make my son actually grow up in a country greater than the one we knew?
So it almost makes me have to say, what does he know that we don't? What does he know that he says it's going to be greater? Well, it'll be greater, even better than that, if everybody just believed that we could do it. Raw Alert says the city of Milwaukee announced that it will recount approximately 30 to 40,000 absentee ballots that have already been counted due to an issue with one tabulator not being sealed. As a precaution, the city will recount each ballot.
That's the one I just showed.
Is it? Oh, yeah. With the tags and everything inside it. Okay.
Yeah.
Those
seals had been broken.
Yep. That was funny. Trump just called Nancy Pelosi an evil sick bitch. That was.
I don't know if I saw that.
That was during the speech last night.
Oh man.
He said the B word. He didn't. He says I'm not going to say it because people said that I shouldn't. I shouldn't stoop to that level. Is basically what he said. So and then here we go. The news is finally reporting it.
Here's people coming through here, and they're expecting this to be potentially one of the highest percentages of voters turnout that they have seen ever, with 95 potentially % of registered voters showing up here at this poll. But I do want to give you some new information that we have just gotten in the city of Milwaukee, which is about 20 miles from where we are. We are in the suburbs here. They are now saying, according to election officials there, they're going to have to rerun about 30,000 absentee ballots through tabulating machines for an abundance of caution, because what they learned is that the doors of one of its tabulating machines were open. It hadn't been closed properly, and they want to make absolutely sure that the machine counted everything properly. So they are rerunning 30,000 ballots. Why that is important is it will mean that there will take a longer time to count those absentee ballots. And if you will remember back in 2020, it was the absentee ballots and waiting for those to be counted, which we heard Donald Trump and the Republicans jump on, saying there's some sort of malfeasance. Officials are saying this is not the case. There was an issue with one of the machines not being closed properly, and they want to make, out of abundance of caution, sure that each and every vote is properly counted. So we may have to wait.
It seems kind of funny, Dave, that we can be reporting on this an hour to an hour and a half before the news does.
Yeah, that's because we're the news now.
Yeah.
And that was, what was that, CNN?
Yeah. Yep. That was CNN. This guy here, this is Iowa voters. This is what's happening to them.
So we have blatant voter suppression going on here in Iowa, one of the states where you are allowed to wear shirts like this and hats like this. We just had some guy that told us we weren't allowed to do that when we just quoted him the law, and he told us to get out of here and go to the auditor's office rather than vote. So just hold your ground, calling the police on the other line right now. So we'll make sure our rights are upheld in this country.
Yep. So that's happening. I actually had a video that I was going to play earlier where an old man who's a poll worker actually assaulted a girl because she was wearing a MAGA hat. A poll worker assaulting a voter.
Do you have that? Did you say?
Yeah, I got it in my feed.
Well, I'll tell you what, while you look at that, the one thing to remember about all these activities that we're hearing about, people, misquoting the law or saying there are laws that don't exist regarding voting and what you're wearing and so forth. The one thing to remember is anytime that you put people without power in positions of power, you really see their character come to fruition. People that don't have power 364 days of their life and are given power on one day, they don't know how to use it.
Mm-hmm.
They misuse it, they abuse it because they don't know how to control from a position of power. When you have a position of power, you don't have to get upset. You don't have to get physical because you are coming from a position of power, a position of legitimacy, that what you say and what you do is backed by a greater law or a greater statute that you can back up and show the person who is supposedly breaking the law. But they don't know how to do it. And so they have this added benefit, these Democrats, in how they're trying to really suppress the vote. Not, the fake, if we ask them for ID, we'll be suppressing the vote of the minorities because they're too stupid to be able to get an ID. It's like, that's fucking racism right there.
Yeah.
And that's real voter suppression because now somebody without an ID is voting in our election. U.S. citizens, people that grew up here, people that live here, people that know this place and know what's best for this country are voting, not the people that are coming from another country.
Yep.
Go ahead, bro.
All right. So
this lady just said she was a poll worker. You saw him just touch me. Let me cast my ballot, sir. You cannot touch me. Do not touch me like that again.
Take your hat off.
Do not touch me like that again.
Take your
Do
hat
not
off.
touch me like that again.
Ma'am.
Do not touch me. Hey, this man is refusing to let me cast my ballot.
This lady is refusing to take off her party designation.
That's not a party designation, sir. And actually, I'm an elected libertarian. So fuck off.
She's also being obscene. You can use that as political too. Well, that's legal.
Keep going, sir.
I will.
I'm voting.
Hey, you can't put that in.
This lady just said she was a poll worker. You saw him just touch me.
This is a crime. Hi, Michelle. This is a crime victims rights card. It's got my name, my badge number, and the report number that the incident we've got documented under. Like I said, we cannot arrest him right now because everything has to go through the city attorney or the county prosecutors.
And how soon will that be dealt with? This should be escalated.
Well, the report's going to get done right away.
The report's going to get done right away. There are notifications already being made up the chain of command when it comes to people in charge of polling officials. So it's not being ignored. It's not being swept under the rug. Because it could disrupt further election proceedings, we can't make a physical arrest right now.
I think that him assaulting people would disrupt. You know what I mean? You know what
Hi, Michelle. This is
and the thing is Dave, if you or I put our hands on somebody like that, we would have been charged with assault and battery. And this is what she was wearing.
Just make America great again, right?
That's it.
Yep.
Yep. And an American flag on her, scarf on her neck.
Now that could be associated with Trump, no question about it. But what are the actual laws of that county?
It would have to her clothing would have to say Trump or Harris on them.
That's supposed to be the case.
Yep. That's it. That's the only thing that would be legal to ask somebody to remove when walking into a place. You know,
They didn't ask me to take off my garbage bag, and
No.
that was pretty much intended political affiliation right there.
Yeah, did you see the video I played a couple of days ago of the black woman who wore a garbage bag to vote, and the lady who was taking all the info and signing them in, she had no idea about the garbage comment, obviously, and she was wondering why everybody was coming in with garbage bags.
That's funny.
The whole place was filled with people with garbage bags. And she was getting ready to say something to the woman, and everybody looked at her like, don't you tell her, don't you tell her. But, you know, and she said, I didn't say nothing. She said,
Well, that would be Kamala. That would be Kamala's thing, because it came from Joe.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep. So, you know, it's like, yeah, you know, it's just crazy. But this is how she was dressed. You know, to me, there's absolutely nothing un-American about it, and there's definitely not anything that tells me what party she belongs to.
Mm-hmm.
You could be a Democrat and love America, but
And
in most cases, unfortunately, that's not the truth. You know,
she was a libertarian.
Yep. She said, I'm libertarian, you know. This guy, this was pretty good. You know, I like this kid. You know, he does some really great stuff.
Good. He's good. I like him too.
Yeah, he goes by Chaotic 603 on TikTok. But he does some really good breakdowns. I think he does a great job. Let's take a listen.
So Epstein was the low-hanging fruit, just like Keith Raniere from Nexium was the low-hanging fruit, just like Diddy is the low-hanging fruit. Did all these guys do all the things they say? Yeah, but the heavy hitters that all those guys answer to are either unalived, too hooked up to be busted, or they've all been busted, and we're just watching the whole thing play out. But who those heavy hitters are isn't really that hard to find. And I'll show you right now, for entertainment purposes, of course, because I know absolutely nothing, and I'm just making this stuff up. So we all know these two, right? Epstein and Maxwell. Well, here's Keith Raniere and Claire Brofman of Nexium. Now, we all know Ghislaine's dad, Robert Maxwell, and the things that he did. And this is Claire's dad, Edgar Brofman. This is the guy that became CEO and eventually took control of Seagram's Gin. Now, what do these two have in common? Well, we all know about Epstein Island, right? Well, the Brofmans also have their own island in Fiji. So that's two different families basically doing the same thing in two different sides of the world, right? Well, what most people don't know is that Robert Maxwell and Edgar Brofman were friends and business partners. There they go, right there. Now, Robert Maxwell and Edgar Brofman had another friend you might know. His name, Les Wexner, the owner of Victoria's Secret. Also known as the man that financed Epstein. See, Wexner and Edgar Brofman went to college together. So Robert Maxwell, Edgar Brofman, and Les Wexner are all good buddies. But there's one person missing out of that little group. And his name, it might sound familiar. Steven Spielberg. Now, Spielberg is wicked in his own way. But anybody that's been down that rabbit hole knows that he fits right in with this little group. Now think of the industries these people have covered. Wexner has fashion covered. Robert Maxwell, education, as well as news. Edgar Brofman, the same thing. He was a media mogul and then went off into alcohol. And Spielberg has had you staring at movie screens for decades. Now ask yourself, if these people wanted to hide what they were really doing behind closed doors in this little group, would it really be that hard to distract you and completely direct your thought process to go wherever they wanted to? Nope. It's a scary thought, ain't it? No, don't get me wrong. These guys have people they answer to as well. But those people, you'll never hear about till after it's over. Oh, and before I go, here's a picture of Edgar Brockman and old Billy. And here's another one of Edgar and this guy at the White House. Y'all stay safe.
Oh, man. Dude, I'm telling you, this big web of these, and I'm not going to call them humans. I'm going to call them creatures. These demons. The lines between them that have been obscured for years, that obscurity is going away. And the lines are being clearly drawn.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Great connections that he made between Bronfman and Maxwell.
Yep.
Yeah,
and then how he brought
that.
Wexner into that. It's like, whoa, wait a second. Yeah.
And
we
Wexner
know
was the premier financier of Epstein.
Yeah. I've always thought Wexner was a female. Honestly, really, it's like for some reason I've always just like every time I see photographs of him or anything else, I just like it's like that dude used to be a lady.
Dude looks like a lady.
Yeah.
You got to write a song.
Hey, here's one for you. You know, a script keeper would be having a blast with this one. All right. Spilling the tea with G. This is the Cigar Patriot. Funny as hell. He always puts out some good stuff. They're definitely falling. Masks down. I repeat, masks down. Now, I want you to pay particular attention to Mike Pompeo's neck. I'm going to make this full screen so everybody can see it clearly.
Rightly so.
Oh, guess whose mask is falling off? What is that? Are you guys awake yet? You guys.
So there's a hole in the mask here and a hole in the mask there. Clear as a bell.
Need to get on these rallies and pay fucking attention to everything. This shit is coming off. This is not Mike Pompeo, bro. Wake the fuck up. You guys are clueless as to what is going on because you're so busy fucking drinking your lives away and worried about who the fuck is gonna give me a like on Instagram. We got serious shit happening to this country. We have people who are infiltrating our government.
For the United States of America. Rightly so.
Oh, guess whose mask?
Yeah. I don't know, Dave. You know, script keeper would be going. I'd actually be interested to see what his opinion about that is, because he's been pointing out them masks for a long time. Long time. Let's see. Breaking Raw reports. According to reports, President Joe Biden will not attend Vice President Kamala Harris's election night watch party. What's up with that?
We covered that.
What's going on, Joe? Why ain't you going?
Yeah, he's I was basically saying, Slow, if you were running, if you were the president and you got pushed out of the presidency and got pushed out of the re-election, would you vote for the people that pushed you out? Because Slow brought up a picture of Jill at the polling place in a red pantsuit. And I said, they voted for Trump.
You know it. I think oh, wow. Can you imagine if that got out that he voted red? Oh, and she voted red. Oh my, that would.
Well, even though Joe's shot and the 1.0 Joe has been, dead for years. He's probably still on the voter rolls. So
Well,
who's
you
ever
got,
behind that mask
yeah,
is probably still able to vote in Delaware.
yeah. Oh yeah.
Dude,
All
this
right.
is a crazy world we're living in right now.
It is. It is. So Mayrox just dropped one about 7 minutes ago. She starts off crime of 1876, the last president, election of an unlikely candidate, civil unrest, first executive order the president signed in book was made to make silver the people's dollar, overturning the tables of the money changers. Well, guys, let's take a listen. Mayrock's breaking down that latest debt clock. Here we go.
Hey, you guys. So an update on this debt clock message right here. This was from the debt clock message of October 27th. And I noticed something while reading The Last President, because I was reading it today, to pretty much just bypass the time of the elections, because I just have so much anxiety that I just need to just not focus on the elections. But I wanted to bring you guys back to this debt clock message because it says the crime of 1873, which we went over the Coinage Act of 1873, which is also known as the crime of 1873. So it's kind of perfect with it being elections and reading The Last President, you guys. I'm just going to read you some parts of it, okay? Well, first of all, I thought it was really interesting because this document was scanned into the Library of Congress, which is the book of The Last President. So it's kind of interesting why it was included in the Library of Congress. So the first page pretty much just explains, it goes right into the guy being elected. And this is a very unlikely candidate. And again, you guys, this book was written in the 1800s by Ingersoll Lockwood. But the similarities are uncanny, you guys. It's just crazy. So anyway, this guy ends up being elected into the presidency, which sparked civil unrest that they had to call in the military. So I'll just start off reading the first page of the first chapter. It says, "That was a terrible night for the great city of New York. The night of Tuesday, November 3rd, 1896, the city staggered under the blow like a huge ocean liner which plunges full speed with terrific crash into a mighty iceberg and recoils shattered and trembling like an aspen. The people were gathered lighthearted and confident at the evening meal when the news burst upon them. It was like a thunderbolt out of an azure sky. Altgeld holds Illinois hard and fast in the Democratic line. This elects Bryan president of the United States. Strange to say, the people in the upper portion of the city made no movement to rush out of their houses and collect in the public squares, although the night was clear and beautiful. They sat as if paralyzed with a nameless dread, and when they conversed, it was with bated breath and throbbing hearts. In less than a half hour, mounted policemen dashed through the streets calling out, 'Keep within your houses, close your doors and barricade them.' The entire east side is in a state of uproar. Mobs of vast size are organizing under the lead of anarchists and socialists and threaten to plunder and despoil the houses of the rich who have wronged and oppressed them for many years. Keep within doors, extinguish all lights." So that is what happened immediately following the announcement of the unlikely candidate as president. Now, this part of the book talks about how the president won the election just barely with only 24 electoral votes higher than the other candidate. And it talks about there was no way he could have won this without God or the creator. And down here, it talks about the people saying that this president, he's their savior. You've cleaned the temple of liberty of its foul horde of usurers. We salute you. We call you kingmaker. But they're just basically really excited and thankful that he has come and save the people from the money changers. Now, this is page 17 of the book. And so far, what has occurred is a few months go by with the civil unrest. It says that January came and February came, and the president wasn't inaugurated until March 4th of the next year, because the election was November 3rd in the book. So immediately after his inauguration, he signed this executive order on March 4th, 1897 in the book. Now let's read what the executive order is. In order that there may be immediate relief in the terrible financial depression now weighing upon our beloved country, consequent upon and resulting from the unlawful combination of capitalists and money lenders, both in this republic and in England, and that the ruinous and inevitable progress toward a universal gold standard may be stayed. The president orders and directs an immediate abandonment of the so-called gold reserve, and that on and after the promulgation of this order, the gold and silver standard of the Constitution be resumed and strictly maintained in all the business transactions of the government. It says it was 2:00 in the afternoon, and news of this now world famous executive order was flashed into the great banking centers of the country. You guys pause and read. Pause and read the rest of this. I'm going to jump right here.
Give me a second to read it. It was 2:00 in the afternoon when news flashed of this now famous executive order was flashed into the great banking centers of the country. Its effect in the Wall Street beggar's description. On the floor of the stock exchange, men yelled and shrieked like painted savages, and in their mad struggles, tore and trampled each other. Many dropped in fainting fits or fell exhausted from their wild and senseless effort to say that none would listen to. Ashen parlor erupt over the faces of some, while the blood threatened to burst the swollen arteries that spread in purple network over the brows of others. When silence came at last, it was a silence broken by sobs and groans. Some wept, while others stood dumb-stricken as if it was all a bad dream, and they were waiting or awaiting the return of their poor distraught senses to get or to set them right again. Ambulances were hastily summoned, and fainting and exhausted forms were borne through hushed and whispering masses wedged into Wall Street, to be whirled away uptown to the residences, there to come into full possession of their senses, only to cry out in their anguish that ruin, that black ruin, stared them in the face if this news from Washington should prove
This
true.
executive order was flashed into the great banking centers of the country. You guys pause and read.
Plantation by some nameless longing to go forth to stand in the presence of this new savior of society, whose advent to power was to bring them double pay for all their toll. While on the march, all had gone well, for the brethren had opened their hearts and their houses as these unarmed warriors had marched with flying banners and loud huzzas through the various towns on the route. But now the holiday was over. They were far away from. They were far from their homes. They were in danger of perishing from hunger. What was to be done? They are other people, said the president. Their love of the country has undone them. The nation must not let them suffer, for they are its hope and its shield in the hour of war, its glory and its refuge in times of peace. They are the common people for those befit this republic was established. The kings of the earth may desert them, I never shall. The Secretary of the War has directed to establish camps in the parks and suburbs of the city to issue rations and blankets to those luckless wanderers until the government could provide their transportation back to their homes.
Pause and read the rest of this. I'm going to jump right here. But it says on Monday, March 15th, the president received the usual notification from both houses of Congress, and they had organized and were ready for the consideration of such measures as he might choose to recommend for their action. The first act to pass both houses and receive the signature of the president was an act repealing the Act of 1873 and opening the mints of the United States to the free coinage of silver at the ratio of 16-1 with gold. The announcement that reparation had thus been made to the people for the crime of 1873, you guys, was received with loud cheering on the floors and in the galleries of both houses. Now, reading past this chapter, it started going into the fact, everybody was so happy and excited, and, they were rich and there was no issues with money. People were working happily, and, farmers were finally getting paid what they should be getting paid. But then with time, people started getting lazy and the value of silver declined. So really what happened was that the president came in and changed the value of silver and went way too high, but still silver was the people's money. So with what the US Treasury dollar, or what the debt clock is leading us to believe with the US Treasury dollar, is that it's not only going to be backed by silver or gold or whatever. There's so many different commodities and assets to keep the value high and competitive with the other countries that are also backing their currencies with things of value like oil and things like that. Anyway, so I just wanted to bring this to your attention because it brought up the crime of 1873 and the Coinage Act, and possibly give you guys some good news and maybe relieve some of that angst and anxiety with the elections. Not sure how much it would relieve it because it still goes into civil unrest and things like that. Anyway, you guys, stay prepared, stay positive, pray, and if anything else comes up, I'll let you guys know.
All right. And that was Mayrox. Slow Country, you have something that you want to share with everybody?
What do you think about that, first off, Hawk?
Well, I've been talking about silver for the last couple of years. And, I find, right now, silver is somewhere around 100-1 with gold. If it goes 16 or even 10-1, we're talking about an increased value for everybody who has bought silver. That means the price of gold is going to go sky high, and silver is going to follow, and could quite possibly even surpass gold, possibly, because of the fact that it is more suppressed than anything else, and it could be crazy, just saying, yeah, interesting, and the going back into the 1870, 1875, 1876, well, I mean, think about it like this. What happened in 1871? That's when we became a corporation, right? 1871, 1872, in that area there. We became the United States Corporation, instead of the Republic of the United States. So this could mean a return to the Republic, and on the standard of gold and silver.
Yeah.
I think that digital will play. Yeah, Dan Hart, I'm not going to disagree with you on that. I think that there is going to be a good part of this is going to be digital. I also think it's going to fall under that. What is it, Dave? You and Todd used to talk about it.
Blockchain.
Blockchain.
Yeah.
So I think that that's going to, it's going to play a very, very big
Di-
part.
Digital that
Steven's
can
in-
be manipulated
Yeah.
is no good for humanity, but digital that cannot be manipulated can be a really positive thing.
Absolutely. Stephen, just so you know, Stephen Walker's in chat. Stephen, Dave sent you an invite. You're more than welcome to join us on panel. Where did you send it to him for, Dave?
I sent it to his ex, and he just needs to be able to log in through
YouTube.
Facebook or YouTube.
Right.
I don't know if he has those accounts.
It looks like he's got a YouTube account.
Okay, good.
because he's in on the YouTube side. Yeah. So, Stephen, the invite has been sent to you. Please feel free to join us. Love to have you on. He says I will be popping in shortly. Okay, great. Yeah, we'll be more than happy to have you.
Slow
and
had some course.
yeah, he's got he's got this here, Dave. Some of the stuff from the last couple of days. Go ahead, Slow Country. I'm going to mute, and you guys go ahead and have this conversation. Hopefully, he's at his desk.
Okay, I came across these exit polls. Rage actually called me. He goes, "Hey, why don't you look at the exit polls? That help you out a lot." I said, "Okay, thanks for the info. I didn't even think about that." So if we go here, it breaks it down by state. So I'm going to go here and go to the interactive map. I'm going to toggle between the two. So according to the exit polls from yesterday, it's showing Trump winning Arizona. Now, this is only based on the early voting. I do want to make that disclaimer. Okay. So if we go here, we'll go ahead and put Arizona for Trump, right? Just based off of that early polling. Now, if we go here to Georgia, which is another swing state, it shows him by 1.2%. So we'll go ahead and drop Georgia in for Trump. Okay, so that takes him to 246. So another swing state, Michigan, it shows Harris by 2.2%, or 1.8%. So that right there, that I'm going to call that one kind of a toss-up because of all the shenanigans going on in Michigan right now. So I'm not going to mark that one. But if we look at Nevada, it shows Trump by, looks like 0.6%. So I'm going to go ahead and put that in for Trump. So that takes it to 252 for Trump. And if we go to North Carolina, it shows Trump by 1.3. So that puts Trump at 268. All right. So with that, let me go back here. And the biggest one, it looks like it's going to be, let's see, Maine District 2. Let me see if that's marked over here. Maine District 2, yeah, that's marked as Trump. Let's go back here. We already know about them. And Oregon, I seen something in Oregon that said that they were doing really well too. But I'm going to leave that one like it is for right now.
Hey, Slow, take us to New York, would you? And let us know what's happening there on the exit.
Yeah. So according to the exit poll in New York, let me get up there. I got to find it here. New York. It shows Trump at 39.7, and Harris has it by 17.6%. But I don't see that as accurate. It may be for the early voting, and maybe I'm just not taking into account, today's numbers. But if we go to today, just based on what we've seen for the early voting and what we're seeing online as far as New York. So let's just say that New York flips red based on these numbers. That takes to 296 in favor of Trump. Now, once again, this is based off of the early polling, and I haven't.
Now, take Nevada out of that.
Okay.
Now what's he at?
With New York or without?
With New York.
290.
Yeah. And take and that's without any of the Nevada, Wisconsin, Michigan, or Pennsylvania, right?
Right.
So New York could be really, really key here. And based on the 200,000 people that showed up at Madison Square Garden, where only 20,000 could get in, and the parts of New York outside of the city, and the large Jewish contingent in not only Manhattan and the 5 boroughs, but also upstate New York, the Catskills, etc. I have a really good feeling about New York.
I have a pretty good feeling about Pennsylvania too. And I'm saying that because of all of the Amish voters that have never voted before.
Yeah. There was just a huge lineup of Amish voters on X. Somebody dropped me. I think it was Robin, Snedhead Robin. Let's see. No, I don't think so. I think it was yeah, I'm not showing it, but there's just a lot of Amish that are voting. I agree with you on that one.
Yes, there are a lot of Amish voting. I thought I seen a number. I think it was around 50,000, maybe. Does that sound right?
Here it is. Let me pull it up for you. Yeah. Donald J. Trump. This is the Amish at the polling place right there. And that's, I think here's some here.
Go to the
Yeah, there was a whole parade of Amish going to vote, and that could be very, very significant factor here.
So if we go back to the map,
go ahead,
and let's just say because of the Amish, Trump takes Pennsylvania. That puts it at 309.
Yeah.
So, and even if
you take Pennsylvania without New York.
So even if New York stays blue, if Trump wins Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Arizona, and just those 3 alone, right there, Trump's got it in the bag at 281.
Say those states again.
If Trump takes Pennsylvania because of the Amish,
yeah,
and the early voting projections show he's going to take North Carolina, which is another swing state, and Georgia, according to the early voting, and Arizona, he's going to win at 281. So
Arizona knows that. That's why they're fighting hard to throw this thing.
So even if Trump doesn't take Arizona, that still puts him at 270.
If he doesn't take Arizona, but he takes North Carolina, Pennsylvania,
and Georgia,
and
that
Georgia
still leaves him at 270.
Meanwhile, Georgia's had what, three or five bomb threats to clear polling places. Yeah, and a little bit of history there in Georgia of stealing elections, and then God forbid, listen, why wouldn't anybody in Georgia want to be a part of stealing this election when the last two got congressional medals of honor? Or the I mean, what, Ruby Freeman? They were, glorified at the White House and given medals. How's your Indiana doing?
That's what I was just looking at. Trump's going to take Indiana, hands down.
Good.
Hands down. So I'm not really worried about that.
Conspiracy girl says that they said 180,000 Amish, 50,000 in just that one county.
Okay. All right. That's good to know.
Wow. 180,000. That could be a huge turnaround.
Oh, yeah. So let me go back here to this right here. So that 180,000, right? I don't know that was taken into account. Let me go back to the Pennsylvania here. I don't know that was taken into account, all of those. So let's see here. Here's the polls. If you look at all these, holy crap, Harris versus Trump, average of 25 polls.
Tell us what you're looking at right now.
So this is the polling, the exit polls up until yesterday morning. Okay, so we look at Emerson College. It shows Trump at 49%. The research company, it shows Harris with a 1% advantage. But if we go down, because this is just averaging all the polls together, it shows it at 48.2. But Bloomberg, which we know Bloomberg's going to be heavily blue anyway, right? We're looking at 50% for Harris.
Yeah.
But the rest of them, the ones that are highlighted in gray.
Can you make that a bit bigger?
Yeah. Okay, so if we...
Thanks.
Yep. If we look here, what's a big one? I think Trump was talking about Quinnipiac, the Quinnipiac poll.
Quinnipiac. Yeah, Quinnipiac University.
Quinnipiac
College.
Here it is.
Right there.
It shows Trump at 49%. Fox News, it shows Trump at 50%. UMass Lowell, it shows Harris with a 48% over Donald Trump, 47, but they're plus or minus 3.7%.
I got to think that those undecideds, which way do you lean when you're undecided? I think you lean in the direction of the economy.
Now here's the thing. Right here, CNN. Oh, this has got to be burning their ass right now. 48-48 with a 4% margin. CBS, this has got to be burning their ass too. It shows them in a dead heat at 49. So it's really got to be burning their ass. And then Trafalgar Group, it shows Trump with a 3% advantage with a 2.9% variance. And here's including third party, you know, and this poll includes third parties. So and it compares it to Biden and Trump. It showed Trump at 46.6 for an average of 5 polls, and Biden only showing 42.8. And we know what happened there. So let's go back here real quick. But like I said, I don't think that these polls are taking into account the Amish.
I'll be right back, bro.
All right, man. So I really think that Trump may take it in Pennsylvania. So let me bring that back down. So if Trump takes it in Pennsylvania, he takes it in North Carolina and Georgia, he's looking at 270 even. So, and according to the exit polls, he's going to take Nevada. So it's now, once again, that's the exit poll. That's what's being projected. And yeah, we know these numbers aren't right. Wrong one. We know this. These numbers aren't right. But this is what we're looking at so far. And I'm going to pull this up real quick. So that way I can see what's going on, see if we got any kind of results yet anywhere. And nobody's reporting yet, it looks like. So yeah, it doesn't look like anybody's reporting yet. They should be coming in here soon, though. And I'm looking for North Carolina to start reporting later in the evening, just because of the bullshit they're going through. So okay. So let's see here. Wisconsin. There is results for Wisconsin. So let's pull this up here. Oh, dang it. There we go. So it's showing Kamala Harris with a commanding lead in Wisconsin, but I don't really believe that either. Just because of all the BS we have seen with Wisconsin. So we will find out. But so far, that's what it's looking like. And it looks like there's 742 to 436. So we'll keep track of that and see what's going on there.
Nice update. Nice update. I'm going to show you guys this just because sometimes we just have to have a because. Okay. notice this evil creature here. This little evil creature. Yeah. Watch closely. Watch closely. Don't take your eyes off. Just because. One more time.
That dog is a conservative and that cat is a liberal.
Yeah. All right. Update election 2024 is put out by MJ Truth Ultra, Harris County, Texas. Tanisha Hudspeth's statement about their daily record of early voting totals being wrong. We accidentally misaligned the Excel spreadsheet cells. Oops, our bad. We're working on it. Way too many issues, folks. Way too many issues. And that's just not right. Let's see. Frank Fighting for Freedom says, I know people are covering this and speculating on it already, but it's definitely strange. The heck are they building? This is the most clear footage I've seen so far of this new structure. And this is the thing is,
Does anybody know what the
this is the thing. Normally, for inauguration, number one, inauguration is done at the Capitol building, not at the White House. They go from the Capitol building to the White House, and all that. And they're saying some people are saying that they're building a media stand for this thing that's going to happen all the way in February or January 20th. They're building it at the beginning of November. Sorry, but no, they don't build that early. There's absolutely no reason for that whatsoever. Now, are these gallows? Doesn't necessarily look like gallows, but it definitely does look like some observation stands. And it just seems weird to me. In my entire lifetime, nobody has ever been inaugurated at the White House. Now I know that Dave is older than I am, but I don't think that in his couple of years older than I am that he's ever seen anybody inaugurated at
That's
the White
fake
House.
news, people. That's fake news.
So I do have an update. I'm going to share it with everybody here.
You have a what? You have an update?
I do.
Okay. Whoop. Go ahead.
There we go. Donald Trump has officially won Indiana, which I wasn't, and Mike Braun was elected governor. This is coming from Election Wizard. And also, early results from Indiana and Kentucky are not consistent with the Seltzer poll, and it shows 88% in at 5 p.m. So it looks like Trump may win Kentucky too.
Wish we had one of those maps that we could fill in by ourselves as the results come in,
I was just asking you about Indiana. You said, "Oh yeah, we'll win Trump."
Yeah.
Yeah. And sure enough, there it is. Yeah. Hey Hawk, do you remember? You remember that map that I had in the studio in 20? Was it 2020?
Yeah, for 2020. Yeah.
And my daughter painted it all red.
Yeah. I do. Yes, I do remember that.
Yep, that was man, that was more accurate than we knew at the time. We're going to find out much more about that, but I still have that, and it's all red.
Yeah.
So here's what I was saying. Let me enlarge this a little bit. And this is once again, dang it, I didn't mean to do that.
Okay, who wants an interactive map?
Hawk and Dave,
I've got one.
send it to me, will you? The link. My wife just found an interactive map that we can actually fill in.
Oh, that
It's
would be
blank.
great. That would be awesome.
So my wife is sending it to me now.
Here it is. This was the one my daughter painted. And she painted it all red. And then I had her cut out some of the states that might be blue, like New York and Maine and Washington and Oregon, because we're just going to keep it all red and then add the blue.
I'm just pulling you down for a second, Slow Country. I'll put you right back up. The maestro sent this to me, and I just have to share it with everybody.
They're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country.
Stephen, behave yourself, young man.
I love it. I love it. I love it.
All right, Slow Country, back to you.
I think he's trying to find that.
Oh, the map,
the
interactive map. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, it would really be nice to see it all red, wouldn't it?
It would. It would. That would absolutely make my day. That really would. I have a feeling that we're going to see a lot more red than before, and it's just going to be there's going to be a bunch of little blue spots. That's going to be it. I think it's going to be predominantly red with just a few at least I'd like to think that. Becca H sent something and tagged us both. Let me pull this up. She says, breaking vote counting has begun in Indiana and Kentucky, and she sent this to us 3:10 p.m. I don't know what time zone she's in. So yeah, so far they're at 71% for Trump, 1,604 ahead, and then Kentucky is 78.7 to 19%. That's quite a lead. That's going to be a hard one to catch up to. I really think so. I think that's going to be a very, very tough number to get up to. What do you think?
Absolutely. Jan Barron just said Bezos just sold 213 million of Amazon stock.
Did he now?
Interesting.
That is very interesting. I just have this. I think that people are going to start making a run for it. Oh, hey, look at that. Look at that. That's a nice looking board.
Our first red. Our first red.
Yes.
Yeah. What's the link for that? Could you drop it into the private chat?
Sure.
You owe me. That's the link.
Yeah, my wife found it. She said you owe her. That's the link.
Thank you, Cameron. You are an absolute sweetheart, and we love you very much, even though you sent me pink tools.
Hey, at least no one will steal them.
The map's not pink. Thank you for that.
I can paint it pink.
No,
I could put a pink border on it.
It's perfectly fine. Just the way it is. Just the way it is. It's perfectly fine. But see, this way here, then we can, if Slow steps away, we're still able to pull up pull it up. We'll have it on our screens too, and we'll each add each state and so on
Well,
as we.
what do we need him for then?
What's that?
What do we need him for then? Let's just
You know,
dump him. You got
we got to have
the goods,
gotta have
man.
window dressing. We got to have window dressing. You know, it's
Window dressing.
you know, we just you know, we got to yeah, he's good people. I love Slow Country. He's my brother. Alex Jones has got a lot of things to say, but I just really don't want to listen to him. Shipwreck. Oh, look at that. Shipwreck is doing the exact same thing. She says election self-care. Let's take a look and see what she says here.
So polls are starting to close and we got some early votes coming in. 2 states, Indiana and Kentucky, light red so far. They're just now starting to close, so more to come. The elite DC University has reportedly been providing self-care suites for students that are stressed out about the election results. Listen, in 2016, I would have laughed at you about this. Be like, oh, you need your safe space. I was such an asshole. Little bit of weenie need you play. In 2020, I was a little bit better, but not a lot. I probably still would have laughed at you. Here in 2024, okay, I need like a bajillion volumes. I've been in the news all day long trying to find out kind of which way each state's leaning, and I'm really watching Pennsylvania, listening to all the talking heads about politics and why Kamala's going to win and why Trump's going to win, and the Madison Square Gardens rally was terrible, and Kamala had a fake phone call with a voter. Oh, really? And the news was like, she's calling voters on election day. What a cool president. And then she turns her phone around and it's her camera. She wasn't on the phone. The whole thing's fake. And there's stuff all over. Trump's truthing out about there's some odd fray going on in Pennsylvania, but the law enforcement's on the way. Immediately things are happening, like as this stuff starts to go down. And the United States is going to test nuclear bombs tonight after the polls close, I guess. Like, why would you do that tonight? It's hard to keep up, man. It's hard to that's why I don't think I can stream it. Like today has been one big anxiety attack all day long. I need to become like a gardener. I need some of that leafy greens. You know what I mean? It's illegal here in Iowa. I hope that's on the ballot.
You can come visit me in Oregon.
Can you pause that?
I'm laughing at you here.
Yes, sir.
Speaking of anxiety, I can't watch her. Her. I think she's got some great content, but her cuts are just too. It's too erratic. It's like just too much. She basically just said the same damn thing we did. You know, we're. I don't know if anybody else feels that, but you can't just cut at the end of a sentence and start a new sentence and continue to do that. And
I think that's the TikTok thing. They're like limited as to how much each clip can be. Because I noticed that with older millennial, he has to do that periodically too.
But at least there's a difference. There's a pause between the two. You know.
No, I get it. I get it. It's I play around my time. No problem. No.
Fox is already saying that Harris has Georgia. It looks like says MAGA girl says that.
Yeah. It's do I trust Fox? Absolutely not. Do I trust Fox the same as I trust CNN and all those others? You know, I don't trust them.
No, Fox is the one that Fox is
Didn't they call it the last time, the last election?
Well, they didn't call Florida when they should have called it for Trump. They called Arizona before they should have for Biden.
Just real quick here. Parkside. She's not my girlfriend. I wouldn't kick her out of bed though. It's all right.
What are we looking at right now?
So you're looking at Kentucky and Indiana.
No, it was just a video you had up.
This is poll worker in Clifton.
Sorry.
Poll worker in Clifton Heights, Pennsylvania, tried to deny someone the right to vote this morning for wearing an American flag. Remember, these Nazis don't love our flag nor our country.
It actually is. Till this young man refuses to take off the flag, and he has to take it outside.
He's allowed to wear a flag.
Thank you. Are you? Well, the other Joe said no.
Voters are allowed to wear whatever he wants to wear. Poll workers and the poll watchers are not allowed to wear anything.
Okay. Well, she said it, so I don't know.
My God. You're okay.
Thank you.
I gotta know, is her name Karen? Is her name
Yeah.
Karen? I
What an
gotta
idiot.
know. I gotta know. Because this is ridiculous. People, and I agree with the statement of hang on one second. I agree with the statement that poll workers and election representatives should not be wearing any affiliation. I agree with that. But the people coming in to vote, they should be able to wear what the heck they want to wear. Dave, you went and voted in a freaking trash bag.
Yep, that's right.
And it's like it's a I got a mail-in ballot, but my Instacart girl delivered it for me and took a picture as she was dropping it in the mail in the vote slot for me. And at the same time, her and her husband voted too. And she said, she said this is the first time they're voting Republican. She says, after watching what's gone on in the last 4 years, there's absolutely no way she can continue to go through what's happening now. So I see we got an update, huh? Slow Country.
Yeah, it was official. Trump won Kentucky and Harris won Vermont. So right now it's 19-3. And it's looking like Trump may take Florida, which I already seen coming. And also, Election Wizard is saying that Harris may be cooked in Georgia because exit polling shows a 20-point swing among independents from 2020 in Trump's favor.
What was it? So say that last part again.
My wife just looked it up, and Trump is ahead in New Hampshire, Virginia, and Georgia, and Florida. Correct me if I'm wrong. Isn't New Hampshire typically a blue state?
It typically it is, but it appears through watching what's been going on for the last few months in that state, that I have a feeling that New Hampshire is going to go red this time, and may stay that way from the looks of it. We'll know more, later on, of course. Stephen, my brother from another mother, how are you?
Howdy, guys. How you doing?
Hey, Steven. How you doing, man?
How you doing?
Good. Good to see you. We have our friend.
I can't see you, Dave.
Say again?
I can't see you.
I'm
see
coming
any of
back
you.
into the studio in a minute. But Stephen is joining us from the Netherlands, and just had a great interview with Stephen the other day. And so thanks for joining us, man. And we are, and I don't know if you've met Slow Country or not, but Slow's a brother of Hawk and I. And
Pleased to meet you. Pleased to meet you, Slow. You're muted.
Likewise, man. Likewise. Sorry.
Thank you very much.
We've been
How you doing, Hawk?
12:30. So.
How you doing, Hawk?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing
well.
better than last
How are
year,
you
anyway.
over there?
I'm doing better than last year.
Yeah,
picking
yeah.
up after my stroke.
You guys have got a lot of activity. You had a stroke.
Yeah, last year.
I did not know that.
April. Yeah, I had a brain. What's it called? Brain stroke, something like it. Brain.
Like an aneurysm.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I was out for a few
Okay.
months. Yeah, but it's going a lot better now. It's picking up. Thank God. The vision isn't 100%, but it's I can live with it. So when I get tired, my eyes go like that. So if I start looking cross-eyed, it's because I'm getting tired. Because it's nearly 1:30 in the morning now. So
If I start getting
Oh.
cross-eyed, it's because Kamala's winning.
well, if I look at these figures, it's a lot of baloney, yeah.
So tell us what you're seeing, from Holland there.
Well, I'm following your channels really. I'm following yours and other channels on Telegram. I'm not watching television because I haven't watched television for 5 years now, so I'm not following anything television. But what time do the polls shut down? 7 o'clock or something like it?
Yeah, some of the polls I think are shut down on the East Coast.
Of course.
Is Georgia shut, guys?
Yeah, Georgia's. I think they closed at 7.
Yeah.
Indiana closed at 7. There was one that closed at 6:30.
What time is it now at your place?
I'm Central. Slow and I are Central, and we're
No, I'm Eastern.
Oh, you're Eastern. Okay.
Yeah, I'm Eastern. So it's almost 7:30 here, and at 7:30, North Carolina is projected to start dropping results.
Okay, but there are a few states that can take ages before they come out with the results. It can take days or weeks even.
Well, that's what Arizona was saying they were going to do.
And it's only 4:20 where I'm at.
I
mean,
Arizona,
4:24.
Arizona is saying they're going to drop results at about 10 p.m. Eastern.
Yeah. Because that's what Trump wants to change. Yeah, he wants everything done on one day. With ID, it's better as well. Huh?
Yeah, and by the way, we've always known that day. The only anomaly was 2000 with the Bush Gore race, and that had to be contested and recounted and so forth. That was the first time we haven't known the day of who was the president of the United States.
And even that was staged as well. It's all one big theater.
Yeah.
It is. It's a if you think about it, what do they call where wars happen? The theater of war, right?
Yeah.
Well, this is just a theater of politics.
It's one big shit show. Really.
Before we jump into anything really serious, I do want to ask you this question. Are you using cannabis as part of your rehab from the stroke?
Well, actually, I'm using drops. Yeah, I've got drops from people, and I'm using this oil on a daily basis. Really, yeah.
Is it Rick Simpson oil, the RSO?
No, it's from here in Holland. Some people make it themselves.
Okay.
This oil.
We make Rick Simpson's oil here. It's a black liquid. And I use it to prevent my seizures, and also to combat. I had prostate cancer, and I used it to defeat prostate cancer multiple times. So I was asking because of the fact that I know that it can have great effect where it comes to brain injury type things in helping repair, and that was the reason that I asked. You're my friend, and I'm going to give you the best medical advice where cannabis is concerned as I can, to help you fight, and get back to 100%. So
Hawk's a master grower and has actually created strains that have successfully healed veterans from PTSD.
Oh, wow. Hawk. Trump wants to legalize it as well, eh?
Yes, he does. Yes, he does. Yep.
Good for Trump.
I actually
That's why
I
the
actually,
polls close at 4:20 in Oregon, right, Hawk?
yeah,
polls-
yeah. I actually wrote him a letter back in 2017, asking about why, why there wasn't a legalization, push, this time around. And the letter that I got back, was basically one of those form letters. But what they did talk about in that was the First Step Act, nonviolent crimes and everything, getting that part done first, getting the people out of jail that have been locked up for nonviolent, marijuana crimes, basically, low to beyond low, moderate, drug crimes. And, where you are, I don't think cannabis was ever outlawed in Howland, was it?
Well, kind of, but the government wants to regulate it. They want to sell their own medical cannabis, but
Right.
you're allowed to have two plants here. You're allowed to have two plants. It's allowed, it's and then you can grow your own stuff. But it's had a ban on it for a long time. But you can sense that I know a lot of people they're growing their own hemp, and they're just making their own oil, and they're doing they're doing the inhalation with the big water pipe thing,
Yep,
and
the bongs.
it's really good. And I must say, and I know somebody is really diving, dove, I know what you say, into this hemp story. And if we start growing hemp, you can yield it twice a year. It grows faster than trees, and it's you can make everything out of it. You can build cars, you can make clothes, you can build housing. It's unbelievable what you can do with hemp. Henry Ford built his first car out of hemp.
Yeah, and
he started in 1921. The car was finished in 1924. And it began the biggest war on cannabis. Well, actually, it was on hemp. It wasn't on cannabis. The Cannabis Tax Act came about 11 years later. But what they did was they found out that he found a combination of resin from the plant as well as the hemp was actually stronger than steel that they were using to make the cars out of. At 70 miles an hour going into a stone wall, a metal car, it basically became an accordion where the hemp car bounced off of it.
It did, yes. It's unbelievable. This,
At 70
and
miles an hour.
Rockefellers are behind us as well. You don't want it because you're going to lose a lot of money.
Yeah, well, the oil industry, because that car was also designed to run on hemp fuel, which is actually better gas mileage. You think about it, if they had done the research into the hemp biofuel back then, and they were getting 20 to 26 miles to the gallon in 1921 through 1924. Okay. If they did the research on that they've done on oil today, we would be getting between 110 to 150 miles to the gallon on hemp biofuel.
Absolutely.
And if we engaged with the THC, we would design some really incredible looking vehicles as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's it's every mechanic should be a stoner. It should be a requirement.
Absolutely.
Question. Hey, there's smoke coming out of my tailpipe. Well, obviously not enough. Okay. So back to the election, boys. What do we know? What do we know? What's happening?
Is there any smoke coming out of the pipe concerning the elections as well?
It looks like what I was thinking. Trump is going to take Georgia more than likely. It also looks like Trump is going to flip Miami-Dade.
That's huge.
And also Duval County.
Looks like he's got South Carolina too.
He just got South Carolina. So it's
and this is definite, this, guys.
Yeah.
Well,
We can call it definite. We can check this one down, check it off.
Yep.
It's
Okay.
based on the exit or the percentage of polling that's been done that they know can't overtake the decision that they're seeing in terms of percentage. So, like, for example, if Trump is getting 60% of the vote, and they only have, X amount of votes left to count, and the 40% of those votes wouldn't make a difference for Harris, then they'll call it for Trump, for example.
So
right?
if I understand correctly, these states that want to take time counting, and it's already decided that Trump has already won this election, it doesn't make any difference, does it?
Ask that question again. I'm sorry.
If there are certain states you want to take days or weeks to count the votes correctly, yeah. But
Yes.
if it's already apparent that
Yes.
Trump has already won the elections without those states want to
Yep.
take time, it doesn't make any difference, does it?
No, and how would you feel as a resident of that state that campaigned, that voted, and then your vote doesn't even matter because the people that are in the positions of power are too fucking slow to get the job done.
Yeah.
You're going to be pissed and you're going to have something to say about it, and that's what people should do.
Because this could cause a bit of a doodah, because when saying 40 states have counted and Trump has absolutely he's won. It's apparent that Trump's won the election, and the other 50 states have still got to count, but it's already decided.
Yeah.
I mean, the residents of these states, they could get really, they could get very irritated, I think.
As they should. And I think they should get irritated before it actually goes down.
Yeah.
The T-Man just won West Virginia.
Do you think that could lead up to a martial law situation in those 10 states?
In the states of that aren't finished counting?
Yeah.
No, I think that would be directed towards the people who are in charge versus each other.
Mm-hmm.
I think where things could get really tense is if we're seeing all these voting anomalies, and they're giving it to Harris, which makes no sense whatsoever from a standpoint of, viscerally or empirical evidence of the sheer number of rallies that Trump has had, the sheer number of people that Trump has spoken to.
It's unbelievable.
The way that they've had to prop up her numbers, the way that they've had to prop up her support, how they just basically walked her in without.
She can't fill a living room, can she?
No, I mean, and it's the same people. Like they've found that the same, like 90% of her people have been to like 5 rallies. Well, they're busting them all in and they're paying them.
Crisis actors, yeah.
Yeah, they're paying them.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're just about over 3,000 across platforms and another 1,000 almost in Rumble there, folks. So thank you for joining us. We've got Slow Country from Indiana, Hawk from Oregon, and Steven's joining us from the Netherlands. And I'm David Snedeker, and I am in Texas, outside of Austin. And we are just going down through, so far, what's been called, seemingly, is Indiana, Kentucky, and South Carolina for Trump. Slow, is there another one?
Yeah, he won West Virginia, and he also won South Carolina, which you were telling me about South Carolina. So
Yeah, so there's 4: Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina, West Virginia.
yes, here you go. Let me.
And thank you. Thank you. And these were all expected to go Trump.
Yes.
And so there are no outliers here. And Vermont has gone to Kamala because they're basically Canada. So no wonder they're socialists up there.
Hey, look at this. Can you see this, Dave?
That's huge, dude. That is huge. Georgia,
Yeah.
being up those 58.8 to 40%. Now that's only 7% recording.
Actually, that just changed. Now it's 60.9% for Donald Trump, 38.6 for Harris. That just changed.
How much reporting?
Let's see here. 9%.
Okay. Yeah, that would be a huge one. That's for sure.
And then Florida, it's looking like 54.1 for Trump to Harris 45.1. He flipped Miami-Dade.
Hey, Slow, just bring up whatever you're talking about, please.
Okay, my bad.
Thank you.
So he flipped Miami-Dade. It looks like.
That's huge.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to flip Miami-Dade, and he's going to flip Duval.
I tell you, Cubans want nothing to do with socialism, and when Harris and Walls come out with their social and the left has leaned so far left, they're socialist. The Cuban Americans, they're taking note of that. They've seen these types of activities before on a small island in the Atlantic. Just a refugee boat away.
So this is happening in New Jersey. Woman was.
She has not got. I mean, she's not wearing a jersey.
Yep. This woman was photographed at Hamilton Township polling site in her bra after she was reportedly asked to remove her pro-Trump shirt and MAGA hat. Jill Moyer, the Mercer County Board of Elections chairperson, tried to tell the woman she would hold her place in line. Before I could get it all out, she took off her shirt and flung it around.
She needs a new jersey, Hawk.
And what's funny is Roseanne actually responded to this, and she said, "That was me."
That's not
I could see her doing that as well, Roseanne Barr.
New Jersey.
Yeah,
New Jersey, no Jersey.
And then this one here, Libs of TikTok put this out. This is one of your favorite news anchors here, Dave. I hate to do this to you, exposing you like this, but here you go. Listen to this.
Oh, come on.
Even if Trump doesn't win, the Defense Department and NASA are going to need a new arrangement for all their rockets and for all the multi-billion-dollar contracts Elon Musk's companies have with the U.S. government. The U.S. government is going to have to either, unwind from all of those contracts, or Elon Musk's companies are going to have to unwind from him. This is an untenable reality in national security terms. Now that we know what we know about Elon Musk.
What do you think of that?
I think he's got a point. I don't think. No, this is the tip of the Operation Mockingbird spear right here. She does brilliant work for the deep state, for the CIA. It's almost flawless work that she does, almost seamless, in that she's actually hates humanity so much that she's willing to betray her fellow man and woman for $1 or $2. And of course, posing an absolute ignorant situation like that is just, trying to bring fear where fear is not going to be had.
Yep.
Isn't that just Mark Cuban in drag?
I know. Who is the guy who played Niles on Frasier? That's
David
who I
Hyde,
think
David Hyde Pierce.
That's who I think is under that mask.
Oh my God. I'll never look at her the same way again.
Just because of that look right there that's froze on, because that's exactly how he used to look at Frasier all the time. Whenever Frasier got in trouble, Kelsey Grammer.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
This is we were going over something earlier, Stephen, that was it was worldwide. That worldwide came up, and the conservatives that you connect with in the Netherlands, when you guys get together and you're talking about the U.S. or you're talking about the U.S., election, are you all like aware that Trump's election is going to change the world, or do you see it as just changing, and I know you look at a much bigger picture because you're so wide awake, but in terms of like just conservative friends that may not be as far down the rabbit hole as you are on many subjects, what's their take on all this?
Well, my followers are convinced that Trump will change the world. When we look what he's done in the last 7 years, what he's made a lot of people aware of the terrible crimes against children, especially.
Yeah.
And he's exposed that. And when you see all these CEOs, stepping down, and all these people that have changed, they've changed physically. I mean, they're not the same. I mean, this Richard Maddow guy, I thought he was already gone.
Yeah.
But there's also people on the other side. They think Trump's, he's a traitor, and you can't convince them. It's just, and these are especially people that haven't dived into the Q board. They don't know anything about Q. They don't know anything about the collaboration between Putin, Xi, and Trump, and the role that Kim Jong-un is playing. They just see that he walks around with this thing on his head, and he's been to the Wailing Wall, and he's a Zionist, and he's a Freemason, and he was bankrupt at one time, and the Rothschilds bought him out, and all this sort of stuff. So they're slinging these things, but they haven't gotten really into the person that Trump really is, and his family, and what he's done, and what he's still doing. I mean, I can see a genuine person that's really got good intentions with America and the world, but there's a lot of people, quite a few, that don't see this, and they don't know what Q is, and they think Q is a psyop. I tell them Q is a psyop. It's a psychological operation. Is it psyop? But it's a good psyop. It's for the good of humanity. But they don't know anything about it. They haven't done their research. So you've got two extremes, actually. One group that absolutely supports and believes in Trump, and the others on the other side of the spectrum, they just don't believe in him, and they're losing. The more the time goes on, they're losing patience. And we all thought Trump was going to be inaugurated or come back before the elections. There were a lot of people, they didn't even think the elections or believe the elections were going to take part. And where are we now? We're on the 5th of November. Remember. So a lot of people are expecting fireworks today or tomorrow. And I always warn people, don't get into this hallelujah and hosanna state of mind, because it's not going to change like that. It's when Trump comes back, and I mean when he's president-elect after today. But I think when we see these figures, 40% for Kamala Harris and 40%, I mean it's all bullshit. They're still committed fraud, and I expect when Trump wins tonight, it won't be a landslide, but it should be a landslide. They've committed fraud. They should enact martial law straight away, and get these criminals and get them and bring them to trial and show the people, even through an EBS. That's one thing that's, you know, it's talk of the day here in the Netherlands. EBS. But I think maybe EBS could just be restricted to America, the USA. Could be, yeah. So yeah.
That's a good question. Hawk, did you want to respond to that first?
No, go ahead. I was agreeing with what he was saying.
Yeah, no, I think that's a great question. I have seen the EBS as strictly an American event to happen, but that would affect worldwide.
It has to.
Yeah.
It has to. Even martial law has to be an effect worldwide, because we've got the same criminals here. I just saw a question: is Netherlands conservative or liberal? I think it was. Let's have a look. Yeah. Well, you know, when you look at our what do you call it? Government. It's absolutely liberal. It's not conservative, and that it's full of criminals. They're all criminals, and it's terrible. Holland is one of the worst countries in the world. Especially considering children and crimes against children. It's terrible.
All the human trafficking.
Yeah,
do you want to give us just kind of a snapshot of what you know about the human trafficking coming through the Netherlands?
Not really, because I won't be safe tomorrow morning.
Okay.
I want to protect myself, because it's really bad. It's really bad. If you consider that more than 70% of child porn is made and distributed in the Netherlands, it's made here in the Netherlands. It's unbelievable.
I didn't know it was that big.
Yeah, it's bad. It's really bad. Yeah. Yeah, and people that speak out against it, they get arrested. They get thrown into jail.
Yeah,
it's terrible. Even former police officers get thrown into jail because they speak out. It's bad. It's bad here in Holland. It's really bad. Yeah, and it's a dictatorship here in Holland. It's dictatorship. Yeah, I mean the head of the Secret Service has become the Prime Minister of the Netherlands, because our Prime Minister has gone to the NATO. He's the head of NATO now, Secretary General Mark Rutte, and he's been replaced by Dick Schoof, and Dick Schoof was the head of the Secret Service. It's bad. Where is everybody?
I'm sorry, I'm muted. No,
everybody's muted.
Yeah,
Everybody's quiet.
I did, because I had dogs barking here in the building, and I didn't want them.
How many puppies do you have, Hawk? New ones, small ones?
I have 8 here, and 7 here, and I have 8 at another location. They went to get distributed in another area. Give me 1 second here to grab this little guy. Oh,
it's lots of mouths to feed, Hawk.
Yeah. It's well, I have 26 adults and 8 babies, so 34 right now is what I have. Give me a second now.
And by the way, I have 1, and Hawk will tell you I'm working harder than he is. Okay, so
well, yeah. Yours is at the training stage, which is great. Mine are to test the patience of the master. That's what mine are at the stage. I think I turned my cam on. Did I?
Yeah, it's on there. Yeah.
There we go. This little guy here.
Apologize. I feel a little
coming hi
without being with
everybody.
you. So, and with all the crew out there. Oh my gosh! Hey, I'm going to take you solo, Hawk, so we can get a good look at this.
Wow!
Look at that.
Beautiful.
Is that the runt?
Oh,
And that's Mama checking in on him, isn't it? Right there.
yeah, this is the little guy.
Is that Mama right
No,
beside
that's
you?
Dad. That's Dad.
Okay.
No, that's Dad. That's Dad.
Okay.
Um,
Can you hold him up?
there he is. Yeah, cute little feller. Yep.
Hold him up high. We'll call him
just
Kunta
taking
Kinte.
here. Do that. Hang on. I'm gonna.
I already
fix
made
this
you
too.
solo.
I'm trying to get trying to stand up without stepping on a dog here.
Oh, that's fine.
There we go. Getting up like an old man now. There we go.
Oh my God. Beautiful. Yeah, sweet. Yeah, yeah.
Hey,
yeah.
what's up, pup? What's up?
Yeah.
Beautiful little dog. Yeah, people keep telling me you must
Actually,
take a
I'm sorry,
dog.
that was
take a dog."
Grandpa that was standing next to me. Here's Mom. Here's Mom. Hi, Mom.
Yeah.
Where's Dad? Gabriel, where are you? He's probably outside sniffing the next girl. He's a horn dog.
Dude, you need,
but he puts out these white babies.
You need to get
and that's,
Gabriel some genital cuffs there.
I'm gonna I have his nuts are going soon. We'll just put it that way. His nuts are going soon. He's getting at that age now where he needs to just calm down. But hi, Mom. Hi.
By the way, guys, I
This is
re-coffeed up.
Grandpa here.
We may need this to make it through the night, folks.
Grandpa, this
Cheers,
is
everybody.
Auntie. It's
Slow country, you might need to put on that third pot. Cheers.
Burning
Hey,
the
Hawk,
midnight oil here.
you got your coffee, Hawk? Get your mugs up.
Yeah, let me let's take us back to regular screen. I'm gonna
I got you back to regular screen. Oh, you got, hold on. So these two got Q mugs. Look at that. Look at that. That's awesome.
Where's the screenshot? Can we
What's
take a
that?
screenshot? Screenshot. 3, 2, 1. Screenshot.
Did you get it, Steven?
Yeah, I got it. Yeah.
Awesome.
In all fairness,
What's that?
I wish I had better lighting.
We do. Hey, Hawk. We don't.
Wish I had better lighting. So yeah.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
Yeah, I'm doing Pepsi now. If I do coffee now, I'll be like yeah, over wired.
What do you? Hey,
but I'm gonna kill my cam here because I'm noticing that we're having some glitch stuff.
glitching a little bit.
Let me kill my cam.
Make sure all your other stuff is closed, and because we love seeing you and the pups. Hey,
check your messages in your ex, Dave.
Yeah.
Oh, we'll do. Thanks. Robin, Christina, Dave, I have on the shirt that matches
there it
your
is.
mug.
Windows was
Awesome.
trying to do an update.
Hey guys, what do you think? Why don't we take a poll? When do you think we're going to know the results of this? Got it, Stephen. Thank you, brother. That's awesome. Very cool.
From if that announcement in regards to the Supreme Court is accurate, then we'll have results tonight. Doesn't matter what comes in tomorrow or the day after or the day after or the day after. It's saying any votes that are not there today won't be counted.
Now, I did look that up, Hawk, just so you know. I haven't found anything. So let's put that out to the Sneds and the Seeds here to
see if anybody can find anything.
Yeah, see if you guys can find out if the Supreme Court voted that that ballots cannot be counted after the day of election. Because we saw a post on that earlier today, but we have not been able to verify that. There we go. So, and then also, let's see. Peeps on X are betting tonight, Robin says. Hey, Robin, would you send me that link, please? And thank you for all the great stuff you send me, Snedhead Robin. And you just sent me and Wokeness says early returns look great. Ignore it. Stay in line. Don't forget the 3 a.m. dumps. Exactly. We have to make this so clear. Make sure that everyone is going to vote, folks. Please make sure that everyone. If you don't have a trash bag, that's okay. Just show up. Just vote. If you don't have a trash can, that's okay. They'll still accept your vote.
I sent you a short clip of Tucker Carlson, Dave, about half an hour ago.
Oh, let me. I'll pull that up. Let me pull this up while I'm grabbing that. Clay Travis on X says Trump just spiked to his biggest gambling lead over Kamala. Keep voting. Pour on more steam. This is the poly market. I don't know if you followed this at all, Stephen, but this is who is betting on Trump winning versus who is betting on Kamala voting, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Let me pull up your the Tucker Carlson here, guys.
Afternoon, I'm heading over to Mar-a-Lago in a second for what I think is going to be a victory party. But then I've already voted. If you haven't voted, you still have time, and you really should. I voted for Donald Trump, and I strongly recommend you do the same. If you're stuck in line, there's probably a reason, but don't let it deter you. Don't get out of line. You have a constitutional right to vote. It's your right as a citizen, and please see it through. Just stay there as long as it takes and vote. It really, really matters. And then there will be a victory party at the end. It'll all be worth it. Thanks.
I think Tucker watches me a lot and just repeats whatever I say. Come on.
Yeah. Obvious.
Right. Come on, guys. It's like, Tucker, come on. Be original, dude. Come on. Stop stealing my thunder here. So Bill Schultz says, I voted Trump because I'm not an idiot. That may be the best slogan I think I've ever seen. That's fantastic, Bill.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
So we won't be needing. So we won't be needing the Brunson case, then, will we anymore?
Well, here's what's going to be really interesting. Trump said the other night, right, in his speech, that he thinks we have the Senate, like we'll win the Senate, right? And then he looked over to Matt Gaetz and he said, "And Matt, we've got a little secret that's going to come out after the votes are counted."
He did.
That is going to probably give us the House too. Now, what kind of information could come out after the election that gives us the House? Unless it's the fraud that Michael Flynn mentioned about a year ago, that they have on the congressmen and the bribes, or the Brunson case. The other day, Stephen, I don't know if I showed this on your show, which, by the way, I have to share, my friend, because I did share it during my show the other night, but I haven't retweeted to your BitChute account. So my apologies for that. I will absolutely do that. But did I show the shadow docket of the Supreme Court? Okay.
Yep.
Okay. So it's very, I think it's likely, but it's certainly possible that the Supreme Court has already discussed all this on their shadow docket regarding the Brunson case.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And Trump also said he's a bit worried about the coming 3 months as well. the following 3 months.
Yeah, yeah, and I think we've all seen that clip of Raskin basically saying that they won't certify an election that has Donald Trump as a winner, right? So they'll continue to try to get in the way, obviously, right? So Mark says, I just got in. Are we winning? Australia watching. Mark, hey, Slow, are you in the house? And can you, there you go. Slow just brought it up for you, Mark. This is what that Trump is winning so far. Indiana, Kentucky, West Virginia, South Carolina, Alabama, Mississippi, Florida, and Oklahoma have
And
all come in as red. Yeah.
I think I really think he's going to take North Carolina. And I was looking at Election Wizard. I'm going to pull that up here. And it shows here, you were talking about the House earlier. Decision Desk has Trump 66% to win the U.S. House.
And who said that, Slow? And do you have
Yeah, I've got it up right here.
Wizard?
Election Wizard from the Decision Desk headquarters. 66% to win U.S. House. And a 76% to win Georgia, like I was thinking earlier that he was going to take Georgia.
Yeah. Yeah. This is huge. Hunter Sabo says it's 105 to 31. Are we talking electorate so far, Hunter? That's awesome. Yeah, Bill says, Dave, New York voted red in record numbers. Bill, I said earlier, I think Trump's got New York. I mean, that Madison Square Garden event with 200,000 people lining the streets. What's happened in New York City? The Jewish contingent is going to primarily vote Trump, and Upper New York is heavily Jewish as well, and so I really do think that he's going to take New York. Cola says it's 95-35. Cola, is that the electorate? And also, Slow, when you click in those states, does it give you the electorate number?
No, I have to add that manually, and that's what I'm doing now. I'm updating it.
Oh, cool. We got Deb NYC and we got Debbie New York in the house. Deb is no longer there. She was forced out, but she is a New Yorker through and through, right, Deb? Patriot First says cops in Georgia everywhere today. Never seen so many. Interesting. Supreme Truth says it's 27 to 9.
Bomb threats.
Yeah, probably, right?
Yep. Yeah. So that would pull even the auxiliary and relief police officers on duty immediately.
Bring Stephen up to date on that, would you?
It was there were five counties or 5 polling stations received bomb threats. Turned out that it was a Georgia election poll worker.
I sent you that through, Hawk. Yeah, I sent it you through.
Yeah. So Stephen's the one who sent me the info to begin with.
Stephen, would you bring Hawk up to speed on that? Would you, please?
Well, Hawk, it wasn't the Russians. It wasn't the Russians.
Yeah. It's yeah. Just this is I'm seeing a lot of things. It's kind of funny. We're all wrapped up in the election and everything, and sometimes we just need something to kind of throw things off. Well, let me read the context to this. This is Tyrus from Fox. There, the one with that goes on with Jesse Waters and
the big dude,
Greg Gutfeld. Yeah,
big dude.
He gave President Trump a real heavyweight championship belt.
Oh yeah,
when
that's right.
Trump was on. Yeah, that thing's worth about $80,000. That belt was. But
Is that
once your
right?
vote is done, you've done your part. Relax. Maybe even sing your favorite country song. The sun will come up tomorrow. It ain't close. Living rent free in Lib's heads, 2014 to the present. And this is him. Can't tell if he's sitting. Well, let's just listen.
You don't have call me Waylon Jennings. And you don't
have to call me Charlie Pride. Old David Allen Coe song, it's just seeing people go out, do the vote, and go home and just chill out. There's no reason for everybody to get all worked up and everything else. That doesn't do us any good. We got to stay clear-headed and in the right frame of mind and stay on top of everything. And we can't do that if we are getting angry. It doesn't do us any good. So stay in the right space, people. Stay in the right
Patriots
space.
will do that. Patriots will.
Yep.
No doubt.
It's important to remember that. Even Steve Bannon had some things to say tonight. Here he is.
Yeah, hold on. You mean this criminal? You're going to give any credibility to this criminal? What's going on?
It's yeah. Here we go.
Okay, welcome back. We were just on Charlie Kirk's coverage. We're going to get ready. Megyn Kelly's going to join us here in a minute. Actually, I felt the need to talk about the 2020 election, how it's stolen. So, Charlie Kirk.
You missed that YouTube window, Steve.
Hold on. Charlie Kirk, what are you talking about? Charlie, we're permanently banned on YouTube. We're permanently banned on Spotify. We were permanently banned on...
The number one spreader of misinformation.
Number one spreader of misinformation 2 years in a row.
Wow.
Who wins that and then gets the crown again? And you're sitting there telling me, don't say anything about... I felt like I was on the Tim Pool show. They kind of brief you when you go into Tim Pool. You can't say anything about election denial. Why would we say anything election denial? We're only doing the show from where we had the war room in the Willard Hotel to make sure that we could actually reverse the big steal, and we're over the ellipse. Yes, we're doing this to put it up in the grill of Jack Smith and Nancy Pelosi and Merrick Garland and CNN and MSNBC. Suck on that, okay? That's what we think about 2020. And hey, where are those low propensity voters in Pennsylvania? The ones that mysteriously came out in 2020. But by the way, when we won 15 House seats, John Solomon.
And he's talking about 1.5 million voters that for some reason didn't request ballots, but got them anyways and voted. And this year, what's going on with that? Where are they? Where are these low propensity voters that they bragged about? Well, those are the guys who show up in the middle of the night,
Well, Hawk, I'm sorry, I was coming through. It sounded like I was getting some feedback. But Hawk, to your point about what you just said earlier, which was really well said about we've got to keep our heads and stay vigilant here. We have to remember that the deep state that is trying to rig this election does not have Hawk. I just don't want to. We got Steve blocked out. Stephen blocked out. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll switch him this way so that when we do that again, he stays up above.
It blocks slow country out. That's good thinking. There we go. Hey, so just that we have to remember that the states that were calling for Trump, the deep state doesn't give a shit about those.
Right.
The deep state that were the last states that we're going to hear from are the ones that the deep state needs to get her over the top.
Yeah, that's that's going to be the 5 or 6.
Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, Nevada, and excuse me, New York, and yeah, those are going to be. I know I'm forgetting one.
Georgia.
Thank you. Yeah, and they're going to try like hell in Georgia because we know how absolutely corrupt that is. Take it away, Hawk.
It's not just it appears that it's not just election poll workers that are trying to corrupt the vote. Take a listen to this guy.
And so you voted for Biden in 2020, but what were you going to do this time?
I wasn't going to vote at all.
You were just going to stay home.
I was going to stay home, eat some chips or something. I don't know.
And so you came just before polls closed. And so you voted for Biden.
Okay, so the context of this is he stated to her, North Carolina man reveals girlfriend forced him to vote for Kamala Harris by threatening to break up with him. Okay. I'm sorry, guys, but I mean, there's,
Hey, Hawk.
ladies, I don't want you to take this the wrong way, but if you think about it, the Declaration of Independence states that all men are created equal. It didn't say anything about you women. All right.
Hey, Hawk, didn't your boyfriend threaten to break up with you if you didn't vote for Kamala?
No, but my dogs did. They threatened to break. That's, but Donald Trump is also having some fun too. We love Il Donald though, because he just puts the funnies out there.
Joe Biden won independent voters in Georgia when he won the state by 9 points. So we've seen a swing of 20 points towards Trump in terms of the margin from 9-point advantage 4 years ago with independence for Biden to now an 11-point advantage with independence for Trump in Georgia.
Wow.
Joe Biden.
Tapper. Tapper was wondering what color his room is in Cuba.
Right,
Okay.
right. Now get this one. Let's add this one.
I think we have 1 million votes in from Florida. About no, not a million. What do we have?
194,000.
194,000.
Yeah, you're over a million.
Over 1 million
1.2
votes. So this is obviously a state that we do expect ultimately is inclined to go red. Although the polls are still open there, we should know. Is there anything we can divine from where the vote has come in? Because it's more than 1 million votes have come in, and Donald Trump with a
Freemason
1,000+
lead right now.
The number one thing I would
I was just
find is
gonna
we
say
have
that.
another example, this time in a very large and very complicated state, that people have learned the lessons, built on the lessons of 2020, and that they're counting early votes and getting early votes out fast. And so that's a good thing for democracy, right?
So are these all early
red
votes?
state or blue state? I assume they are. David Challing can correct me if I'm not. Some of it could be a modest number of election day votes, but normally when you see a big batch of votes come in like that, it's early votes. So correct me if I'm wrong. So what can you glean from this? So you just want to look at big population centers. Duval County, this is one of the swing counties. Although Florida used to be a very competitive state, you would say who's winning Duval County.
Right.
If you want to say who's winning the governor's race or who's winning Bush versus Gore, you go to Duval County. It's not so much as a competitive state anymore, but it is a competitive county, as you see right there, 50-49. So you go back in time and you look, it was 51-48. Right, so you could argue we need to get the final results. You could argue, if you want, Donald Trump's a little bit more competitive this time. If that result holds, we'll see how that plays out. Right, this is his home state now, but we'll see. But it's early to look at that. But that's one of the things you look at. The other thing you'll look at is we don't really have it yet. Is here, the I-4 corridor, Tampa, St. Petersburg, Orlando, over to the beach, and you see it. And then the Democrats again. I don't have no expectation the Democrats are going to win Florida, but again, you will see are Democrats turning out. Right, are Democrats turning out? There's some, there's been a lot of reporting about this. Harris lose a little tiny bit of the Jewish vote because of the Israel, unhappiness over Israel. While she has talked about that in the White House, you'll see a little bit of that down here. It's more important when you get to suburban Philadelphia and out in the Detroit area as well, around Metro. So you might get some clues out of Florida. My expectation is that Florida will stay that color, but we'll keep an eye on it. Sometimes you get surprised.
Right, and one of the other things that's interesting about trying to divine a national view of based on Florida, which is that, as I recall, Governor DeSantis, who's a very conservative Republican governor, I think he won Miami-Dade when he ran for re-election. Is that not right?
We can go. I think we can look.
You have the governor's. I'm sorry. I shouldn't be. I shouldn't be.
No, it's all right. If you want to look, there we go.
Yeah.
So that's the Rubio race. We got to come to governor. Yes, he won. He won Broward.
He won. Chris won Broward.
Chris won Broward. Sorry, DeSantis won Miami-Dade.
DeSantis won Miami-Dade.
Yes,
and that was. It was suggested that he also maybe did better than traditionally Republicans had done with the Hispanic vote, which is obviously significant. And that's one of the areas that people wonder about the vulnerabilities that Harris might have in the Latino
absolutely. Although I would say in Florida you have the most complicated, diverse Hispanic vote than any state in America. It's just much more diverse than in other places, which what makes it more complicated and fascinating. But it has become. You're absolutely right that it has become, especially down here, more Republican. In other states, it was Obama won 2/3 of the Hispanic vote. And now it's become more of a fight in some of the other battlegrounds. But here, this is why one of the reasons Florida has become reliably red is because of the Republican success there. I would also argue it's because of weak Democratic candidates, but we'll have that save that conversation for another day.
Did you see Tapper's laugh on that?
Oh yeah,
when he said weak Democrat candidates.
He realizes I think honestly I think he's going to be the first one we see crack because of this.
Whoa.
It's just it's just crazy. This is by the way, National Law Enforcement League, and for Mexico, Colombia, and one other country, all kneeled in prayer at the same time today, and they were praying for America. I played a video earlier today of kids in India praying for America. And for the last couple of nights, there's been an evening prayer for Donald Trump and for America that has gone on TikTok. It's worldwide. People are, I think that it's not just a great awakening. I think it's also a great revival in many, many ways. And these are, things that are kind of, need to be brought out here. This is the latest report from Jesse Waters, though.
The race in Pennsylvania, according to the polls, is tied. It's also tied in Michigan and Wisconsin. Harris can't afford to lose any of these states because Donald Trump's ahead by at least a point or two in North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada. It looks close, but the Trump campaign feels good about where they are because of the early vote. For the first time in history, Republicans are ahead in the early vote. That's in person and in mail ballot combined. They're ahead in Arizona, Georgia, North Carolina, and Nevada, and have cut Democrats' early vote lead in Pennsylvania by half. We'll have more inside information about the early vote later in the show, but the Trump campaign says women and urban voters are down from 2020, and rural voters showing up big. The Democrats are counting on a big turnout on Election Day, which historically rarely happens for them.
Yeah.
They're relying on enthusiasm tomorrow, but we haven't seen any enthusiasm so far show up in their early vote. And it has David Axelrod worried.
So what I'm worried about is you're counting on some women who are independent Republican women to come out and vote for Harris. Is that going to materialize? Is the gender gap going to be what you need it to be? Are minority voters going to come out in the numbers of African-American voters in particular? And are you going to get the margins that you want there? So there are a lot of open questions. This race is filled with uncertainty.
Republicans worked their tails off registering new voters and putting together a ground game over the last few years. And we're already starting to see the results. The polls say the race is tied, but there's still a lot we don't know.
I think the pollsters are getting this wrong. We're all missing something because they're giving us the same poll over and over again. They're telling us we're watching a basketball game where every play is a jump ball. Somewhere, somebody is missing something. I think I'm not going to call it a wave, but I think there's a wavelet out there of Republican enthusiasm and registration.
Wall Street, who pays guys millions of dollars to know things before they happen, is seeing the same thing.
The expectation today is that Donald Trump will win the White House in just a few days. We'll know shortly.
Wall Street isn't always right, though. But even our good friend Chuck Todd is predicting a Trump win.
This is not the beginning of something nor the end of something. We continue to be in the middle of something. We are about to do something we haven't done since the 19th century, and that is we just finished 2 straight one-term presidents. The likelihood of this being a one-term presidency is high, not low, because we are a country that has been voting against. We voted against Hillary Clinton in 16 and got Trump. We voted against Trump in 20 and got Biden. I think this is another vote against election, not a vote for.
This race really started with the raid. Biden sending the FBI to turn Trump's house upside down rallied the Republican Party around him. After that, it was overkill. Indictment after indictment after indictment. Even a mugshot. Then unconstitutionally excessive fines and a 6-week show trial. Trump's numbers began to skyrocket. Biden was in trouble, so he gambled and called for an early debate. A gamble he lost so badly he lost the nomination. The Democrats stripped Biden of his delegates and forced him off the stage with a gun to his head. Meanwhile, guns were loaded for Trump, and 45 nearly died in Butler. The assassin was put down by the Biden administration. They stonewalled investigators.
Now that's the first time that has come up today. You know, the assassination attempt, but it's good to see it. It's good to see that it gets brought into the conversation, you know, as to what makes people think the way that they think. And them trying to kill him affirmed for a lot of people that he is actually the right guy, you know, because he's not part of them. He's not part of the club, you know. He says,
and that sent a message to, I believe, to the Black community. Like, we were talking about this as it was happening. You know, he was arrested, indicted, and the Black community has seen how the court system has really, you know, let's be clear, there's plenty of guilty Black people doing crimes and so forth, but they've seen they've been subject to lawfare in the past.
Yep.
And for them to see lawfare going against this billionaire white man, there's no explanation for it other than, you know, imagine if they were going after Bezos like they're going after Trump, or Musk like they're going after Trump, which they're starting to do because he's backed Trump. But the Black community really started siding with Trump. And that's why my stance all along, and this was even when I was exposing Mike Gill, and Mike Gill said that Trump needed his whatever bullshit he had, and that he was going to, that he turned on his support group so that he would stay out of prison. And I challenged this vehemently. And the bottom line here is that I felt like all the lawfare against Donald Trump was actually going to help him, just like that, you know, comment about the floating pile of trash out in the ocean. I think it's called Puerto Rico. And I said that was going to come back and boomerang against the Democrats. But I honestly didn't think that Biden was going to come out and call us all garbage. But that was a beautiful gift, and the biggest jump, I think, in towards Trump since the assassination. But when they saw he actually got shot, I think the Black community was like, yeah, they're trying to take him out for obvious reasons. I wanted to show everyone this. O'Keefe Media Group, which is obviously James O'Keefe of OMG, has undercover associates in hundreds of election offices. This is the Georgia Record that is reporting on this, and has quietly infiltrated hundreds of election offices around the country with associates prepared to observe and report what they see. So, yeah, election integrity. This is from Adam Muse. If you're running an election office in Maricopa, Fulton, Clark, of Philadelphia County, you are now aware that at least a handful of your workers are undercover citizen journalists documenting the good, bad, and ugly. And by the way, this is just O'Keefe Media Group. There are, I guarantee you that there are white hats within these groups as well. Anyone breaking the law has to worry about being caught on video. Thousands of hours of footage have already been captured. If you're working in an election office and see something nefarious, say something. If you're thinking about doing something nefarious, realize that you're likely being filmed by an undercover citizen journalist. Democrats panic after learning 100+ undercover journalists have infiltrated key election offices. The New York Times and Guardian are reporting that at least 2 media companies, including OMG and Project Veritas, are working with a massive network of citizen journalists working undercover in America's most controversial election offices. Now, seems, undercover, cameras and recording, it seems somewhat nefarious. But here's the thing. All they're trying to do is make sure that things are done legally. That's all they're trying to do. That's all they're there for. This isn't about, trying to change the election. This is about making sure that we catch anybody who is trying to take the election. And this is occupied territory. Trump has talked about the occupied territory in 11.3, 11.4 in the Law of War Manual. Speaks to the occupation by foreign entities. And we think that's why all the fences and all the barricades are going up in Washington, D.C.
Okay, so an update of activity. This is going on. More distractions, says the Patriots voice. Karina Clifford put out the pro-Palestine protesters are gathering outside the White House in front of St. John's Church as of 7:10 p.m. Eastern time. Now, if I'm not mistaken, that's the church that Trump stood in front of with the Bible that they tried to burn down.
What's it called?
St. John's Church.
I don't believe so. Where did it say it is?
Directly across the street from the White House.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's the one. It should be on 16th. Yeah, that's St. John's. Yep.
Yeah. So there's a few different clips here. A beautiful church, very old. I would say late 1600s, 1700s church. Looks like the news is setting up out here as well.
1815. 1815.
1815? Okay.
Yeah.
So
it's known as the Church of the Presidents.
Well, the numbers are definitely getting bigger. They got an ice cream man. They must be waiting to see if Joe comes out to celebrate Trump's win. Oops, did I say that out loud?
Joe's keeping that guy in business. Are you kidding me?
Yeah. This guy here, this is the poll worker who called in those bomb threats. Thank you, Stephen, for sending that on to us. Oh, we lost him, and he is back. And let's move him up the line there. There we go. Yeah, so Stephen sent this to me. Georgia poll worker arrested for mailing bomb threat to the voting stations. Yep, it's crazy.
What's his name, Hawk?
It does not say his name. Wait, he's not a Russian. That's funny. But yeah, there's. I don't see his name.
So here's this story. We are here. Yeah, stay in line. Stop the steal. Good catch. Yeah,
I like that.
This is
good stuff. Yeah.
This there were bomb threats were called into 5 voting locations in Georgia's DeKalb County, as well as 2 other locations that are not polling places. Police are performing bomb sweeps at the 7 total locations. Folks, let me ask you something. Would this benefit Trump at all, these bomb threats? And why would they call them in unless they were trying to rig this election in the direction of Kamala Harris?
Mm-hmm.
This isn't our MO. It's not our MO. Yeah. Unbelievable. And one of the things I wanted to say, because I grew up a Roberto Clemente fan, who was an amazing player for the Pittsburgh Pirates, and my brothers were really big into him. My older brothers, and Trump just did he was just with Roberto Clemente Jr. And he's very, very popular and well known in Puerto Rico because Roberto Clemente was actually flying relief supplies, and on I thought it was Christmas Eve, but somebody said it was New Year's Eve. I think it was Christmas Eve. He was taking supplies to Puerto Rico when his plane went down. So he is an icon in Puerto Rico. Roberto Clemente, and he died in that plane crash trying to help Puerto Rico. And so for him to be on stage with Trump was really a big deal. It was like, this is, hey, Puerto Rico, you know where your bread's buttered. You know who's looking to take care of you, and that's Donald John Trump, without question. The reason why they're talking about stay in line or stay online is because the lines in many of these places are very, very long, and they're intentionally making them very, very long so people will go home. And right. And this is what I wanted to. This is what I was just speaking to. Slow. Let me come right back to you. Okay. Can I just finish this thought, and then we'll come to your Roberto Clemente, the pride of Puerto Rico, was one of the greatest baseball players in history and also a tremendous humanitarian. He gave his life helping others dying in a plane crash while delivering relief supplies to earthquake victims on New Year's Eve, 1972. I remember the night we heard that, and my brothers were crushed. Because I was born outside of Pittsburgh in Beaver Falls, Pennsylvania. 72, we were still in Pennsylvania. I'm sorry, we had just gotten to Ohio. He remains a legend in Puerto Rico and in Pittsburgh. It was my pleasure to talk about his legacy with his oldest son, Roberto Jr., at our rally in Pittsburgh. It's wonderful to have his support. There you have it. Go ahead, Slow.
Yeah.
Okay. So
real quick before you jump in, that Facebook, welcome back. We hit 8-hour maximum limit for Facebook. We just reset you guys, so we're good for another 8 hours. We apologize for the interruption. Slow Country, all yours.
all right. So Harris took New Jersey. No big surprise there. But Trump took Arkansas. Would help if I shared the map. So right now we're looking at 101 to 49.
Okay.
And it looks like he's going to take North Carolina, like I thought. And it looks like he's probably going to end up taking Georgia, like I thought.
What do you think? What are the numbers in North Carolina right now?
The numbers in North Carolina it's a dead heat, 49.5 to 49.5. Trump is in the lead by 16 votes so far, but that's only 14% reporting.
Okay.
Personally, I think with the with what has transpired over these last weeks in North Carolina, and the response from the current administration for the state of North Carolina, I believe that the state of North Carolina will be Donald Trump's.
Mm. Hey, Hawk, I'm going to show this Raskin video, okay, that you sent me.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's make sure you read the context to that too. Go for it, please.
So Laura Loomer posts this. Hopefully you stay true to your claim below that you will certify the winner. That's not what you said on video here, Representative Raskin. You said yourself that you will try to not certify the election based off of Section 3 of the 14th Amendment. You're on video here.
What can be put into the Constitution can slip away from you very quickly. And the greatest example going on right now before our very eyes is Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, which they're just disappearing with a magic wand, as if it doesn't exist, even though it could not be clearer what it's stating. And so, they want to kick it to Congress. So it's going to be up to us on January 6, 2025 to tell the rampaging Trump mobs that he's disqualified. And then we need bodyguards for everybody in Civil War conditions, all because the 9 justices, not all of them, but these justices who have not many cases to look at every year, not that much work to do, a huge staff, great protection, simply do not want to do their job and interpret what the great 14th Amendment means. And I'm glad that Sherilyn's creating her new center so we can bring that.
So this is the 14th Amendment, and it's basically Section 3 is no person shall be a senator or representative in Congress or elector of president or vice president or hold any office, civil or military, under the United States or under any state who, having previously taken an oath as a member of Congress or as an officer of the United States or as a member of any state legislature, executive or judicial officer of any state, to support the Constitution of the United States shall have engaged in insurrection or rebellion against the same, or given aid or comfort to the enemies thereof. But Congress may, by a vote of 2/3 of each house, remove such disability. So, Raskin's basically suggesting that Trump was a part of an insurrection or a rebellion by the January 6th event, which, by the way, is coming out in full force to prove that that it was a setup. The whole damn thing was a setup.
But he told people as well to go home in peace at the end 3 times. That has a specific meaning as well.
Trump would have had to have been charged with insurrection.
Yeah,
or
you're
rebellion.
right.
Or
You're right.
rebellion.
And none of the charges of the J6ers, I don't think any of those upheld an insurrection. What do you call it?
Nope, none of
right?
them.
Yeah.
Yep. None of the January 6 people were ever charged with insurrection either.
Right. That's what I meant. That's what yeah, it's it's legit. And let me see here. I want to it looks like OAN is saying that Kamala wins Massachusetts. No surprise there.
Yeah, I think I have that on the
9%
map.
reporting, it's 307,094.
And also, I don't know how they're calling this election in Illinois, but according to everybody so far, Kamala Harris is going to win Illinois, but there's only 9% reporting, and there's only a 60,000 vote margin. So I don't know how they're calling it for her yet, with only 9% reporting. So I haven't even marked it on the map because with only 9% reporting, yeah, no.
Steve, the reason we brought Stephen in is if Kamala Harris wins, there's going to be a lot of us that are going to need to be rehomed elsewhere. And so Stephen being in Europe might have some suggestions for us to rehome after if she wins this election. That's all I got to say.
Well, I don't know about that, Dave, because they've punctured the dunes here and the dams and the dikes in Holland.
Have they
So
really?
if we have a little storm in the North Sea, half of Holland is going to be underwater, so there won't be any room.
Yeah, you guys in Western North Carolina. That's unbelievable.
I mean,
go ahead. Go ahead.
This is total fraud. I mean, Kamala Harris can't get these numbers. It's unbelievable because this is total fraud. I mean, even now it's obvious that I mean, if you look at the rallies Trump has done, he's done over 200 or 900 rallies or in his 4 years. He said something like it. I
Over
don't know.
900. Yeah, I think so.
It's unbelievable. I mean, they'll have to get the military out to prove that this is fraud. This cannot be.
Yeah. Trump just won Kansas. So again, these early reportings of Trump wins doesn't help Trump, in my opinion. Just because people like, oh, Trump's got this sewn up. Not the case. So we got to be careful. We got to. That's why Trump said, "Stay online, stay online, stay in line." Excuse me.
Yeah.
His post of high Republicans, if you're in line, stay in line. Let me show you guys that. And this is Kevin Rotello's sharing this with us. Let me play this. We played it already, but I want to play it because I want to show you a drop.
Republicans, we're doing really well. If you're in line, stay in line. Don't let them take you off that line. Vote. Stay in the line. They can't do anything about it. And vote. We're going to win it big. Thank you.
So this is 63, which mirrored is also 36. These are the caps of that post by Trump. So
can you just take us back to the post, Dave?
Yeah, right here. So 63 is, to those watching, you know who you are. You have a choice to make. You can stand up and do what you know to be right, or you can suffer the consequences of your previous actions. Make no mistake, you are on the losing side. The choice is yours. If you decide to take down posts online, again, online, he says, stay online.
Right.
Okay. This is what he was pointing us to. And the net we will be ready. So if you decide to take down, all of our communication and the net, we will be ready. Okay. Then it's some kind of a code there. Alice in Wonderland. And I believe Alice is the supercomputer in Saudi Arabia that will be communicating to the Musk satellites.
But it says Alice and Wonderland, Dave, not Alice in Wonderland.
All of them do. All of them do.
Really?
Yeah. And it's both, with the exception of when they're talking about Hillary in Wonderland, the book. It's Alice in Wonderland, and Alice has been described as Hillary in the bloody wonderland of Saudi Arabia and her connection there and the ties financially. And also, we believe that Alice is also a supercomputer within that as well, which is also said Alice equals Q, and Q is part of this, I believe, the supercomputer network. And mirroring 63 takes us to 36, November 2nd, Delta, military intelligence, no media, no leaks. How many military generals have been in and out of White House within the past 30 days? Focus on Flynn, background and potential role. Now, Flynn was the one that mentioned the corruption within the Congress that has been caught and will be revealed. What is the common denominator in terms of military backgrounds close to POTUS? What's a common denominator, Hawk?
I'm sorry. I was busy with the books.
No worries. The common denominator is they're Marines.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Go ahead.
That's all right. Why did Soros transfer the bulk of his public funds to a nonprofit organization, NPO? Because of 13818, executive order by Trump to take away all assets of those who have conducted crimes against humanity.
Yeah.
Why is this relevant? Who owes a lot to very bad actors? That would be Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama. How can she repay? Obviously, talking about Hillary, not talking about Barry, although it's close. You could call him a she. Repay as payment was made under promise of victory. What cash payments occurred by Barack Obama during the last 90 of his presidency to foreign states and or organizations? Iran, a lot of money.
Yeah.
What slush fund did AG Sessions through DOJ put an end to? That was, I forget what that was at the time, but it didn't allow a president to do what Barack Obama did. How does Soros, Obama, Clinton, Holder, Lynch, etc., all net many millions of dollars normally within a single tax year? Well, those are the book deals, right? That could have been handed out through Maxwell's publishing company, Scheinman and Schuster, to give them these big book deals because they're giving all these contracts. Specifically, by the way, with the Department of Education, which Trump is talking about putting an end to. Why? Because Trump is aware of not only the corruption within the Department of Education, but that their mission is not to educate at all. It is to create conformity among the masses.
Indoctrination.
Exactly. What was negotiated on the tarmac between Bill Clinton and Loretta Lynch? It was to stop the investigation into Hillary Clinton's emails, which were very damning, and not only the emails themselves, but the server that she operated on, which Barack Obama also communicated under, which would have gone right back to him. Remember, it was expected HRC was going to win during this time period. What if the Wizards and Warlocks tipped off a local reporter as to the supposed unscheduled stop? By the way, Q has said we have that meeting between Clinton and Lynch, that we have that. What if the NSA, under the personal direction from Admiral Rogers, had this meeting miscategorized and logged under a false identity to prevent bad actors from locating, while also verifying to said players all was clear? No logs. For those of you that might not catch that, what Q is telling us is that Rogers had this, like if you save a file and you want to save a picture of Barack or save a picture of Bill Clinton and Loretta Lynch, you save it as a big cat and Lily Lobo or whatever, you know what I mean? And you code it, but you don't allow them to be able to search Clinton and Lynch so that they could get rid of it. What really happened when the Wizards and Warlocks revealed what they had? Was Comey forced into the spotlight shortly thereafter, not by choice? Now, remember, Comey said he was going to stop investigating Hillary Clinton, right? That nothing was found. And then the week before the election, he was reopening that investigation. Do you guys remember? Q is telling us this is why that happened. Right before the election, no doubt, which would cast suspicion upon Hillary Clinton. These are crumbs, and you cannot imagine the full and complete picture. If Trump failed, if we failed and HRC assumed control, we as patriots were prepared to do the unthinkable. This was leaked internally and kept the delegate recount scam and Barack Obama from declaring fraud. Dig deeper, missing critical points to paint the full picture. There is simply no other way than to use the military. It's that corrupt and dirty. Please be safe and pray for those in harm's way as they continually protect and serve our great country. My friends, Donald Trump took us there with this message, because in this message, he had that many caps, which I believe,
36.
yeah, 36. Yeah.
I need to step away for a few minutes. I got to get these puppies fed.
Okay. Okay. Stephen and Slow Country will take it from here. I'm out too. So you guys, I'm kidding. Stephen, we brought him in. Now we're dumping the show on him.
Yeah. I was just going to say we were talking about Alice. It's got multiple meanings. Alice is also the name of the machine that digs these dumbs. Eh?
Oh yes, absolutely. Yes.
Yep.
And here we go. Good call, Stephen. This is it right here. Now, I don't know if Q ever mentioned Alice directly in relation to this.
No,
but
I don't.
We have definitely gone there because multiple meanings exist, right?
Mm-hmm.
By the way, you can't really see the scale of this, folks, but a person would be about the size. Let me see if there's one with people beside it.
I'm going to try and find one as well. Yeah.
Here it is.
Okay. Yeah, it's gigantic, that thing. Yeah, that's it. Wow.
Look at this.
And that's even a small one. I've seen bigger ones than this as well.
I agree. Yes. No, I've definitely seen bigger ones without question. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. But look, I mean, think about that. I mean, why do they have this if they're not using it? Why would you? And by the way, when was the last tunnel that we were told about publicly that was being dug? Well, certainly we know that Musk has these tunnels, and he has them in Las Vegas, for example. He has them in some other places. He tried to do it in Los Angeles, but they stopped him because of regulations and all. But it's also this has a relation to it with Alice in the rabbit hole, right? Because it's digging rabbit holes, and we're going under rabbit holes. So very I'm glad you mentioned that.
I found the photo. I don't know how I can show it.
If you down at the bottom, do you have a present button?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Okay, so hit present and then go to share screen, and then it'll give you the options of your screen, whether it's a tab or a window or an entire screen.
Okay.
By the way, Kevin Rotello says, hello, Stephen. Mr. Sciatica.
Oh yeah, hello. No, I mean, thank you for the posts. He always sends me posts.
Yeah, he sent. He was the one that sent the 36 caps.
Yeah,
that last dive.
This is the one. This. Can you see it?
No. So if you hit present, hit share screen, then you have to click on one of those options and then hit share in the lower right-hand corner.
I thought I did. Let's have a look. Share screen. Yeah.
Do you want to send it to me and I'll pull it up?
I'll do one more try.
Okay.
Try it once more. Let's have a look. I'll send it to you, Dave, okay?
Okay.
This isn't working out. So I'll send it to you through
X works or the private chat, whichever you want.
Yeah. X. I always call it Twitter. Can't get used to this X thing. Let's have a look.
I know, right?
Here it is.
The reason why oh my God, yeah, this is the one. Holy cow. Yeah, you found it. Okay.
It's big.
Look at this, folks. This is Alice, the tunnel boring machine. You're right. This is probably twice the size of that last one I showed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And isn't it interesting that I just made that connection between Alice, the supercomputer, and how they took the CIA satellites offline, the Coronas offline. Q walked us through that whole process years ago, and how they're being replaced by the Starlink satellites that Musk is putting up, and how he's connected with not just the Alice supercomputer, but also possibly the Alice tunnel boring machine, so that he can create these tunnels where his self-driving cars go. You know, in Las Vegas, if you're going down the strip, it might take you an hour to go the length of the strip at certain hours of the day based on the traffic, both the car traffic and the foot traffic. And so Musk has these tunnels that you can order an Uber from, and they're underneath the strip, and it'll get you there in minutes underneath, and then you go up to the street level. And that's happening now in Vegas. Yeah, that takes us, talk about a rabbit hole, man. That is that's significant.
Yeah.
I think it's just you and I, Stephen. I think because big country had to take, or slow country had to take a break as well.
Nope, I'm here.
Oh, you're back.
I've been back. I've been up. I've been looking at the map. Is what I've been doing.
You got an update for us?
Well, yes and no. So I'm on the Associated Press. I don't trust them at all. I don't trust any of them, to be honest with you. But let me pull this up here.
Snedehead Robin says that 25% of black men are voting for Trump in Georgia. Do you know how amazing that is? 25%. That's awesome.
So I'm looking at this, and it shows that Kansas has flipped to Harris.
Kansas?
Kansas.
But they're neck and neck.
But they're only 18,000 votes apart. It shows Missouri, and if we recall, Missouri is a big George Soros state.
Mm-hmm.
With the prosecutors. It's showing Missouri so far is looking at for Harris, but there's only a 10,000 vote margin there also.
Can you go bigger on that?
Sure.
You need to
Please.
update the map. North Dakota, South Dakota, and
So can you see that a little bit better? Or do I need to enlarge it some more?
You know what? Let me get us out of the way.
No.
Go ahead.
Okay. So
if you can go larger, that would be good, but it's all right.
Yeah, I can. I can.
Okay.
So let's see here.
I can't believe Harris has got 99 electoral votes. I mean, it's
Well, and I don't even think she has that, to be honest with
She
you.
won in New York.
you have New York is blue right now.
Yep.
Yep.
You
It just turned.
Yep.
It's impossible. This is impossible.
So I got to update the map because it shows North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, Wyoming all going to Trump, which is what I kind of figured anyway. But it also shows New York going blue. And there are people calling the race in Virginia for Harris, but Trump is ahead. I've been seeing that also, but this is what I was saying about Missouri and Kansas. And it looks like New Mexico so far shows Donald Trump ahead with 1% reporting. It doesn't even show anything for Harris yet.
Which one?
New Mexico. It
They
showed
hated her so much they didn't even vote for her. They voted for the
Chase Oliver. Wow.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
So, and then there's Iowa. It looks like it's going to be a landslide in Iowa so far, but that's only 1% reporting. So, and like I said, with here in Illinois, they were calling it for Harris early. They called it when there was only 5% reporting.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Now there's
So,
25%.
Now there's 25%. So I don't know. And I put in the chat earlier, there's only like a 40,000 vote difference, or maybe 50,000 vote difference in Michigan with 9% reporting. That's huge.
You mean that how close it is?
How close it is in Michigan. That's huge.
Yeah.
And then Pennsylvania, you know, I don't think the stats are right on this yet. I don't think we're going to see the real numbers until probably around 10:30, maybe 11 o'clock. So, and it looks like Donald Trump is definitely probably going to take North Carolina, probably definitely going to take Georgia, and it looks like he may take Virginia. But it's going to be close with Virginia. It's going to be damn close with Virginia.
The differences are too small. This is impossible. This is impossible.
It's next level corruption. When you look at Illinois, you know that they've got control over. You know they have control over Chicago. They have for a very, very long time. So that's not going to change, unfortunately, because when you think about it, why would Chicago continue to vote Democrat? It just doesn't make any sense. The city is a mess. It's a murder capital of the world. And East St. Louis and St. Louis, Missouri. St. Louis, Missouri and East St. Louis, Illinois. A lot of people don't know that. East St. Louis is in Illinois. Black communities, why would they vote Democrat? It doesn't make any sense either, right? Yeah. So,
but I think this is going to cause people to take for the streets, Dave. This can't be. I mean, people are going to be outraged. They're not going to riot, but they're going to take to the streets.
Yeah.
I think.
You know, Mr. Poole is suggesting that that we are
in Louisiana.
That there's going to be an EBS alert at midnight tonight.
Okay. Oh wow.
And but you know, it's with a grain of salt. But we have been expecting it for a very long time, and we know why they're suggesting that this, you know, is going to be the case. And I'm telling you that I do believe that if we see Kamala Harris win this election, that we are going to know that our country has been overtaken.
Again
is the key word there, without question.
I mean, Ohio's gone to Trump as well, apparently.
I certainly hope so.
He may be able to bring that up. Slow, can you bring that up, Ohio? Trump's got 187 there, 178.
Oh, look at the pups eating. That's right. Yeah, where are we at with Ohio? Good call.
Ohio, there's a 300,000 vote margin, just about, in favor of Trump. 50% reporting.
There's a thing on CNN that said Trump won Texas.
Yeah, I don't trust CNN either.
It's not showing on here.
CNN calls elections way too soon.
Can you go to Texas so we could see that? See the spread?
Yeah. It's a pretty good spread, but
I can't imagine Texas going blue. I mean, Austin's only so big. Houston only so big.
The red.
What's that?
NBC's, they're all projecting Texas to go red, which I was projecting it to go red also, but I don't like to call shit too early. I'm not Fox News.
Yeah. You called Florida red this early. You're definitely not Fox News. They didn't even call it after it was very clear in 2020 that he had won Florida, that Trump had won Florida.
And I think they really need to go ahead and just call Georgia, because there's
that's pretty, yeah.
There's a 200,000 vote margin there.
Now, here's the key. What counties are still out? That would be good to know.
Well, let's find out.
Can we? Oh, there we go. Okay.
It looks like.
So DeKalb and Fulton are huge.
Yep. It looks like Fulton County has already went for Harris so far. And it looks like DeKalb County did too.
Mm-hmm.
But it also looks like Gwinnett County did. But right here is where Fort Benning, Georgia is.
Mm-hmm.
So that's going to be kind of interesting. And then down here in this area is Fort Stewart and Hunter Army Airfield. Right here is Warner Robins Air Force Base, for those of you that are trying to look for your military stuff. And right up here is Fort Gordon. I should say right here. Right here's Fort Gordon. And I was wrong. This right here is Fort Stewart. And this is Hunter Army Airfield right in the center. literally in Savannah.
He got Ohio.
And Trump just took Ohio. And so 17.
137 to 99.
I've got 140.
How do you get 140? He's at 137.
Oh no, I got 140. Because Louisiana.
That's counting Louisiana.
Okay. Nope. Yep. You're right. I counted a 3 twice.
Wisconsin is red. Well,
So Wisconsin is now reporting, and so is Minnesota.
in Iowa.
I'll just pull it up.
We have Montana left, Utah, Arizona,
So,
Nevada.
so far now, once again, this is only, let me go back to all states here.
Trump is gaining in Virginia.
Yes. Yes. There's only a 30,000 vote margin there, but that one's going to be close. That one's going to be really close. But so far, Wisconsin is showing.
He just took Texas.
Is showing a substantial lead in Wisconsin. He's showing a substantial lead so far in Minnesota. And so, I mean, but that's still early. It's only 1% in both of those states. And he's catching up to Harris in Michigan fast.
Virginia as well.
Yeah.
There's only a margin of
he's
not even 3,000 votes in Virginia now.
What's that?
3,000. It's 3,000 now. He's overtook Harris.
Yeah, he overtook her by 33,000. And Texas just went red. And that is
Virginia would be huge.
Virginia would be huge.
Yeah.
40. So
He's at 177.
Trump is now at 177 electoral college votes. I might go ahead and put Harris is winning Illinois.
She won Illinois.
And that is
impossible.
So that puts her at 71. And then what other one did she win? She won another one, I thought.
Who's yours? Move your thing.
I think that's it so far. I think that's all she's won so
New
far.
York. You don't have New York, huh?
Oh, yeah, I don't have New York. Okay.
There you go.
So New York is 20, I think.
Can we call this too big to rig at the moment, Slow or not?
28. Well, it is. Well, I wish. But we know that there's funny business going on.
Yeah.
In Pennsylvania. In Pennsylvania, Georgia, and Texas. So, so we do know that for sure, but there's been funny business going on everywhere. So,
but they've been caught red-handed now this time.
They've been
of course.
caught red-handed.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. Funny feeling about New York as well, Slow. New York, it doesn't feel right.
Yeah, it doesn't feel right in New York, but Sir Oliver actually put in there in New York, they're letting anybody vote.
Yeah. Even deceased people as well.
Dave stepped out.
I'm still here.
Oh, did you? Can I get you to pull up Sir Oliver's post a little bit ago?
Sure.
He was saying that they were allowing anybody to vote in New York.
Actually, I'm going to send him an invite too.
Okay.
Have you eaten yourself, Hawk, yet or not?
No, he feeds the dog.
No, not yet. I just had the puppies taken care of. I'll be to head out here in a minute to get the big dogs taken care of and throw something on the grill for myself. Because I'm at that point. I need some sustenance.
Take care of yourself, Hawk.
I try. I do my best. It's you can only do so much though. Sorry about the noise back there. They're upset. I put them back in their box for the night.
I love the noise. I love the noise.
Yeah. How many squirrels have voted? It's a legitimate question, obviously. From what Hodgo says, how many squirrels have voted? That's a dang good question. I'd like to know.
How many garbage containers have voted?
Yeah.
Let me see.
And it looks like Maine's going to be a pretty close race too. It's already flipped and flopped like 4 times.
This will be the last time that it goes on like this. Elections. This is a farce.
We have 4 more states we're waiting on to.
Stephen, you gotta read the comments sometimes because some of them are for you. There's one on the screen there for you.
Oh shit.
People are saying it's really good to see you.
Thank you very much. On which screen? Is it YouTube screen or this screen?
It's on in the StreamYard screen. It's not down on the lower corner? It's not underneath our pictures?
No.
Starsky Mooney, Stephen, it's really good to see you back with us on the StreamYard. It's not coming up on the StreamYard for you?
Nope.
Right underneath the panel?
Nope.
Right underneath Slow Country?
Nope. Oh yeah, it is. Yeah,
Yep.
I can see it now. Yes.
Yeah,
Thank you,
I tried-
Starsky. Thank you.
Yeah. I try to pull them up when they come up because it's we don't get to see you that often, and I understand why now with your previous medical situation there, but it is wonderful to have you back with us. It really is.
It is the time difference as well, Hawk.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's what, 3 o'clock in the morning where you are now?
It's 3 now.
Oh boy. I hope you got a nap today.
I did actually. Yeah, I took a few hours nap before I came on. Yeah. So,
I dropped. It's under Hawks and Slow's thing, but I dropped the link to Steven's BitChute in our interview that we did Sunday, just
Great.
Sunday, a couple days ago. So
Mhm.
please check that out, guys. This is
Hodgo wants to know if Jasper voted.
he didn't. I couldn't get the garbage bag on him. He wouldn't let me. He wouldn't let me do it. What are you doing? What do you think you're doing? He's like, what are you doing? Come here. You want to come say hi? Come here. Hawks doggies say hi. Yeah. We are, one of the things that I think is really amazing is how Trump has been communicating to us in certainly directly, but also indirectly. And this indirect communication is absolutely confirming absolutely confirming that something much bigger than what most people see happening is happening. And that's it looks like Louisiana has been called for Trump. Is that true?
That is true.
All right. We're good with that. Wow. Louisiana. All right, Louisiana. Beautiful. Let me see.
I'm just waiting because I think there's going to be another push here in a minute.
Trump won Louisiana both in 2016 and 2020.
Georgia, 73% Trump, 27 Harris. And that was the last call, and that was about 10 minutes ago.
Yeah,
Georgia.
I'm 71% reporting. This just updated. It looks like Trump is ahead by about 120,000 votes.
Robin says, okay, 3 margaritas, now herbal tea. Cheers. 3 margaritas. I'm jealous. I haven't even cracked a bottle of wine tonight.
Virginia's damn close still. 25,000 votes.
What are you doing?
Dave has sent you a message on Twitter.
Thank you.
In Michigan,
They're about neck and neck.
yeah, they're about neck and neck in Michigan. 59,000 votes separate them, and there's only 12% reporting.
Michigan's going to be a tough one.
Yeah.
Here's a video Stephen just dropped me.
Hi, everyone. It's Haley with the Center County Report. We are currently at the Willow Bank building where we are setting up to go live when police told us we need to exit the building because they said people are trying to disrupt the election. Now you can see back behind me that there are police flashing lights, residents, people. We are all gathered here at the lower parking lot of the building. We'll keep you updated with what's going on at 8.
Where was she?
The voting site at Center County Election Office in Pennsylvania.
Interesting. Disrupting voting, getting rid of press. That doesn't sound right, does it? Let's see. So since 92, Maine has leaned Democrat. Hillary Clinton won in 2016. She won the popular vote, but Trump won one electoral vote for Maine's 2nd congressional district due to Maine's unique system of allocating electoral votes. This was the first time since 1972 that Maine's electoral votes were split. Obama won Maine twice. And then 2020, Joe Biden won Maine by a 9% margin, again, taking 3 of Maine's 4 electoral votes, with Trump winning in the 2nd district. And what were you saying about Maine, Slow?
Maine's been flipping and flopping like really bad. So right now it's red, and it's showing a 50.4% to Harris's 46.6%, but there's only 1% reporting. And there's a 600 vote difference right now.
Okay.
So, and that one's going to be kind of a weird call. I think that one's going to kind of be like 16.
Mama Dobie says Cruz won Texas. Mary Lux says CBS is lying on TV. They are showing blue states that Trump has won. My husband just told me that. And come on, Iowa. How can they call and not all counted? Basically, they take the percentage and they take the percentage of voters that have already come in and project it to finish up the day. Okay.
RSBN's reporting here, Trump leads polls in all 7 swing states as Americans head to the ballot box.
So that was earlier today or last night?
It was just posted. No, it was just posted, I think, now, a few minutes ago. I can send it through because the timestamp is practically now, a few minutes ago. I'll send you on Twitter, Dave.
Okay.
And we can just check this out. RSBN, I think RSBN is, we can trust RSBN, of course, can't we?
Yeah, I'm just wondering why they said as people head to the polls.
Ballot boxes, yeah. I've sent it anyway.
I got it. Trump leads polls in all 7 swing states as America's head to the ballot box. AP calls. What's that?
Look at the timestamp. 8 hours, 8:18.
I don't have a timestamp on that.
No, it's right underneath the RSBN logo.
Yeah.
Oh, 8:18. Okay. Why would it say as America's head to the ballot box? Doesn't really make sense. I see. Okay. Well, the polls, I mean, Slow, you had those up earlier. He is winning in the polls, right?
The exit polls?
Yeah.
The exit polls for the swing states, it shows a Trump or victory in Arizona. And we already know about Florida. And it shows him winning Georgia in the exit polls. And it shows Michigan at a dead heat. But it shows Harris winning by 1.8%, which I think that might be bogus. It shows Iowa with Trump winning 50-45. Nevada, it shows Trump pulling it out by 0.6%. And it shows North Carolina, him winning, which I've been projecting. And what was another one?
CBS is saying probably not going to know results for Pennsylvania tonight.
I think they're full of shit.
Yeah, well, that's because they need those
They told Trump
3 a.m. votes.
Yeah, I guess they told Trump that it was going to take 3 days for Pennsylvania. Let's see.
I sent you a meme, Dave. It compares with this, what I've just told you. Did I send it you or did I send it Hawk? I think I sent it Hawk. I'll send it you now.
Oh, wait, no. Yeah, well,
This
Or-
one. You've got it.
And also the exit poll for Virginia, it showed Harris winning by 5.8%. But if we look at the live map here, 56% reporting, it shows Trump ahead by almost a full 2%.
That's the other one, Dave. I sent you the other one just now, a few seconds ago.
Okay, this is who's going to win Georgia. Harris 27%, Trump 73%. 66% of the votes counted, but that's not, is that a real number? Slow, are those real numbers for Georgia? 73 to 27, that seems too much.
No, that is the percent of a chance of winning Georgia, because Election Wizard just covered that a little bit ago. Let me pull it up here.
I'll be right back.
Okay. I'm trying to pull it up now. Where is it? Trying to find it. I just seen it.
Hey, I'd like to welcome the 5,000 viewers that we currently have. 1,000 on Hawks Mustard Seeds on Rumble, 1,300 on Dave's The Indoctrination, along with 2,925 from Dave's X, and 187 from my X, 339 from my YouTube, 32 from Slow Countries, and 42 of you there on Facebook. Thank you for joining us for this historic day. And I'll shut up and let Slow Country get back to it.
Okay, I cannot find it. So maybe I was misreading something. But and Donald Trump, they just called the race for North Carolina, and Trump gets it. Which is what I was figuring would happen. And that is 16 electoral votes. That takes Trump up to, let's see here, 194. To Harris is 99. So let's see here. I really think Georgia's going to end up going to Trump, but El Paso County, let me pull this up here. El Paso County, Texas moved 16 points towards Trump, but they already called Texas for Trump. So,
are you sharing a screen now?
oh, yeah, sorry about that.
Okay.
So, right here, it looks like they really just need to call it for Trump in Georgia, because I don't think there's any coming back from that.
Yeah.
Honestly, I've seen them call races for less.
So it's 73% there in Georgia. Slow.
Yep.
Georgia and Pennsylvania have extended voting hours at multiple polling locations as voters turn out across the country.
Okay, so Georgia and Pennsylvania have extended voting hours. Of course, because I got to try to get those extra votes in there.
Yeah.
Because there's some stats going on here. Donald Trump shows a 1.3% improvement in DeKalb County over his 2020 performance. And there was another one in here. As soon as
The New York Times looks like they're about to give up on Kamala.
Yeah. Let's see here. Find it here. Flip alert. Trump on pace to flip Baldwin County, Georgia, would be the first time the GOP has won the county since 2004. And the county is 41% African American. With 74% reporting, Fulton County, Georgia shows a 2.6% shift towards Trump over 2020. So yeah,
I've got a funny image here. It's funny, but I can't share it. I don't have to share it. This image. See if we can share it.
and it looks like New Mexico had another dump, and Trump is ahead again.
Mm-hmm. So is Maine.
And so is Maine by about 2,000 votes.
I'm back, gents. What did I miss? Any new states? Somebody just said Trump has Georgia. Is that
Trump? No. Well, Trump is leading in Georgia by a lot, by about 250,000 votes, maybe.
Okay.
And but I seen that he took North Carolina. They called the race for North Carolina.
They didn't update the map.
That Trump got North Carolina.
Yep. I got that from Election Wizard, I think.
How many electorals does that bring us to so far?
Well, if Trump took North Carolina, which is what I seen earlier, that takes him to 194.
North Carolina is still a toss-up.
So my wife said it's still a toss-up, but I seen somewhere that they already called North Carolina. I'm trying to.
In 2020, Biden won Georgia by 0.23%. Meanwhile, we know that that should have been overturned based on what we've seen in Georgia since then.
There it is.
And then North Carolina, Trump has won the past 2 elections.
Yep.
But before that, they reverted with Romney in 2012. But Barack Obama won in 2008.
Here's a stat for you. With an estimated 29% reporting, Harris is underperforming Biden by 4.9% in Duane County, Wisconsin, a key Democrat stronghold.
That's huge. That's very important.
And here's another one with an estimated 53% reporting. Harris is underperforming Biden by 1.5% in Oakland County, Michigan, another key Democrat stronghold.
The key there is how much did those counties win by with Biden, or did they lose with Biden?
Yeah, it said she's underperforming by 1.5%.
Right, but if Biden won by 1.6%, that may not get us over the hump. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Sir Oliver's going to join us shortly.
Are you sharing a screen, guys, or not?
What's that?
Are you sharing a screen or not now at the moment?
No, I was just going over a couple of stats that I seen.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I should have shared it.
Yeah. Let's any numbers. Let's have them up. Just
Gotcha.
it's too hard. It's too hard to follow it all.
And it looks like Kansas just flipped for Trump again. Took him a while. So right now it looks like Kansas flipped 50 to 48.5. And New Mexico flipped to Trump, 19% reporting.
Can you go bigger on that?
Yeah. I noticed that as soon as I said something. Or as soon as you said something. So New Mexico, 19% reporting. About a 4,000 vote gap.
Mm-hmm.
And then Kansas flipped back to Trump, 50 to 48.5.
Those are just too damn close, but yeah, that's the city, Kansas City. Kansas is a big part of that.
Wow.
And Wichita.
And thank you, Wichita. Yeah.
Out of 21,000, well, 20,640.
And then Georgia, that's still really close, but I think they could probably call it and be okay.
Not if they're letting people come and vote still.
So
Turning Gun says, I don't know anyone in Kansas that voted Dem. I know a lot of people there. Yeah, I think it's just the cities primarily in Kansas. I mean, who would in their right mind? I mean, to me, this election, Q has told us many times that this is not about Republicans versus Democrats. This is about good versus evil. And this election, historically, it will go down. Like if you voted for Harris Walz in this election, you're going to lose so much respect at any dinner party you go to or any party you go to. Yeah. I'm just going to say this. You're going to lose fucking respect because it has never been more clear that a a Manchurian candidate is propped up in front of you versus somebody that already showed you what he could do as president, and it was pretty fucking good, like really fucking good. Like cut regulations, cut taxes, made life easier. Gas prices went down. We were exporting energy. I mean, let me count the ways that he's already
closed the border as well. Huh?
The border. Thank you. Hello. And how easy was that? You put up a fucking wall. So what are the Harris Walls supporters? You know, the only walls she does like is the moron from Minnesota because she doesn't like them down at the border. Okay. She took down the walls and as the borders are, and then tried to back out of it like she wasn't the borders are. So, I mean, you're watching this unfold and the level of indoctrination of the people that are still voting for this woman.
And the woke bullshit as well, Dave. Eh?
Is the what?
The woke bullshit, LGBTQ.
Oh, let's let the men playing ladies sports. Oh my God. Let's let 12-year-old children mutilate their bodies without their parents knowing. I'm sorry. Let's kill the babies. Let's let the transvestite story time hours tell stories to our young children. Meanwhile, you don't see them going off to the nursing homes reading to the elderly. Don't you think they'd love a story read to them?
Yeah.
But it's because it's not about fucking story time. It's not about entertaining people. It's about fucking grooming our children. And Disney,
it's a crime. It's a crime. It's terrible.
Nickelodeon, the grooming that is going on with their programming. Folks, we are going to, see the difference between those who are awake and those who think that the media is telling them the truth. And certainly there's a level of indoctrination, but there's also a level of ignorance. You're ignoring like real connections between the mainstream media, that are, this mainstream media that are connected to the pharmaceutical companies. Folks, if David Snedeker's show was funded by Pfizer and Moderna and AstraZeneca and Johnson & Johnson, would you really trust what I had to say about your health and what medicine you should take and shouldn't take or must take or forced to take? Can you not make that connection as a thinking human being? No, because you're an NPC. You're a non-player character because you're not thinking for yourselves. You're not challenging anything you're fucking being told unless it's told to you by your brother or your uncle or your son or your father or your mother or your sister. Because it's absolutely uncanny that not only do you believe people you don't know who have connections to the banks and the pharma and the big agra. How many fucking McDonald's commercials of poison can you watch a day? Burger King, Wendy's, Chick-fil-A. Oh, they're Christian. Really? Then maybe they shouldn't fucking poison us.
Dave, these people won't survive in the new world, eh?
They will not.
They won't.
They will not. They won't be able to walk down the street. Hold
not
on.
Along, not just that, but the majority of them have had the jibby jabs. Are you still there, Dave? Dave is not there. These NPCs have, in the majority, have had the jibby jabs, and because of the rising collective consciousness, they will just not survive.
Yeah, he muted himself.
Okay.
So that was good. You got to finish.
And that's all I have to say about that, guys. I'm just, I hope you all got that, because
we heard every word of it, Dave. Every word.
I think that was one of my best monologues, to be honest with you. So I hope you got all that.
It was kind of prophetic.
Hey, Steven, sorry to duck out on you. I had to go get my charger out of the other room. But yeah, that they're not only not going to be able to walk down the street, but they're not going to be able to walk because, they're dead, and they're not going to be able to give any offspring.
They're dead as well up here and in between the ears. They're dead up there. And I mean, they've had the jibby jabs, most of them. They won't survive that. They won't survive the collective consciousness. It's rising as well. They will just drop by the wayside.
I think that's the whole idea when people talk about, the dimensions.
Yeah.
When I go out into the world, I feel like I'm with different dimensions. Like I feel like I'm in a dimension, and then this other person
doesn't see it.
That is, got a Harris sticker on her car. It is, fully jabbed. It wants women's rights, but women's rights mean, being able to kill babies.
Yeah.
How about men's rights? Do we have the right to kill babies? Because we don't, unless, of course, we're a doctor that performs abortions and violates their oath to do no harm.
Yeah.
By the way, every doctor that gives an abortion
is a murderer.
Yeah, they violated their oath of office.
Yeah, is a murderer.
So, people are hitting me up here. I like it, guys. Thanks. I'm just catching it, the chat here. Did I pause 15 seconds to cover my left eye? Because I tell them that, when you get really emotional, you cover your left eye.
Yeah. Oh my God, like this.
It calms your right brain, So that's great. So this is an election that is really, people, say about how Donald Trump has divided us, right? And he hasn't divided us. What he's done is he's talked very sometimes harshly, very straightforward about things that we have been taught to not speak about in public or at the dinner table, right? And he has been a lightning rod for these issues that force us to take a side to that issue. It's not just whether or not we side with Trump. What he is doing is he has brought to the surface that's why I believe without question that we're watching a movie, we're watching a show that has been choreographed and scripted in order to wake up humanity from its slumber. And also for the benefit of those of us who are awake and do feel this revolution very deeply and have experienced great heartache from the loss of friends and family and our freedoms and our health and
relationships as well.
Thank you. Relationships. Okay. Yeah. We're all going through this crazy time in human history. And so I think, when I see these communications from Trump and Scavino, and they lead us back into the Q drops at very specific moments in time and very specific messages that correlates to that very specific moment in time.
Mm-hmm.
And it to me, it's like, okay, we got this. Spiritual Street Fighter popped up earlier. Nothing can stop what is coming. They've seen this before. They've seen this. They've seen it play out through the looking glass, through and venturing into the future, or through the mass mind control, are creating a future that is sustainable. Because the future that the Democrats bring to the table is not sustainable. We're going to try to, first of all, sterilize you so you don't have a child. That's called the jabs, which they made mandatory.
And not just that, it's the chemtrails as well.
It's all of it. But I'm
It's
going
everything.
from before birth.
Yeah.
The climate change, they want you to believe that bringing more humans onto the earth is bad for the environment. So you have a whole generation of children that say, "Oh, I don't want to have a child because of what it'll do for the environment." Meanwhile, you got schmucks, riding around on Lear jets with 3-5 homes and boats and yachts, who
a second house on the beach.
What's that?
A second house on the beach, but the sea level is going to rise if you.
Oh yeah. But they're only planning on using the second floor when that happens, right? Yeah. So they just got a bigger dock, So the this is madness, and so they try to keep a generation from having children through misinformation, and then they try to abort the baby. So they want that to be really easy and valuable, as well as a day after pill. So they don't want the baby at all.
And use the babies for nefarious reasons as well.
Yeah. That's all genocide to keep humans from walking the earth, another generation of humans from walking the earth. And they need supplies. They need body supplies. They need organ supplies.
And the
to your point, right?
Yeah, and the A substance as well,
Yes, and the drug that gives them the greatest high they've ever had and keeps them looking young. Stephen, they call it the fountain of youth because youth is the fountain. They drink from the youth and they terrorize, and it's horrendous.
Yeah.
And so that's all before the birth ever comes to full term. Once the birth comes to full term, we're going to prick the baby. We're going to get its blood, and we're going to get that. We got the birth certificate here, which we're going to resell on the market, and we're going to create all kinds of revenue off this child.
Yep.
You're going to get vitamin K drops in your eyes, which is laden with neurotoxins. Okay, or you're going to get a shot. And then you're going to come for your wellness visits all throughout childhood and get many, 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 many more shots for things with things that have created so many problems that they actually had to give the companies liability waivers so that they're not held accountable for their products. And so you get after that child and you weaken them with and now with the air, with the water, with the fluoride, with the food, with the GMOs, with the pesticides. We're going to poison.
Well,
What's that?
With the idiot box as well, the television as well.
Yeah,
and the gadgets,
the media. We're going to give them gadgets. We're going to give them because we're going to make other worlds feel better to them than the one they're in.
Virtual reality.
Which one are they going to spend time in?
Yeah.
Video games, movies, television. And
Goggles.
Since we have their attention, let's groom them. Let's take away their innocence as soon as we can. Okay. Let's teach them that people are really bad and at the core instead of, very good.
Yeah.
So, all right, Slow, go ahead. Pennsylvania has officially flipped red so far for Trump. That would be huge.
Kansas as well.
Yes. So I'm going to show you. I'm going to share the
Go ahead.
screen here.
I got off on a bit of a tangent.
You're good.
I blame
It's
Steven.
It's only 0.1%, and by 2,000 votes, but by shit, we did it.
Holy shit.
Yep.
By how much? Could you hold up those numbers again?
Yep.
Pennsylvania.
It
and-
changed. So we're up by 4,000 in Pennsylvania. I said I thought the numbers were going to come in at about 11 o'clock. I was an hour off.
By the way, that ain't too big to rig. That's one truckload of ballots right there.
Yep. And also, this just came in. Arizona, 4% reporting.
Okay.
Donald Trump in the lead.
Now remember, Maricopa is a huge percentage, and they're the ones that are going to hold out.
So there are still voters in line in Pennsylvania.
Yes.
As of an hour ago.
Wow.
There's a video here that Marjorie Taylor Greene put up approximately 1 hour ago, 54 minutes ago. And let's see.
Maricopa County is 64% of Arizona's total population.
Kansas is red as well. Kansas goes to Trump.
So this is Pennsylvania. As of an hour ago. So you know that there's still people in line. As long as they're in line, they can't turn them away.
Yes.
Wow.
Provisional's not a bad deal for him. That's fine. Thank you.
Look back there.
Huh?
Pennsylvania just look back there.
Yeah. So long line.
So guys, let me ask you this. What do you think? Who was waiting in line? Republicans, Democrats? What percentage do you think?
I'd say probably 100% Republican.
Interesting. Steven?
I mean, I mean, on the down ballot, it doesn't necessarily need to be Republican from top to bottom, but presidential wise, I would say Trump. Everything else can be scattered blue and red.
Steven, what do you think?
I have no idea. I might say 70-30 for the Republicans, maybe.
Slow?
I would say probably 70 to 80 for Republican.
I think that you guys probably closer to the truth, but Hawk, I feel the vibe of that, which is, and the reason why we're all top heavy on this Republican is because I think that people that are voting for Trump understand how very, very, very important this is. And I don't see Harris people waiting in line for that length of time without getting paid.
I mean, James James O'Keefe. Dave, I'm just going to send links to the videos to your ex.
Okay.
And
Sure.
let you pull up.
Yep.
Because periodically I need to turn my mic and stuff off.
No
But
problem.
this one here in New Jersey from James O'Keefe, I think it'd be a pretty interesting one to show people because they're not even done voting in New Jersey.
Are you dropping them in private chat or in X?
In X messages.
Okay. I got them.
Trump wins Utah.
Yeah, I saw that. Is that
Yep.
Is that legit?
That just happened.
Okay. So news outlets reporting they're calling New Jersey for Harris. In many townships throughout the southern part of New Jersey, people are still waiting in line for 4 hours. I was going to show this
You've got
earlier.
a 4-hour-long line in Mount Laurel, New Jersey. We got a lot of complaints about the lines here. How long you guys been waiting in line? What's that? Half an hour.
Yes, a half an hour, that's all.
Then you've got another 2 hours to go. Are you going to wait that long? Waiting a long time. How you doing? Nice to see you. You brought the chairs here?
Yes. We didn't know. We came and saw them all, went back to Walmart and bought his chair.
You came first.
She's Jewish. She's waiting. She's voting for Trump.
Come back multiple times. How long have you waited here?
Not too long.
About a half an hour. How do you feel about the process?
Well, we wish it was moving faster, but
You got to do what you got to do. You got to do what you got to do.
and it's nice to see all these patriotic people
Yes, it's very nice.
coming out.
How long do you
Democrats don't
anticipate
say
waiting
that.
to vote?
Well, we're going to wait as long as we.
As long as it takes. When does it close here?
8 o'clock.
8 o'clock. So that you could be waiting 2 to 3 hours to vote. You're okay with that?
Well, we have no choice.
Did you bring water, food, anything like that? No. No. We get the forest in case we need to go to the bathroom. That's what I did. Because we've been running around. Oh, thanks. Nice to see you. Yeah, I live in Bergen County, but we've been going around. So how do you feel about this process?
Bit of a log jam.
Long jam. How long do you expect to wait?
So we're being told 4 hours.
4 hours.
From back there.
So just get that shot again. That's 4 hour long lines here in Mount Laurel, New Jersey. And did you come earlier, or is this your
So it's my third time here.
third time here today?
I've been here 3 times.
Third time's a charm, hopefully.
Hoping it was going to move a little quicker, but back to square one and longer than we were waiting earlier. So
And hear anything happening inside? Have you heard any stories or reports of it?
So I guess they had ordered up a fourth voting machine that came and was programmed for the long district. That kind of shut down that idea.
Voting machines. Yeah, we heard something about Dominion people being here, so that's interesting.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, let us know if you hear any more about that. What's your name?
John.
John, nice to see you.
Yes,
Nice to see you guys.
nice meeting you.
Nice to meet you. All right, we're standing here in, hi, James O'Keefe. We're standing here in Mount Laurel, New Jersey. If you're just tuning in, we've got long lines. How long have you been waiting here?
We're in an hour here. They said about 5 hours.
5
This
hours?
morning, the machines were down from 6 to 9 this morning.
6 until 9, the machines were down. 6 until
This
9.
is disenfranchising voters right here.
How long have you been
We're
waiting?
the Democrats on this
An
subject.
hour. And how long do you anticipate waiting?
Another 3.5 hours.
Another 3 hours.
That's what they're telling us.
That's why people have chairs here. And how does it make you feel? Good times.
This is ridiculous.
Wow. You're about to get on the line.
Yes.
So you're about to wait 4 hours to vote. Yes. How do you feel about that?
It's my duty.
It's your duty.
Yeah.
Did you bring food?
No, I already ate.
Okay. Yeah, there you go. It's the end of the line. Yeah.
I served this country.
Pennsylvania just
Got to pick my own person.
Yeah, I know. I see that.
It closes at 8 o'clock and it's 6 o'clock.
You're in line.
Oh, if you're in line, they'll let you. Okay. How you feeling about things? Feeling good?
Feeling pretty good. It's neck and neck.
Have you heard anything about the machines inside? They're saying there's convenient
Okay.
here that trying to fix them.
Yeah, it's a different machine than what we're used to, they said.
Okay.
But it's a different machine, they said. Touchstone machine.
Wait.
Touchstone machine, or you used to just press it, you used to have X and so forth. Now it's like a computer screen from what I hear.
What do you think about that?
I think it's better. I think
Why
this
is
way-
it better?
Because then it's more secure, I believe, that way. They can't
complain.
It's what I found is they try fraud because they're found out.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they find fraud because it works.
Find fraud because it works. And where did you serve? You served for 8 years. And where?
Yeah, the Army.
The Army. Let's not disrupt the voters, guys.
You know what I mean? So.
And by the way, folks,
Thank you.
there,
for talking to us.
Oh, you're welcome.
all these people in line, they're
4
watching.
hours.
4 hours.
4 hours.
It's ridiculous.
They're watching shows like ours, or they're watching. They're seeing this kind of stuff online, and they're following like the stuff that we're bringing up with the different states and things. So they know, how important this is. Like that guy just said, they're neck and neck, right? So let's see what they have said.
Was it worth it?
Oh, are you taping me or filming?
We are. We're in the news, so we're in a live stream thing here.
It's a disgrace.
It's a disgrace.
It's an absolute disgrace. I don't know how people that are older like myself wait in line this long. It's a disgrace.
Did you have a new machine or something?
4.5 hours. Yes.
4.5.
And one machine is in there broken.
The machine they're broken.
One's broken. That's sitting in there. And yeah, it's a disgrace.
Wow, it's a disgrace. We've heard about a lot. Well, thanks for talking to us.
Sorry, I didn't
Thank
know
you.
you were in the news. What paper?
O'Keefe, James O'Keefe.
Is that
We're investigative reporters. We've been in Philadelphia most of the time, exposing the non-citizens voting. So yeah.
And just really upsetting.
I've heard that this is a very Republican area. Is that?
No, to the contrary.
No, to the contrary. Okay.
I think.
Someone told me this is a very red area.
Oh, really? I'm not.
And is this were you here for 4 hours in a row?
Yeah.
So you got here at
I can tell you they're coming out now. But
we'll talk to them.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, thanks for talking to us.
Okay.
Thank you. Flag. 4 hours and 20 minutes.
From the stop sign. I got here at 1:30.
1:30. 4:20. Also smells like pot over there. It really smells really bad, like disgusting marijuana, like the really foul stenching with the mix of manure. And it's 4:20, 4 hours and 20 minutes you have to wait. See, if you look at this door right here, this is the exit area where we're allowed to get real close, but we can't get close to the enter area. There's something in there.
I know the tactic now, Dave. It's just dawned on me.
What's that?
The tactics dawned on me. It must be practically 100% Republican because they're sabotaging everything.
Yeah,
closing these these facilities down. They're letting people wait. They're trying to annoy the people. They wouldn't annoy Democrat voters, Kamala voters. They wouldn't annoy them, but they're trying to annoy the Trump voters. So they let them stand there in the row for 4.5 hours in the hope that they turn around and go home.
Well, the other thing too is to say, oh, why are they waiting till the last minute to vote? But that guy was there 3 times. This is his 3rd time today. So they go by, they see a long line, and they come back.
Yeah.
How many people never came back? How many people came back for the second time, but didn't come back for the 3rd time?
Yeah.
And why you're preparing for this day. And I use this analogy earlier. It's like, it's like you prepare for the Indianapolis 500 for the whole year, and then the car doesn't start.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sorry. What?
Yeah.
Like what the hell have you been doing? We're and 13848 says, if you violate our trust in the process,
high treason. It's high treason.
It's treason.
High treason.
And so this is crazy. This is crazy. Kevin,
they're digging their grave even more. I mean, the media are digging their own grave. These people that work at these polling, where you can bring out your votes, the people that are sabotaging it, they're going to get the fair trial.
Yeah. Kevin Rotella says he thinks the scare event might be Trump losing. That would be pretty fucking scary. I'll tell you that. Yeah, pro-life says, military wife says, I think they're calling way too many places, before they counted even 25% of the vote. She's saying she's calling too many places for the hoe before they counted even 25% of the vote.
Yeah, they're getting us in a kind of hallelujah, hosanna, kind of mood. And tomorrow morning, it'll be the same as 2020.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're going to try and pull something out of the hat anyway.
So, sorry to interrupt here, Stephen. So I got to tell you this. This is impressive. Trump is catching Harris in Michigan and fast.
All right, let's see it.
There is a 21,000 vote margin in Michigan.
Oh, wow.
21,000. That's all that separates them.
That's 2 truckloads.
And he has already surpassed Harris.
Sorry to be the harbinger like this. Oh, that's 2 truckloads. Like every time you say that, but I'm like, I'm sorry. I just have these visions of 3:30 a.m. in Michigan and fucking Fulton County pulling, wheeling out huge suitcases full of fucking ballots. All right, and putting them through 3 times. I mean,
Planes flying in as well.
oh, in the Chinese overnight package company envelopes showing up at these counting places. Sorry, Slow. Go ahead. Go ahead.
You're good, man. So, but in Wisconsin, Trump has pulled ahead, and I think it's due to those districts that were very heavily Democrat losing all those votes.
Those ones you were talking about.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we're looking. So
that we're
they're
saying
back.
that she did worse than Biden in those counties.
Yes.
Yeah.
And Minnesota. Oh, isn't that Mr. Jazz Hands' home state?
So jazz hands. Oh my God.
So so it shows.
Come here, kid. What?
It shows Trump winning in Minnesota. There's only 2% reporting, but usually it's the opposite way around. Usually it's always blue. It like never turns red. So
yeah.
And then Georgia, there's 200,000 vote lead. Virginia, they're neck and neck in Virginia. So there's 0.8% that separates them. And in Maine, there's only 3,000 votes that separate them.
Mm-hmm.
So, and Oregon was pink at one time, and then they took it off of there and said, "Oh, we're going to start reporting this at 11 o'clock." So that's very, very interesting, and I'm going to see if Election Wizard has put anything else up here. Let me refresh the page.
I thought Kansas called it for Trump.
Yeah, they switched it, I think.
Montana or Iowa just called for Trump, and so did Montana. Let's do this. All right, so Montana.
This is crazy, guys. I mean, holy shit. Can't believe that
Iowa.
This is our reality right now.
So Montana is 4 and Iowa is 6. So let's add another 10 to this. So I got Trump at 220 right now, which that doesn't match a lot of them, but I'm going by both this right here and also Election Wizard. So, and the only thing I haven't agreed with Election Wizard on so far is Virginia. So,
I think the amount of fraud, guys, this year is far greater than 4 years ago.
I never thought that I would say that because of the amount of votes that moron must have been, cheating by. But I think you may be right.
It's bigger than 4 years ago, if you really think about it.
Yeah, yeah. Have you seen Have you seen the meme of Obama thinking I have to get a VP dumber than me, and then you see Biden below him thinking I've got to find a VP dumber than me, and then Harris is below him, and Harris is thinking I've got to find a VP dumber than me, and then you see just Tim Walz sitting there going, Hold on, I'll be right back. Got to take care of the little boy.
So, election wizardry truth, Ryan James Gerdusky or however you pronounce his last name. Huge swings in New York City's outer boroughs in Trump's favor. The Bronx plus 21, Queens plus 20, and Brooklyn plus 11. So that's huge for New York. Huge. Let's see what we got over here. It looks like Pennsylvania went back to Trump by 2.1%. So that's 100,000 votes. Let's see, Michigan. He just narrowed the gap by, it looks like, a little under 19,000 votes. So yeah, this is getting pretty good. New York Times forecast shows 80% chance for Trump to win the race with 296 electoral votes. So it looks like Virginia just went blue by 15,000 votes. So what do you think, man?
You were saying Michigan, has it had 19%, 20%?
Yeah, 20%.
It's too close.
Yeah, that's damn close, man. That's damn close. There's 17,000 votes separating them now.
Yeah.
So that's damn close.
But Kansas has gone to Trump, and it's still pink.
Yep. I think Kansas will end up going for Trump.
Yeah.
That's usually a heavily Trump.
It's already been declared to
Red.
Trump. I've just seen a news thing, you know.
That's good, market.
Kansas goes to Trump.
I don't have it marked.
So Kansas.
All right, has he won yet?
6.
Trump wins Iowa. Trump wins Kansas.
I'm seeing a lot of red.
Yeah. Let's see here.
Polls are closed in all the battleground states.
Is that right?
Yeah. My wife is down here with me, and she's keeping track in case I miss something.
Polls closed in the final battleground state.
How about does it say anything about the lines? Are they still in line, I wonder?
Mm,
You know, they close, but you know, you see that, you know, out in Jersey, they're going to be there for another three plus hours. Looks
Yeah,
like
3-4 hours, and 3 locations in Pennsylvania as well. 3 separate locations that have probably 2 to 3 hours worth of people.
Wow.
Standing in line.
How about
People
the
were smart,
other
though.
swing
They
state?
brought chairs. They brought chairs with them and stuff. So I haven't heard anything in regards to Arizona lines, and I haven't heard anything in regards to I haven't seen a finish to Georgia either.
Half an hour ago, Trump posted California, 1 more hour. Polls are open until 8 p.m. local. If you're in line by the cutoff, they must let you vote. Go now and stay in line. Find your voting location at the link below. Let me share this with you. This is Trump's Truth Social. And he's saying Nevada, 1 more hour. Polls are open till 7 p.m. local. If you are in line by the cutoff, they must let you vote. Go now and stay in line. This is a big message, right? Because they know Trump's team knows what's going on, guys, right? They know that they're making this difficult. They already have, they knew this hours before we did. That's why he sent that video message to stay in line, stay online, stay in line. And he's got all these truths popping up because they know what they're doing. They're trying to turn people away at the polls by seeing this massive line.
Yeah.
You know, I got a sitter charging me $15 an hour. I got to get back for the sitter. I got to, I can't sit in this line. My kid's my kids with me and they're getting antsy and I got to get them dinner. And how many scenarios are these people going through that they have to figure out how they can vote? So Trump's way ahead of this.
Discouraging the people.
What's that?
It's discouraging for the people.
Yeah.
It's annoying them.
Yeah.
What's annoying me is they haven't called Georgia yet. And it's clearly going to go to, it's clearly going to go to Trump. Because there are too many, there's too many ahead for it not to go to him.
Because they're not done voting and
But
calculating things.
Calvin, Frank, what's that?
They're still tallying everything in Georgia, I guess. Because
in Atlanta and Augusta.
I don't understand Kansas though. Kansas is in the back.
2 point.
Indiana's in the back. Kansas is in the back.
Fulton County has 1 million people. It's the most populous county in Georgia. DeKalb is 764,000. And the entire population of Georgia is 11 million. So it's basically about 1.8 million out of the 11 million are coming out of Fulton and DeKalb. And that's important because that's where most of the corruption lies. Robin Christina says Trump 90% on poly market right now. So as it gets closer, people are up in their bets for Trump to win.
Can it be, Dave, that that's just a thought that just dawned on me? The East Coast is finished with voting. The polls are shut. The counting the votes. The West Coast, it differs about 6 hours, I think.
3
hours.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that could influence the outcome? That people, they like to vote for the winning team. You know what I mean? So
yeah. So it's a real phenomena. I used to live in California, and we'd watch the East Coast numbers coming in, and and I will say this, that a lot of people, I think, vote earlier in the West Coast because they don't want that influence
Okay.
or they want to be a part of making that decision rather than be just an afterthought.
Okay. So in the West Coast, we've got a lot of blue states, huh?
Yeah.
So it could flip quite quickly.
Yeah. I mean, California,
Portland, Oregon.
Look at Georgia now.
Yeah.
Washington. So that could, it could be of significance.
Yep. California has got 54 electoral votes. So California is a big,
It's a
big
big
one. And
big one, yeah.
it's one of the most corrupt as well.
Yeah. So we might be, we might be, cheering too soon, eh?
Well, I don't think there's any cheering going on, but I know what you mean. It's like what we're seeing is we're seeing some pretty good performances by him, but we also know that pretty much California, we're all expecting California to go blue anyway.
Yeah.
Even though many of us think that California is now red, based on experience. Now we lose San Francisco, parts of San Francisco, Marin County, Sacramento around the capital, LA, parts of LA and San Diego. But the mountains of California, the Central Valley of California, Northern California are all very, very red.
Yeah.
And a lot that would surprise you in those places I just mentioned, especially when you see LA going to shit, San Francisco going to shit.
That when Xi Jinping visited San Francisco, eh?
Yeah, you got to clean. Yeah, you had to clean up.
Clean up.
Get the homeless.
How many people disappeared that day? Never came back.
It was ridiculous. Yeah. Yeah, they came back. They came back in full force. I think they went away, multiplied, and came back. It's unbelievable. It's really unbelievable. The margin in Michigan is now 4,000 votes. Slow said. Yeah, that's a truckload.
Yeah, 10 minutes ago that was 16,000. So there's that. And also in Arizona.
I saw that, Nancy. Thank you.
Arizona, he took Arizona, the lead in Arizona too.
Yeah, 0.2% when Maricopa County. Remember, Maricopa County is 64% of the state. And unless Maricopa County accounted for yet? No, it can't be because it's 49%. So the remainder, the remainder of the state's probably coming out of Maricopa. And that's where the problem is.
In New Mexico,
Georgia couldn't break enough water valves to stop the Trump train and has been called for MAGA. They're actually going to win the whole damn thing. That's ultra popularized matter.
Yep. And this is just out. The Vigilant Fox just put out 9 minutes ago. MSNBC reports that Donald Trump has taken the lead in Pennsylvania. Kalshi election markets forecast Trump has a jaw-dropping 84% chance of winning the state. This is huge. Meanwhile, Michigan and Wisconsin are also leaning towards Trump. And it looks like Trump will flip Nevada red. This is turning into a bloodbath in a good way. And there is a video accompanying this if you guys want to see it.
Yeah, you want to send it to me?
Yeah. Why don't I do it
Wait
that
a minute.
way?
Is it on Vigilant Fox?
Yeah. Yep. I already copied the link, so I'm dropping it right now. So.
And my wife said Maricopa County was already counted.
It couldn't have been fully counted, though.
It went blue.
Maricopa County went blue.
Okay. But what was the count? Because the count.
The exact number, but it was like 50%.
It was over. It was 50% or over.
Well, obviously, if it went in that direction, but what I'm trying to figure out is that if they're 64% of the population, what's the actual number that's been counted out of Maricopa so that we understand the relation to the rest of the state?
New York Times is reporting that predicts that Trump will win the popular vote.
New York Times just said that, huh?
Yep.
All right, here,
White
let
hats
me.
in control.
What's that?
White hats in control.
Yeah.
New York Times has been taken over by the white hats.
Right. Well, one of the dives we were at earlier today, Stephen, was about how when did the mainstream media start giving the real news or something like that. It's I forget which one we were on, but it talked about the mainstream media shifting, right?
Yeah.
All right, so let me this is the one Hawk was just talking about.
That is Trump's lead statewide, but it's very spotty in terms of where you're seeing votes. Oh, there's one more I did want to flag for you. This is Cumberland County, because we do have about 3/4 of the vote in here. Why Cumberland County? Because we don't talk much about it, but there's a lot of population in this region of Pennsylvania. You got Lancaster County, you got York County. Here you got Cumberland County, Carlisle, Pennsylvania is in here. This is actually, you see red right now, this has been a growth area for Democrats. There's a lot of fast-growing suburbs in here. Again, demographically very conducive to the Democratic coalition, right outside, right across the river from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. So Democrats made gains here in 2020. This was actually a very good performance for Joe Biden. Now you see with almost 3/4 of the vote in, Trump's a little bit short of that number. That was a bad number for him, and he's a little bit short of it now. But this is the thing to look for. With all of this remaining election day vote still to be counted, is that we just saw this happen in Lackawanna County. Is that going to happen in Cumberland County? Is Trump going to gain enough that he hits that number and surpasses that 2020 number? This is the kind of place where his campaign needs to win back ground that they lost in 2020. This is a big part of why, or a significant part of why Trump lost Pennsylvania in 2020. So we're going to follow that as it continues to come in.
There you have it. That's some good stuff. You know, when I was watching that, the thing I kept thinking about was I can't believe that we're actually comparing Donald Trump and Kamala Harris on the same platform, on the same, like, it's not in what industry, in what world would that ever be the case? She couldn't get a job as a bartender at Mar-a-Lago.
Yep. Yep.
Oh,
Wisconsin. It says Wisconsin's looking like they're going to be red as well. I just dropped another link for you in your messages there, Dave.
Okay.
Oh, Election Wizard has also called Georgia for Trump.
Really?
Yep.
Wow.
This is big, yeah. Pennsylvania and Georgia. If Trump gets them, he's done it, I think. He's pulled it in.
Hasn't showed up yet, Hawk.
Let me double check, make sure I sent it. Yeah, it's there. Hannity after everything.
And he got Kansas.
Georgia, they called it. Now, who all is calling that?
Here, I'm going to drop it in the private chat for you, Dave.
Okay.
In the private here.
So far, Election Wizard has been right on the money.
Okay.
And he has called it for Georgia. For Donald Trump.
He got Kansas.
So Beauty Mark's got a map up, and he says right now it's 99 electorals towards Harris, 188 towards Trump.
Nope, 204 towards Trump.
I've got 109 for Harris, 242 for Trump.
I got 112 for Harris, 204 for Trump.
Fox has 117 for Harris and 205 for Trump. But this was how long ago?
Reprocessing them. They've begun to reprocess them, but there's no indication as to when that's going to finish.
Because they had problems with the machine.
There was a problem with this on-off switching device on the machine or something. It's hard to understand what
Well,
it
can I
actually
ask you a
is.
question? You just gave me the latest numbers. I've been looking at the betting odd numbers that Brett was talking about. They have moved massively
90%.
now to Donald Trump. New York Times has it massively to Donald Trump.
71%.
To a point that
The
Jesse,
needle.
yeah,
No,
the
the
needle, right?
Yeah.
So we're really sitting here, and I think we got to take pause. There is a very strong possibility he will be elected the 47th president of the United States if these numbers, if these predictions end up being true. I don't want to get over our skis. We want to be careful. We want to be prudent. We're all looking at our sources. I'm listening very closely to everything Harold has to say and what he's offering. But if that is true, after all that they have thrown at this man, after all that they have done to this man, and with all the media that wouldn't even vet her and her radical positions, the only person in the media that challenged her in any reasonably tough way is sitting right here at this table. And that was you, Brett. And to think she never had to answer why she doesn't think we should say radical Islamic terrorism, why she wasn't asked about supporting a bail fund, 574 riots in the summer of 2024, or co-sponsoring the Green New Deal, or saying no private health insurance, Medicare for all, or sex change operations for, illegal immigrants. What will this say, Britt, about legacy media in America? It's dead.
Well, it's
Okay. I'm so glad you said that, Sean, because you are legacy media. You are dead. Fox is dead. We'll never fucking forget Fox and its role in promoting wars, promoting the big pharma lie, for promoting, false election information, for not standing up and fighting Dominion for rigging the last election. Fuck you, Fox. Fuck you, Sean Hannity. Okay. You are dead. Legacy media is dead. We are the news now, and you're gone. Folks, Michael Whatley, the chairman of the RNC, has a legal victory in Pennsylvania. Center County officials were planning to stop counting ballots throughout the night in violation of state law. We threatened to sue, and that was enough. Officials agreed to continue the count as required. Our attorneys will continue fighting to quickly eliminate issues at the polls as they arise. They're on this, guys. They're completely on this. He sued Bucks County for stopping the early voting hours ahead of the time that they were supposed to stay open for. He sued them, and they extended that for 3 days. So Michael Whatley, who's working with Laura Trump, co-chair of the GOP, they are on it, man. And so what we're watching, and they need to step up in New Jersey as well. Although they're not as concerned about New Jersey, are they? So they may not do that. Wow. 4 hours ago, I spy Philadelphia Mayor Sherelle Parker illegally campaigning in a polling location. Will Philly DA Larry Krasner apply his F around and find out pledge to Mayor Parker? Interesting. Okay. So, they're watching. They're watching. They're keeping an eye on this tightly, closely. Yeah, this is good stuff. Again, I mean, we're in this situation of I can't believe that we're actually comparing these two. This is awesome. Check this. This is was dropped by Snedehead Robin here. Thug life. Look at that. That's pretty badass. All right. I'm telling you, man, that's a fucking dream team right there. I mean, think about that. None of these guys are beholden to anybody except maybe Vance to the Jews. But you know.
Hey, I just want to. That picture reminds me of Tombstone. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
so you had the Earp brothers plus Doc Holliday.
Yep. Yep, that's true. There were 4 of them, weren't there?
Yep.
Yeah.
So I'm going to pull this up real quick. Based on the current numbers that I'm seeing, this is at 270 to win. Website that I had up earlier.
Yeah.
And based off of what we're seeing, it looks like Donald Trump may end up with 306.
Take us through that, would you?
So, based off of what we're seeing, you know, from Election Wizard and also the Associated Press, which I don't trust the Associated Press. So it looks like Trump took Georgia. He's taking North Carolina. And according to Election Wizard, Harris is going to take Virginia. And it looks like Trump may take Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and possibly Arizona. That takes him to 306. To Harris's 226.
And what if he doesn't get Arizona?
If he doesn't get Arizona, that's still 295.
Yeah.
I just dropped a link in the private there.
Okay.
So, but according to this so far, he's still leading in Arizona. And Election Wizard said he took Georgia. And it looks like he's 200,000, almost 200,000 votes ahead in Pennsylvania.
They're currently at a statistical tie.
And my wife said they're at a statistical tie right now.
In Pennsylvania?
No, in Arizona.
In Arizona.
Okay. You know, this one of the things that bothers me about this situation is the fact that so many people are still going to be divided when this is all said and done, unless you know the cheating is so horrendously, you know, over the top that there's a smaller percentage than we're perceiving as being, you know, supporting Harris, because she's got to get some of the vote. Like, I mean, I saw people dressed up as, you know, the Handmaid's Tale, for crying out loud, you know, voting for Harris because of abortion rights. So there's some people out there. All right, let me play this. Hawk just dropped this for us. Let's watch it first.
I mean, I would look at betting markets which say that Donald Trump is a narrow.
Sounds not good, Dave.
Okay, so thanks very much.
It's very low. Let's see.
Where is it right now? I mean, I would look at betting markets which say that Donald Trump is a narrow favorite to win the Electoral College. Okay, Nate, so thanks very much. As we saw both campaigns, repeat one more time as we were coming.
Yeah, that's a tough one. But he's saying that he thinks Donald Trump could win the Electoral College.
He's the guy who successfully predicted Trump's win back in 2016. Nate Silver.
Nate Silver, yeah.
Yeah. And it's it's a Trump victory. Nate Silver just called it. 54% Trump, 46% Harris. 90% Republicans win Senate seats.
Wow.
House 52 Republicans and 48% Democrats win seats. And the guy has
538.
Every election, small and large, that he has gone out and put himself out to, he's been 100% accurate every time.
But he wasn't accurate about the last election.
He didn't put out a statement in regards to 2020. He was out of the country.
Didn't he? Wasn't he? He didn't put out a statement at all.
Nope. It was. I believe the statement that he put out was that he was out of the country and that he wasn't going to put out a statement because he wasn't here to see what was going on. If I could be wrong in that, but I'm pretty sure that was what his statement was. But he didn't put out a prediction going from the betting markets or anything. So I know 2016 he was spot on.
He was basically saying the probability was Kamala was 50.015% chance to win the Electoral College, while Trump 49.985%. So that was a change just then. In his simulation results, he showed that she won 40,012 out of 80,000. Okay.
So, Senate seat flip, Benny Moreno will defeat incumbent U.S. Senator Sherrod Brown.
Oh, come on, you guys. This is what I deal with when I go to bed. I'm serious. They'll be nice and quiet. If I let them out of the pen, they'll all come underneath my desk and they'll all go to sleep on my feet. Okay. And then as soon as I go to bed, oh no. You can't go to bed, Dad. You cannot go to bed. You are the dog father. You've got to stay up all night with us. Yeah. And I actually have the sweatshirt, Dogfather. They took the Godfather logo and turned it into Dogfather. My buddy Monty sent that to me a couple of years ago. I still wear it periodically. It was it's not funny.
That's funny. Silver did predict Biden would win by a lot more than he did, which didn't really make sense to me because although I don't think he took the game day call like we're seeing, Hawk, I think you're right. I think he was out of the country for the day of or whatever.
Yeah.
But leading up to it, he thought Biden was going to win. But how do you take into account the cheat, so I don't really I don't give him the credibility that other people give him is what I'm getting at.
He was in Dubai, I think it was.
Yeah, but my point is that I don't give him credibility because we're talking about a rigged system.
Yeah.
You can't call a rigged system. It's like trying to figure out who's going to win the WWE, casket match when you haven't seen the script yet. Let's see.
Trump is ahead in Minnesota. Only 9% reporting, but it's 72,000 votes.
That feels good.
I got another really good one for you. The top 10 news providers, apps for phones, computers, and tablets. Number 9, CNBC. Number 8, The Economist. Number 7, Fox Nation. Number 6, Bloomberg. Number 5, The Washington Post. Number 4, Citizen. Number 3, the Wall Street Journal. Number 2, the New York Times, and number 1,
X.
X. We are the news.
Yeah.
We are the news.
That's awesome. That's awesome, man.
And I'm going to make Steven happy. The election results are in. Mark Cuban projected to be aging lesbian with 90% of the ballots in.
Show it, Doc.
Oh, you want to
aging lesbian. I love it. Oh my God.
There you go. Projected to be aging lesbian with 97% in. There we go.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Just for you, Steven. Just for you.
I sent you one. I sent you an image of that a few minutes ago.
By the way, he's the only Cuban that promotes socialism.
Yeah, it's
unbelievable.
Yeah, isn't that funny? Yeah,
Unbelievable.
that is something. You also sent this here, which I actually liked. A Sense of Wonder posted this, and you grabbed it and sent it over to me. Election 2020, election 2024. Stay calm. It's a sting operation.
Nice.
I love it. It was great. That's great, Steve. I love that. And then he sent a couple others too. Did Dave play these already?
Nope.
He hasn't. Okay. All right. Let me click on them and let's bring them up here. Well, let's see. I got to go to here, I think. There we go.
And in particular, Pennsylvania, because there has been so much focus on the Latino vote in Pennsylvania, especially the Puerto Rican population there since the Madison Square Garden debacle. Even Donald Trump and the people around him, even though they're not saying it publicly, believe that what that comedian did was not helpful. And yet, according to this exit poll, it shows that let's stick with Trump, that Trump is doing way better than he did 4 years ago with that very population, the Latino population overall, not necessarily with Puerto Ricans.
That's because they're
And in
not so
particular,
stupid as to
Pennsylvania,
take the.
because there has been so much focus on the Latino vote in Pennsylvania.
That's because they're not so stupid to think that the line of a comedian reflects Trump's
especially,
views
the
on
Puerto
their
Rican
entire country and their entire people.
There since the matter.
What are we looking at here, Hawk?
Carrie Lake is out.
What's that?
Carrie Lake is losing.
Sorry.
No.
Sorry. I have a screamer in the background, so I muted myself. Hey, enough already. I'm not letting you back out. No, it's not happening.
How can Carrie Lake be losing?
Exactly.
That's just doesn't make any sense.
No, it does not.
It's so corrupt.
And isn't this here Maricopa County? Or is that down in the Phoenix area?
It's by Phoenix. I can't really see that map.
I can't make it any bigger. Sorry.
Okay. But it's down by Phoenix. Actually, I can make it bigger. Here we go. Yeah. Yeah, that's Maricopa County, I believe, is the left side of Phoenix.
And with the amount of work that she's done in that county, I just can't see it. I just really cannot see that at all. Either they don't have all the stuff in there, or
hey, listen, she's going to have a position in the Trump cabinet, I believe.
Yeah,
she'll land on her feet. She's telling everyone to stay in line too.
So Seattle police have responded to a group of Antifa rioters in Black Bloc. The militants gathered in response to a call for an election night attack in the former Chaz area. And
what area?
In Seattle.
Oh,
in
geez.
Seattle. Here we go. I'll pull it up.
This is what we don't want. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, if it's going to happen, we want it to go exactly like this, where it's small groups of them, which can be eliminated and removed immediately. That's what we want to see. You know, in this case here, they refused to get off the road. The cops were not interfering with them being able to protest if they stayed on the sidewalks, but they decided that they were going to get out in the middle of the street, take over the street, and push their way to the former Chaz area. And it's just, protesting is not a bad thing if you're doing it without violating anybody else's right or their ability to move along, travel on, and that's where, so many people are just fed up with the protests. I mean, you guys experienced that over in Europe, over this last year, with the Stop Oil people and all these other organizations and everything getting out there, stopping all the traffic, gluing their hands to the road. It's ridiculous.
Same here as in Holland as well. They've got
Yep.
exactly the same. Yep.
Dave, we have another guest.
Yes, we do. Sir Oliver, welcome, my friend. Can you hear us all right?
I realized my mic was on. I'm sorry. Hold on one second.
No worries. No worries.
Can you hear me?
I can.
What's up,
I
guys?
hear a
How's it
TV in the
going?
background or something
Yes,
too, though.
I'm outside watching the fucking election by the fire. I was poll watching all day, so I figured I'd get home, made
Oh,
myself
nice.
a nice drink, went outside, got the fire going. Hold on, let me lower it down. Hold
Good
on.
for you, man.
Yeah, it was a long day. Long day. We know we're not going to get the results for another 36 days, right?
No, haven't heard that yet.
I estimate
You have
it'll get
now.
them at Christmas. I figure it'll be an early Christmas present.
Early
is
Christmas,
what I'm-
yes. Yes, Christmas.
So first of all, you got Slow Country, you got Hawk in the house, and you got Stephen Walker out of the Netherlands. Stephen, say hello to Sir Oliver
What's up,
Pollock.
Stephen? How's it going?
Hi, Sir Oliver. How are you doing?
Oh, nice accent. Love the accent. Hold on, I gotta do this manually. I like the hair too, man. Nice hair.
He says about all the guys with hair. He says that to all the guys with hair.
He has none.
Yeah, I'm bald. I'm bald, Steve, so I'm jealous.
Hey, you got a new avatar, dude. You look like you look like you want to kick somebody's ass.
Andrew Tate.
That's the Greek version of me.
The Greek
That's my
version.
Greek mythology version of Sir Oliver Pollock there.
Very nice. Yes, it looks very chiseled.
Yeah, I worked about 3 hours on that one there. So, that's a young version of me.
Okay, very nice. Very nice. Yeah, it looks like you could definitely be a WWE wrestler in that picture.
Like the
Bring
Rock.
the thunder. So, Oliver, bring the thunder. Tell us what you experienced today out there poll watching.
Well, I could tell you that it was a nice, steady flow all day. The line did not get long at all. And I'm not surprised because a lot of people came out early. And, I noticed that it was very diversified. We're very diverse today, as opposed to other days. I mean, I live in a, you know, culturally diverse area, so that's a given. But I notice a lot more people of different ethnicities come out today. A lot of Indians came out, a lot of Chinese came out, a lot of, as well as Latinos and blacks. Everyone seemed enthused. A couple of people seemed angry, which I expected. But for the most part, everyone seemed upbeat, and to me, that was a good sign that they were probably voting for Trump. Everyone who I asked said they were voting for Trump, or they voted for Trump. They're tired of all the bullshit. They
Can
see
I
through all
throw
of
a
it.
question at you, Sir Oliver? When you're on that point there,
Go ahead.
when you said that you talked to people from all ethnicities, Indians that came in,
They don't
what
like Kamala. They
it's
don't.
because she disavows her heritage, or
Well, I actually spoke to an Indian business owner here a couple of weeks ago, and he told me that they consider her more Pakistani Indian than natural Indian.
okay.
And I thought that was a
Wait a
little
minute. I'm
strange, but he
sorry,
went
guys.
on to.
I'm sorry. Are we talking about Elizabeth Warren? Who are we talking about?
Oh, not that kind of Indian.
Okay.
Not that kind of Indian.
Okay.
Indian, Dave. India.
Oh, I'm
India,
sorry. I'm
India.
sorry. Sorry, I
Yeah.
wasn't paying
Yeah.
attention.
And he said they don't really care for her too much. So I don't think she got any support from the Indian community, to be honest. The blacks are coming out saying, they realize that she's not really black. She's just black for the time being. I mean, you guys saw how she flip-flopped from
Oh my
from
God.
Muslim to Israeli. It's
Yeah.
ridiculous. It's fucking
Yeah.
ridiculous.
I'll tell you, that's one of the good things about X is the fact of being able to fairly report. I've really appreciated that. And Elon, if you happen to listen to this, thank you very much. We appreciate this more than you can imagine. After what we went through in 2020, and over these last couple of years, thank you very much.
Amen to
But
that.
I would like to give everybody a quick reminder of what tomorrow is going to be like. If you guys are ready, you might want to plug one ear, just in case.
The funny thing, right? You see you see this, and it's fresh in your memory. There's a little bit of a delay, guys. I hear it myself.
Yeah. And
But
and that and that was just my family reunion right there. I mean, that's not even.
So
Oh, wait a minute! Dave just admitted belonging to that. Man.
Yo,
This
look
is
at
not good,
Hitler.
guys.
No, that was just Austin, Texas, right there. That wasn't even all around.
Nice.
Holy cow! Yeah, it's folks. I remember, when Trump won in 2016. I mean, people lost their minds. Um, and I think it's going to be fewer people losing their minds this
Yeah.
time around
Yeah.
because more people have found their minds, right? uh, so not as many are going to lose them, but it's going to be, I think, probably at the same level of intensity, if not greater, a greater level of intensity, but fewer people.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think it's going to be that wild. And for me, it's because even they are realizing that they were taken for a ride. You know, over these past few years, I don't think anyone's in any kind of doubt right now. I think the ones who seem to be in doubt are actually embarrassed to admit that they've been lied to all this time, and embarrassed to admit that they've been wrong, and they don't want to come out and say it.
Right.
You know, so they're just going along with the narrative. Because, I mean, you got to be blind to not see what the fuck's going on, right?
Exactly. And speaking of seeing what the fuck's going on, I was just decoding your X drop, and I would love for you to take us on that journey.
Which one?
Barron's vote.
Oh wow! Did you see that?
I did.
Did you see that?
I fucking love it, dude. I want you to walk us
Yeah.
through it if you would.
Well, she didn't have to drop that at 10:07. He obviously voted sometime before 7
Right.
p.m. today.
Right. It
You know,
wasn't
I
dropped
think
live.
Steve, can you hear? I saw Steve throw his hands up.
I couldn't see anything, but I can
Oh,
now.
okay. So here he is, and you know that I've always thought that he is part of the Q team and he may be Q himself. You've heard me say that
You
before.
well, you've heard me say that as well.
That's right. We agree
Yep.
on that. Absolutely.
Yep.
So here we are. Melania posting at 10:07, which is 22:07 military time. And if you go to that drop, it's all there. Section 1.7, right?
And by the way,
Classification,
reminder, Hussein executive
executive order.
order.
Yep.
Yeah.
So they're trying to say that Trump is abusing his power, right, for his own protection, but it's all projection. So now going into Trump's third term, right, or second term, however you want to look at it, she drops this. To me, it's clear what they intend on doing with Obama and Michelle, because the other day he said Michelle came at me and she was pretty nasty, and now we're gonna have a little fun with her. You know, so I think we're gonna see a totally different Trump this time around. And I think you're gonna see Barron come out in ways that you don't expect him to come out. You
Mhm.
know, the guy, in my opinion, he's a young man, but he's like a young lion, and you could just see it in his eyes.
Yeah.
You know, he's been holding back all these years, just collecting data.
Yeah.
He's an autist, you know, he just fucking collects data, you know, and he
And by the
knows it all.
way, Shay's challenged me on that because she's reading Melania's book, and Melania came out and said he's not autistic, and that Rosie O'Donnell spread that, and he got bullied when he was younger. So she's very defensive of that. But the autistic that you and I are discussing and seeing is that it's a very, very high functioning
Yes.
autistic,
Yes, high
like
IQ.
Rain Man without the
Yes.
social issues.
Yes, absolutely. 100%.
Yeah.
You know, and the fact that he speaks several different languages should tell you alone how brilliant this guy is. And just imagine him listening in on conversations in Russian.
Just being a fly
In
on the wall.
exactly. 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 So now in this term, you know, he declined to be part of the Florida Assembly. And I think he did that for a reason, because I think he wants to be, or he knows he's going to be part of Trump's team. You know, he travels with him all the time, quiet as kept. You know, when he's not with him, he's with Melania always. He's never in any other place other than with his dad or his mom.
Yeah.
And so now, you know, this term, the Trump you're going to see, in my opinion, is the opposite of how do you call it? You know, he played sheep for a while. You know, he played I'm weak. You know, that role, like,
Yeah.
I don't know this person and I don't know this. Not he's known it all because he's had it all along. So when you hear him say things like, you know, my first time around, I didn't really know anybody. That's the sheep, Trump.
Right. Right.
This time he's gonna be the lion.
Yeah. Well, that's his out, isn't it?
Right.
That's his out, because a lot of those people he needed to bring into the spotlight so they could expose themselves. And but it gives him an out bringing them to that position. I
Right.
want to dig into this a little bit more with you. Obviously, this is going to this executive order, which was written, signed by Barack Obama. But there's something a little bit deeper here, and that is that it has to do with the classification of documents, and this basically is saying that you cannot classify something to conceal violations of law, inefficiency, or administrative error, prevent embarrassment to a person, organization, or agency, restrain competition, or prevent or delay the release of information that does not require protection in the interest of national security. So this is basically saying that you can't classify shit just to protect yourself.
That's right.
And so this is going to this message that we're being sent by her dropping Barron's timestamp at this time was to show us that they're going to release the
They're
Kennedy
going to
files.
declassify.
They're going to
Yep.
declassify all these things and they're also going to show how they were kept classified until this executive order signed by Barack Obama. But let's take it further into Barack Obama. Barack Obama is the first president. We were talking about Simi Valley earlier today. And I was saying that the Ronald Reagan Presidential Library is in Simi Valley. It's a fabulous place. And you see all these documents and, all these handwritten things in these glass cases and things. And the old Air Force One is there as well. You can walk through the Air Force One. It's really badass. And so, but the Barack Obama Presidential Library is two firsts. One, it's not funded by NARA, okay? And NARA is as we know, the National Archives. And the National Archives were the people that were investigating, supposedly, the documents that were seized in Mar-a-Lago. And that brought, the claim against Trump that that he was keeping documents illegally. And what was the story that we got out of that, Oliver? The story we got out of that was they raided Barron's bedroom for these supposedly classified documents, right?
And Melania's closet. They went through the whole house.
And her drawers.
Yeah.
So together, them posting this, right, is going right to that.
Yep.
They're shoving it right up their ass.
It blew my mind when I saw it. I immediately knew where this was going, and I mean, you put it beautifully. Well said.
Thank you.
And I think it's going to happen fast. That drop that says, maybe one day, but it can't be slow. That's been coming up so much lately.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
And all the other drops, Trump says
Swift, right? Swift.
Yep. Swift and clean and swift. But Trump, Q says, pay attention to my signatures, because after my signature would indicate an event that's about to happen. And lately we've been seeing Donald Trump ending his posts with the DJT.
Yeah.
So and then Elon. I mean, come on. Did you see that post he put out?
Which one?
The video.
Which video?
It was an ode to us. You didn't see his video from yesterday with the Q and the word Patriots?
No, I think I did. I'm just trying to remember
man,
which one.
he put the EBS system in there. He was definitely talking to us. 100%. The news was all over it. They're talking about it today. How Elon's talking about QAnon. I'm surprised you weren't all over that, man. You got to see that.
Which when was it? Yesterday?
Yeah, it was yesterday. It was last night. It was last night. Yeah,
I did it. You know what I did last night? I I did Trump's rally till like 2:30.
Oh, so you didn't see it.
And then I slept, and then we got up and we did this. So I haven't even dug beyond the election today.
Can
No,
I
so
share? Can I share my screen?
Yeah, absolutely.
Is this the video?
Let me see. Let me go back. It
But don't you play it, Hawk.
Yes.
We're gonna.
That's
yes, that one right there. First of all, look at the wording, right? The font of the wording right at the beginning of that.
Here, Dave, I'm dropping it in the.
That's from the board.
Cool.
That font is what is commonly used on the boards.
So before we go to that, just on the NARA, right? In the documents that we were talking about with Barron and with Melania and can you stop screen, Hawk? Unless you want to play that.
It's New York City girlfriends are finding out you voted for Trump.
All right, we definitely got to play that. Drop that to me too, will you?
Okay.
We got to play that. So the Barack Presidential Library is not funded by NARA. It's funded by the Obama Foundation.
Right. It's privately funded, right?
It's privately funded. It's run by Valerie Jarrett, right? The snake, Oscar.
Where is Valerie
Brown Jr.
Jarrett?
Exactly.
Where is
right.
she?
Right. And
been missing for a while.
And the other thing is that there are no paper documents. It's all digital. And so what they're trying to do is they're trying to control all of Barack Obama's classified information. Kenya, Hawaii, Philippines, Chicago, Harvard, Columbia, all of that shit has been classified. They're going to use his executive order against him.
100%.
Without, yeah.
That can actually lead to the removal of anything that he's implemented in the 8 years as a Manchurian candidate.
Yes.
Yeah, that can blow the lid off everything. You know,
all right, so
and
we'll
I can see it happening. This
Yeah.
guy looks like Tim Ballard, man. You look like Tim Ballard, bro.
Oh,
Steve,
yeah.
he looks like
No.
Tim Ballard. Let's get it side by side.
That's true. You got it. You got it. Okay, so this was Joe Rambo reposting Elon Musk here.
You might need to watch the volume on it, Dave. It sounded like it was going to be loud.
Okay.
Put on notice, if you fuck around with us, if you do something bad to us, we are going to do things to you that have never been done before.
The forgotten men and women of our country will be forgotten no longer.
Oh my
2024 is our final battle. They stole our jobs and they plundered our wealth.
So many
The
cons.
future does not belong to globalists. The future belongs to patriots. The activation word.
Wow.
We will drive out the globalists. Patriots. We will cast out the communists.
Good.
America will start winning again. Winning like never before. We will bring back our jobs. We will bring back our borders. And we will bring back our dreams.
Wow.
Crazy, right?
I can't believe I haven't seen that.
So
Wow.
I wanted to do a graphic for that because it was so deep, just the timestamp alone. But once I mean, you saw it with your own eyes, right? There's no denying that. So I was just caught up in all the comms in the video that I wound up not putting out a graphic. But it was a 1 minute video, which is 60 seconds. Bring up drop 60.
Hold on.
please.
How much is a minute? How many seconds?
What did I say?
You
Did I
said,
say
you said
something
it's a
wrong?
1 minute video, which is 60 seconds.
No, I say that because of the drops.
I'm messing with you. Go ahead.
All right, fuck
Yeah,
you then.
so what do we
Go to you
But-
can go to both of them. You could bring up 160.
Okay, cool.
And I know this is why he did this. Check it out. It's gonna fucking blow your mind.
Okay.
We've
so
been
let me-
saying this. You and I have been saying actually it's known. It's known that he's part of the team, but this confirms it.
Yeah. Okay. Which one do you want to go to first?
Let's go to 100 first.
Okay.
While you pull that up, I'll read this Vigilant Fox. Chris Cuomo.
I'm already there. I'm already
all
there.
right. Okay. Go ahead.
Who's the Queen of England? How long in power? With power comes corruption. What happened to Diana? What did she find out? Why was she running? Why did she entrust? Who did she entrust to help her flee? What was the cover? Why is this relevant? Why now? Old, connection, news, bad actor, London mayor, background, affiliation, connection to Queen, British MI6 agents dead, when, how, what was reported, what really happened, why is this relevant, wealth, corruption, secret society, evil, Germany, Merkel, migrants, why are migrants important, assets, what are assets, define assets, why are migrants so important, what are assets, why are migrants so important, what are assets, why are migrants so important, operations, Satan, who follows, what political leaders worship Satan, what does an upside down cross represent? Holy shit, that's Musk.
Everything's there.
Who wears openly? Why? And Hillary's daughter. Why? Who's she connected to? Why is this relevant? Spirit cooking, Abramovich. What does spirit cooking represent? Eating the flesh, adrenochrome, the whole bit. Cult. What is a cult? Who is worshipped? Why is this relevant? Snow White, Godfather 3, Speed. Holy
Can you go
shit.
back up to the top on that for a second? There was one particular part there. Okay, so who is Queen of England? Okay, how long in power? With power comes corruption. What happened to Diana? Okay, so we've thus discovered about the breeding deal that was made in order for them to keep their crown. Who was the mayor of London? Well, the actual mayor of London would be Rothschild. So Diana's conception of William was not by Charles, but was Rothschild.
So
And also-
Sadiq Khan is the
Yes.
the mayor of London, and I think there's a connection to what was the guy's name who she ran to?
The guy who helped her get away. Remember the
Dodi
accident.
Dodi Fayed.
Remember in the accident, there were two different plate numbers.
Yeah.
There were two different cars.
Yeah.
That's why we think she's still alive. She got away. But everything's within that one drop. I mean,
what was
everything.
the relationship between Fayed and Trump?
Right.
Was there a business association or a friendship?
Well, no,
Because
I don't know. But I thought you said Diana. Between him and Diana, they were really, really close.
Yeah,
You know,
because I could see
Trump and
Trump
Diana.
helping Diana hide. I could, totally see that.
Yeah. Dodi Fayed was Muhammad Fayed, or was the son of Muhammad,
Was the son? Yeah, was the son?
who owned Harrods department store, Fulham Football Club, Ritz Hotel in Paris. His uncle was Adnan Khashoggi, who was the arms dealer. I mean, this is like it gets kind of deep. But she ran to him for help, right? And she died with him, but he was a Muslim. That's why the crown had such a problem with that. But also that I believe that there was the connection with Sadiq Khan. Now you mentioned what did you mean about the Rothschilds?
So it's always been considered by the royal family that the true mayor of London, okay, not the
the city no, not London, the city of London. Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So
the city of London is the Vatican, is the
Rothschilds, the
DC.
banking.
DC. Yeah.
So you've got that 1 square mile, you've got DC, and you've got the Vatican. So of that 1 square mile in London, that is, they have their own fucking mayor, and that has been
Yes.
Rothschild generation after generation after generation. And the deal was that they would be able to keep their crown as long as they held breeding rights. The firstborn always succeeds the crown.
Didn't Diana find out that they were involved with human trafficking and sacrificing children?
Absolutely. Out of Africa and out of New Guinea.
And Canada. Canada as well.
That came after. That was after she was away from after she got away from Charles, that she talked about what happened in Canada.
Okay.
And also she said that they were shapeshifters too, to her friend.
The Queen was a lizard.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And she knew Jimmy Savile, and she did not like Jimmy Savile, and she
tested him.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think that's what sealed it for her. That fucking character right there.
David,
she knew she had to get away once she found out who he was.
Yeah.
It's pretty wild how everything is in that one drop, beginning to end.
So I want to go back to that drop. The Lord Mayor of the City of London is definitely an elected position, first handed down by one of the kings. Without question, I think the Rothschilds hold control of that, but they've never officially been the mayor of the City of London.
No, but the Queen goes to them every year, barefoot, and bows prone on the ground to them. It's not just a simple bow, but literally on their belly, arms spread wide, face down on the ground before them.
Where's this coming from?
This is from Janet Ospard is the one who shared all of that information.
Okay.
And she had all the direct stuff on that in her first video about the Rothschilds. I'd have to look to see what episode that was.
Wow, I need to see that. So Oliver, whenever you're ready, I'm back at the drop.
I'll send you that, Dave. That Fall of the Cabal.
Oh, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Stephen.
Let's see. I wanted to.
And there are more arrests going on in Seattle as well. They're really sparking up. Yep, they got them this time. Another group heading towards the state capitol. And Detroit are bringing in boxes of ballots. As of 33 minutes ago, they're bringing in wheeling suitcases and carrying in large.
Do we have video?
Yes, we do. Project Veritas has got it coming up.
Well, Trump said there's a heavy presence in Detroit and what was the other one? Philadelphia. There's a heavy police presence. Heavy.
Yeah.
What do you call it?
The big boxes coming in there, and you'll see the suitcases here getting wheeled inside.
See, this is holy shit.
So they're catching them real time.
Yeah.
They're catching them real time. You see, and this lends to my theory of they're going to take the evidence now, corroborated with the evidence of 2020.
Yeah.
And then there's no denying that they've been.
Yep.
Too big a pile to sweep under the rug.
Right.
Exactly.
So, but what has to happen though, Dave? What has to happen? Trump has to lose.
And these are all coming from California, by the way.
I don't think he has to lose.
Yeah, all of these vehicles are from California.
I don't think he has to lose. Why do you?
If they're cheating, obviously they are, and they lose, it's not as big as a deal as if they cheat and they win.
Whereas if, even though we're catching them in real time, they could, we could still prove that they cheated and lost versus that they're cheated and we're just sour grapes. We're sore losers like we were in 2020. The difference is we're catching them in real time. Whereas in 2020, it kind of was after the decision or after the extended counting and all that.
Mm-hmm.
But we're kind of out ahead of this. And it's piling up on top of 2020. And by the way, I was just at a couple drops that took us back to 2016 as well. The corruption there.
100%. But here's my thing, right? And I in no way want Trump to lose. I want him to win.
Oh, I know.
I want this to end tomorrow. But here's my thing with
you're a big Walls fan, though. We know that you're a big Walls.
I love Tim Walls. I'm sorry, guys.
The jazz hands.
I've been trying to keep this a secret for a long time now, but something about that guy. When I saw him dancing with that cowboy hat on and them boots, it was irresistible. I couldn't stay away.
It was the midriff that got you.
So my thing is this, right? There are still a lot of people who outright hate Trump. There's no other reason why they're voting against him other than the fact that they hate him. Then there were those who are still being manipulated and brainwashed into believing that, Kamala's for the women and Trump hates women and so on and so forth. Hardly anyone believes that she can win this election. There are actually a few maybe a few million, but in the grand scheme of things, it's not a lot of people. It would be a shock to everyone, and I mean everyone around the world, if she wins. There would be no doubt in anyone's mind that she cheated. Now, I'm not saying she's going to win and they're going to have another 4 years. I'm saying, there's a possibility that she may be announced the winner of the election, and together with the evidence that they are currently gathering, the evidence that they've had for many, many years, and the public sentiment, there's just no way that's going to fly. You understand? And so now they all go to jail. Trump said it recently. Anyone caught cheating is going to jail. And I get what you're saying. That can happen whether he wins or loses.
Yeah.
I just think it's more dramatic, and it would have a bigger impact if she actually wins temporarily. We know it's going to be temporary. We know she's not going to get away with anything. But just to show everyone how deep this really goes and how they will just do anything to remain in power, including stealing elections. That will get everyone, even people in the hood, motivated. And they already are. But if they see that happen, it's game over. Everyone will be paying attention from that point on.
He's also said he'll be dictator for one day, huh?
Yeah, imagine that. Yes, makes sense. Makes sense. Yeah, I'm trying to, you know me. I'm always thinking, certain things didn't play out the way I thought they would. I didn't think we were gonna have an election. I really didn't. I thought something was gonna happen that would interfere with this election. Either they would do something, or some more evidence would come out that would cause them to stop the election for the time being. But it didn't happen. Here we are having the election. We're
Right.
almost through it.
Well, I thought that we wouldn't have it either, but if we did have it, it would be for the purpose of catching them in real time. Because if you stop it before the election, look at all the people that have been bought out to do what they're doing tonight and
Right.
today, that have
Right.
been paid to do these things. They're going to catch another 10,000 people tonight.
Yeah.
That
So
sold
what do we have? What do we
out
have
for
left?
their fellow man.
What do we have left? We still have California, which is a huge amount of electorals, and many other states on the West Coast, right? And then we still have all the
54, I think 54 in California.
and then we still have all the mail-ins.
Mm-hmm.
We know that they're counting on the late votes. They already set that narrative,
Yeah.
right? So who's to say a week from now they miraculously get enough votes to get the 270, just the 270, nothing more. I want it to go. I want Trump to be announced the winner tonight, and I want him to get to work tomorrow. But what continuously plays in my head is that thing that statement that Elon made when he said the most entertaining outcome is the most likely. And here we have him posting about Q, Melania dropping a post at that timestamp leading us to those, and we didn't go to 60 yet.
No, I want to go
We
there
didn't even go
next.
to 60 yet.
But I want to show you. Joe Biden just dropped this tweet. That's what you get for kicking me out of the race, you stupid bitch.
Well, I wonder if that
I haven't fact checked that, but I'm not going to. Okay.
He deserves an Oscar. He deserves an Oscar.
I wonder if that coincides with the statement that CNN put out. CNN, MSNBC, NBC, and other news organizations, including Fox, have been cut off from the Kamala Harris campaign staff and are no longer taking questions or giving answers.
Wow.
Yeah, they've gone completely radio silent.
So
However,
check this out.
Go
ahead,
while that is happening with Kamala Harris, this is happening at Mar-a-Lago with Donald Trump.
Smiling through the taste of blood in my own mouth. I got bruises and broken bones. But they don't know I ain't in this ring alone. I'm a fighter. No one can say that I'm a running hider. I was born to be do or dyer, make it righter. Don't throw that towel just yet. Don't cash in that last bet. 'Cause I hit harder when I'm tired. I'm a fighter. I get back up. That's what I do. I didn't soldier on this far just to lose. So take your shot. Is that all you got? I'm a fighter. No one can say that I'm a running hider. I was born to be a do-or-dyer, a make it rider. Don't throw that towel just yet. Don't cash in that last bet. 'cause I hit harder when I'm tired. Yeah, I'm a fighter.
Thought I'd share that with you guys.
Awesome.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Steven, for sending that to me.
And by the way, Ryan Fournier on X said that people are heading for the exits at Howard University, where Harris is holding her election night party.
Yes.
It's over. It's game over. It's game over.
By the way, Kamala hasn't tweeted in 5 hours.
You had to play that one, Dave.
He came back.
Yeah. Sorry.
No,
Oh,
that's perfect, man.
That
I
was
love
an
it.
accident.
times.
That was an accident.
He's gonna do it again? 4. He pissed on it 4 times. What a champ.
Right?
Shake it off.
Good dog. Good doggy. Good doggy. This is Kamala's last tweet. If you're in line before the polls close, stay in line, both of you. It's your right.
Yeah.
So, and then of course, Kamala's headquarters. I love their tweets. They're so honest. This is 4 hours ago. Thank you from all of us at Kamala headquarters. Thank you for following along. Okay. That was 4 hours ago. And then 5 hours ago, both of you keep staying in line. So that's Kamala. So let's go. Hey, I also saw this. Hold on. It left me. Here we go. I think Mark Cuban's having a breakdown right now. That's Cuban, right?
Yeah, that's what Steven said.
Oh, I got to see this live though. Where is she live? Come on.
Excuse me.
Yeah, I was watching CNN earlier, and who's the white guy, the white-haired guy? Not Cooper, the other guy. He's got all white hair.
Oh,
Anyway.
yeah. He was with
Jake Tapper.
Tapper. Yeah.
Right. Did you hear how nervous Tapper sounded?
Yeah. Did you see his face?
Yes.
What-
I'm
yeah.
telling you.
Cry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. They know. They know it's over.
Oh, hey, I don't know if you guys are family or not, but this is Finance a Lot. Finance Lancelot is here. Okay.
Finance Lancelot.
All right.
Finance Lancelot. Yeah.
Finance
Oh my
Lancelot.
God. It's just too much.
Finance a Lot is the name. Though,
Yeah,
right?
Finance Lot would have been enough.
I like it. Right. They aren't declaring the winner in swing states, despite 90+% plus counted, because they're going to cheat again with mail-in ballots
Yes,
at 3 a.m.
100%.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he wins New York. I think he even wins California. But those mail-in ballots, they're determined to remain in power. It's the only way. It's the only way for them to remain in power.
Dude,
Like,
did you see this video when she supposedly took a call from a voter?
no.
All right, check this out.
Is this really C-SPAN?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Oh,
yeah.
Wow.
Watch her phone though. Watch her phone.
You did, thank you.
Her phone's
It's
on
the-
camera mode.
That's the camera app.
I can't tell. I take your word for it. I can't tell though. So
She's taken, you could see this is her. It's actually pointing back towards her and this woman in the stripes.
oh, I see what you're saying. Okay.
Okay. You see that?
And Dave, don't forget you got 2 in your X messages to look at
Okay.
there.
Hey,
Wow.
Oliver, just like the fake call from the Obamas,
Yes.
just like the fake call to Tim Walz.
Yep.
This is Tim.
Yeah.
This is
But that
Tim.
one,
Oh, you
remember the
didn't- you
one
didn't-
from the Obamas was at the same time CNN dropped their news article for that day, the 5:01 a.m. Remember that? We went over that.
Yeah. And it was after Trump said the Obamas haven't, even endorsed her, and then CNN came out with that.
Yep.
And then in the phone call, remember, Barack was like, "Oh yeah, we've been meaning to call you." It's like we were going to call you earlier in the week or something like
But
that.
in
It's
his tweet, in the CNN report, they said that it was a pre-recorded phone call. Obama said it was a pre-recorded that from earlier in the week.
Yes.
But he just decided to get up at 5 in the morning and post that at 5:01.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. So okay, so let me grab Hawk your stuff. Did you put it in the chat or an X?
X messages.
Okay.
There's
And then I
two of
want to
them
get back. I want to get back to 60. I want to get back to that dive. I can't believe we started that dive an hour ago. But this is the way it happens, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. So here we go. Oh, this is the girlfriends. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There should be two of them. There's one with the girlfriend, and then another one after that.
Okay. Here we go.
Fucking hard. So I'll just shut the fuck up. I'll just shut the fuck up for good now, huh? Yeah, you fucking want that? Yeah? We are fucking over, you fucking dumbass. I hope that you choke on a piece of concrete and literally go to hell. I will see you in fucking hell, you fucking asshole, you fucking liar, you fucking manipulator, you goddamn wish you would have played your cards right with me. Fucking asshole!
Well, wait, he voted for Trump?
He voted for Trump.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Yeah. And then the other one is from Nino that somebody kept reposting in our chat. And so I went and grabbed it and brought it over for you to take a look at.
Oh, that's fucking gold. Send me that, please.
That was unbelievable. All right. Sent to me. Here you go. This is not vetted. It's unverified. Dems were freaking out and trying to figure out what to do. Apparently, they sent 9 mail trucks with 1.5 million votes to Pennsylvania to push Kamala there. Said the mail trucks were stopped by police and they've been covering it up. His brother-in-law, who works in Pentagon, is a source. Okay, interesting.
Wait, this is Nino?
Nino said he's not vetted it, that has not vetted it, and it's unverified.
Yeah, you notice he always puts that disclaimer out there, right? It's like the first thing.
Yeah.
Not vetted.
Here, I'm reposting that, and I'm gonna tag you in it. That video.
Oh, you mean the chicks? Yeah, the girl. That was fucking hilarious. Oh my God. Oh my God.
And what is it? Finance a lot? What is it? What's the? Oh man, Hawk, that's fucking gold, dude. How'd you find that? Oh shit.
Steven sent it to me. He sent me all these golden little clips.
Steven, he's freaking unbelievable, man. he comes up with some unbelievable stuff. It's wow. So let's get back to, hey guys, I'm enjoying this day so far, but fuck, I'm afraid to go to sleep and wake up tomorrow and Kamala's our new president. This is unbelievable. What was it? Oh, I was going to take you back to the drops. Here we go. So let's go to 60. So the 100, by the way, do we have any other? I mean, there's so much there. There's the Germany, there's Merkel, there's the migrants, which we're experiencing right now, the assets. Why are the migrants so important? What are assets? operations, Satan. So these are, assets. They're they're of benefit to them because they're voting and they're part of the chaos that's being created. But the fact that that went to the upside down cross, and Musk has been wearing the upside down cross for over a year, that's pretty huge. All right, and let's remind people that are just coming in. By the way, hello everybody. We got let me see. We got about 5,400 beautiful patriots in the house tonight. I want to thank you for being here. And you're with Hawk Marsden, you're with Slow Country, you're with Stephen Walker, you're with Oliver Pollock, and you're with David Snedeker. And we're going over the election. And by the way, Slow Country, how about if after we do this drop, we come back to you for an election update?
Hey, Dave, just as a quick reminder, I'd just like to remind everybody that D's Nuts got 9% of the vote in 2016. Okay, D's Nuts in North Carolina.
Nice. That's the yeah, that's Greg, isn't it? Greg always does that. Okay, so 60. You can count the people who know on one hand, who have the full picture on I'm sorry. You can count the people who have the full picture on two hands. I was trying to get back there and I couldn't find it. Of those less than 10 people, only 3 are non-military. Why is this relevant? Game theory. Outside of a potential operator who has been dialed in with orders specific to his or her mission, nobody else has this. Let me find out where I went. I'm sorry, guys, but I lost my way. And I've got so many queues open right now that I can't find it. Shit.
Nobody has this information.
Yeah, it's definitely on the screen.
I know that. Oh, there it is. Okay. Thank you. That was helpful. Outside of a potential operator who has been dialed in with orders specific to his her mission, nobody else has this information. Operators never divulge. Alice and Wonderland, which Trump has sent us to earlier tonight, by the way.
So he's, in my opinion, he's pretty much telling us he's one of those dialed in with orders specific to his mission, which in my opinion is SpaceX, Starlink. And I talked about this the last time
and X, by the way. I think the biggest one is X.
And which now is the largest media outlet in the world.
Yep.
But we talked on your show, we talked about how I think he was part of removing the Rothschilds, removing that part of the triangle. I think he had a play in that. And during the Madison Square Garden rally, when they asked him, I forget the gentleman's name who asked him, how much of the 6.5 trillion Biden-Harris budget can you remove immediately?
Yep.
And he said 2 trillion.
Yep.
That's in the drops, bro. That's in the drops. When they refer to the Saudis, Soros, and the Rothschilds, and they put the 6++, the 6+, the 6+, and then he puts 2 trillion next to Rothschilds. That's in the fucking drops, bro. So I immediately thought of that because I did a deep dive where I put Elon and Huma side by side as what I believe are two of the people who were given part of this operation. Her to take down the Muslim Brotherhood, the Saudis, and him to take down the finance part of it, the Rothschilds, right? Because along with Twitter and Starlink and SpaceX, they now have all the information, and then you throw in Doge, right? Which is, we know, is cryptocurrency, but it's also Department of Government Efficiency.
Right.
And he's been part of that since the beginning. Remember, he was co-creator of PayPal. He was there in the beginning of XRP. I know this. Okay.
He was written in as co-creator of PayPal. He came along after, but he forced them to mention him as creator, even though he wasn't.
Well, that's what started his. There it is. That's the drop.
Yeah.
See right there, Rothschild, 2 trillion.
House of Saud, 4 trillion. Rothschild's
Right.
2 trillion. So you think that was code that they're taking out Rothschilds?
That they already did, and they're just talking about it freely. Remember, they talk.
Yeah.
Q says that we're so far along in this operation that we can actually talk the way we are now without jeopardizing the operation.
Yes. Yeah.
So most of it has already happened. And us divulging certain things that we think is exactly what's happening is not hurting the operation, especially if it happened already.
And by the way, that other drop, 100, is what is a cult? It's the same. This is the same drop. This is a double confirmation of what you're saying. Because that 160 that we were just at, we were at the 100, and it mentioned, what is a cult? And this one is what is a cult. This is a direct connection, and there's the 2 trillion you're talking about. Nice. And by the way, the House of Saud has already fallen. That was during the purge. Rothschilds next, and then Soros is the last to fall. And that's all the migration, the attorney generals, the district attorneys,
Act Blue,
the Act Blue, the Media Matters. It's much of the media, the 207 radio stations.
Speaker of the House, Speaker Johnson, said that he knows Russia, Venezuela, China, and Iran are involved in election interference through Act Blue, and with the DNC through Act Blue.
Yeah.
So that will come on, I think, really soon. I think that's part of Trump's surprise, because he mentioned that at the rally, and he looked right at Speaker Johnson when he said it. Matt Gaetz is involved in that as well.
Yeah, when he said that we won't know till after the votes counted, but we think we've got a secret that will take the House as well.
Right.
So
and what do you think that is?
What do I think?
Yeah.
Well, I think that's part of the election interference that he has had on them since 2016, and they've just been gathering evidence all along. So now you couple that with the most recent evidence that I just mentioned. Speaker Johnson said, Russia, China, Iran, and Venezuela have colluded with Act Blue to launder money, to support the DNC. That's huge. That takes them all down. You don't even have to bring out the Brunson case, and that still could be adjudicated. It's a Rule 11, the only one of its kind where someone represents himself pro se, and the Supreme Court gives them a Rule 11, which is basically an emergency case that they can adjudicate at any time. So, there's every day something's happening, getting closer and closer to this shit, being blown wide open. But when I look back, as I said earlier, it's like nothing's really happening that we thought would happen in a bad way. There's no EMP, there's no real riots, no scare of a nuclear bomb or even dirty bombs, none of that shit has happened yet. So maybe the plan went so smooth, and maybe they do have full control of everything, but we're not going to see any of that. I don't know.
They haven't got the clout.
I don't know.
What's that?
So,
I
Dave,
said they haven't got the clout.
Right.
They haven't got the power anymore. Eh?
Right. Exactly. Strings are cut.
Yeah.
Dave, while you got the keyboards opened up, would you do me a favor and look up 2430, which is going to be the Delta in just a few minutes?
Okay, Eyes on Patriots history books. Hold on.
Didn't Trump make a comment this week that this one will be for the history books?
I bet he did.
Eyes on Patriots.
Vote to make California great again. That would be nice if California went red. That's for damn sure. That would be incredible. What about yeah, we're gonna need to pull up the deltas too.
So before you do that,
Yeah.
the video, Elon's video, you saw when the general was flying up in the air, Donald Trump pointed and the song said jump, and they showed the general from the Dukes of Hazzards shooting
Yeah.
up in the air. Hit the
Yeah.
car number is 1. Right?
Yep.
1 minute mirrored is 1. Right? 60-second mirrored is 6. If you look at those two drops, we already know what 1 is.
1 and 6.
Right. If you want to bring those up, but before you go there, I'll tell you that live, I was watching Scavino's video. It came up and I was able to catch. I was one of the first ones to watch it. As I'm watching it, the timestamp of the video, the length of the video changed from 106 to 107, a 1 second difference. So that they're alluding to this 1 again.
Okay.
I've
been taken to 1 and 2. And how about Trump giving the 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 countdown as well? That was last night. So you want to take us through 6?
Yeah, some of us here come to drop crumbs, just crumbs. POTUS is 100% insulated. Any discussion suggesting he's even a target is false. Follow Huma, we were just talking about her, tomorrow. POTUS will not be addressing, and I wanted to elaborate a little bit on that, because I think they used Huma to take down bin Salman Alawite. I really do. Think about how long she's been a part of this operation, right? Going back to Wiener, long before the Q drops. POTUS will not be addressing the nation on any of these issues as people begin to be indicted, and must remain neutral for pure optical reasons. To suggest this is the plan is false and should be common sense. Focus on military intelligence, state secrets, and why might that be used versus any 3-letter agency? What Supreme Court decision opened the door for a sitting president to activate? What must be showed? Why is POTUS surrounded by generals, high-ranking generals? Again, there are a lot more good people than bad, so have faith. This was a hostile takeover from an evil, corrupt network of players.
Sorry.
It's okay. I lost it. A little more down. A little more. Players, just not Democrats, or not just Democrats. Don't fool yourself into thinking Obama, Soros, Ross, Clintons, and this is what Steve was just mentioning, etc., have more power in present day than POTUS. Follow the money. It's the key. What is Pelosi's net worth? And Pelosi again came out yesterday saying he's not going to win. I can guarantee it. He's not going to win like she did the last time, remember?
Yeah.
What is Pelosi's net worth? By way of one example, why coincidentally is her memory apparently going? Cover for, yeah, she's got some nasty looking fingers, man. Really,
He's
man.
not going to win. You can take that to the bank. Yeah. And my husband, remember, was assaulted by a guy he was holding hands with
It's
and a hammer.
hilarious.
And
It's hilarious.
and I am not drinking as much as I used to. Do you like my
So,
hair?
so we just it's funny because Steve just mentioned this, and I mentioned how a lot of this has already happened. I believe a lot of it has happened, and they were given an ultimatum, um, either cooperate or you'll be taken out now sooner rather than later. Some of them, however, I think along the way turned, or rather reneged on their deal because they thought that maybe by some slim chance they're going to get away with what they did, and they began to rebel against him. That's just me and my thoughts. Um, where did I leave off? Cover for possible future indictment to plead what? What if John never had surgery and that was a cover for a future out if needed against prosecution? Why did Soros transfer his bulk public funds to a nonprofit? No, this doesn't include massive slush funds that are pulled by several high ups. Why did Soros' son have several meetings with Canadian Prime Minister? And how is that related to Clinton's? Why is MS-13 a priority? Could people pay such gangs to kill opponents? And why? How to insulate against exposure? The truth is mind-blowing, cannot fully be exposed. These people are evil. Operation Mockingbird.
Hey,
So
quick update. We took the Senate.
awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. That's
51
one good
seat
thing that they
majority.
can't. That's the one good thing about that, right? That they can't prolong that. They have to give you the results on that right away. So
Yeah. Yeah.
that's good news.
Yeah. It's great news.
It's good news.
Check
So
your X Messenger there, Dave.
Okay. So go ahead, Oliver. You want to elaborate on that anymore?
well, I mean, they're pretty much telling us. I mean, if you remember, we took out MS-13 early in the game. I mean, hundreds of thousands of them were taken out.
Yeah.
In a sting operation early in the game. But they're basically telling you that they were used to take out their opponents, or for whatever reason they used MS-13, and they used them to kill Seth Rich. I don't know if it mentioned it in that drop, but there was a drop either coming up or one that we just went over that mentioned
We were just there
Seth Rich. Right.
recently. Yeah.
Right. I mean, that I believe happened. That drop 6 happened. There's nothing there that's left to the imagination. That actually happened.
Yeah.
When you look at drop 1, we don't really have any concrete evidence as to whether she was arrested or not. But again, she did have that monitor on her ankle.
Yeah.
For some time.
And she's not tweeting her own tweets. And she hasn't for a very long time.
Yeah.
All right.
It's funny. Did you see the 10:30 at 12:01 a.m.? Did you see that she changed her? Did you catch her pin post where she changed it to 12:01?
Yeah.
And she was to book tour. Her book tour was to be in NYC on the 30th.
Yes.
Of October.
Yeah. I went over that. That's unbelievable, dude.
Yeah.
That was basically pointing to Southern District in New York.
Exactly.
That's where Wiener had the life insurance policy. I mean, come on, man.
Yep. She was in Durham the 17th of October as well.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, let me show you guys this. Let's get back to the election, and then we'll get back to the boards.
At the wall. And the thing about North Carolina, and John has been talking about this, and we'll do more at the wall, is you do have kind of a sense of the country in the state of North Carolina, in that there are growing minority populations, and there is a growing sort of suburban, maybe more moderate population in and around the big cities. And so that is why the Harris campaign thought, with the dynamics of the country right now, that she would have a better shot. But look, the headwinds of the economy, the inflation that people are feeling, the difficulty in their everyday lives.
Yeah, she could not outrun
She
that
couldn't.
Biden economy.
Yeah, and the economy, Chris,
Oh,
that is.
oh, wait a minute.
that
Wait
is-
a minute. Is this CNN saying something negative about the economy?
No,
Wait a minute.
you're hearing things, Dave. They
Wait a
wouldn't
minute.
say
Hold on.
something
Hold
like
on.
that.
Wait a minute.
You might want to rewind and listen to it again.
Yeah,
'cause
yeah.
I think you
Why?
might have
I mean,
I think you might have heard
because
that
they
wrong.
wouldn't be telling us that. I mean, why wouldn't they have told us that the economy sucks before the election? Why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they have included that in any of their news? Shit.
Is what people are feeling every single day. I mean, we were talking earlier about whether or not the sort of women and the idea of this being the first post-Roe presidential campaign was going to
You people are done. This lady, she's not going to be able to get a job at Walmart after this is all said and done.
Harris.
And the thing about
This
North
is
Carolina,
unbelievable. Let me. How did I get there? Here, let me take you here. Let's go. Hold on.
Fox News projects that the Republicans will take control of the United States Senate. The party will hold at least 51 seats, which is enough for an outright majority.
The tipping point for this is Nebraska, where Fox News can now project that Republican incumbent Senator Deb Fischer will defeat independent challenger Dan Osborne. Now, this was a very, very tight race. The incumbent Republican pulling this out. And that means, because of Bernie Moreno and West Virginia, that it now goes over the top as far as the Senate majority. But we don't know the final number yet.
Right. We're still waiting for the Tim Sheehy race against John Tester in Montana, which is one that I think a lot of Republicans felt was something they were relying on. So we'll see if that turns out to be the case. And it's not clear yet who would serve as the next Senate Majority Leader. Republican leader Mitch McConnell, who is the longest serving Senate leader in history, announced earlier this year that he would step down. So there's a lot of speculation about who might take that role. And of course, that'll be the next conversation to have for the leadership in the Senate. But right now, a 51 seat majority for the Senate, 42 seats for Democrats. And this is a big deal for if President Trump wins again, he needs this majority in the Senate. We don't know what's going to happen in the House, if indeed.
Yeah. And we have seen
Yeah, otherwise they'll impeach his ass.
some evidence that Democrats are having some success in the House. The question comes in the West and California. But this is a big deal, Britt Hume, that this is a flip of the Senate majority. And now Chuck Schumer will no longer be the majority leader. This is something that Republicans looked at their map at the beginning and said, this looks good for us. They didn't know how good. And we.
So that's the most Fox News I've watched in a long time. But thank you, Brett Hare, for that report. And this is that's good news, guys. That's huge. The Senate. Slow Country, do you have a update for us on the election? Can we call Trump for Puerto Rico yet?
Well, I haven't seen that anywhere.
That's all right. I'm just fucking with you.
But it wouldn't surprise me at this point. I don't even know why they have seats, because they're only a territory. They're not an actual state.
Right.
So Pennsylvania, I can pull this up here. Pennsylvania it looks like we're up about 70,000, 80,000 still. Michigan, we're almost at 200,000. And Wisconsin, we're still at right at about 100,000, 102,000. So in Arizona, we've widened the gap just a little bit with 51% reporting, with a 13,000 difference. So they did, however, call it for Hawaii. But I don't understand how they could do that because there's 0% reporting. So
Right. Hey, let me sidestep for just a second, and I'll come right back to you. Dan Scavino just posted on Twitter, pinned it at 12:17 p.m., which is, or I mean, 11:17. It's 12:17 a.m. 17. Black MAGA. 17. All right, back to you.
So I've been going back and forth between Election Wizard and AP, and I think between the two, I think it's going to be pretty accurate. But I don't care what AP says. Right now, I've got Trump at 246 and Harris at 192.
Mm-hmm. And we don't have Georgia yet, right?
Nope. Election Wizard called it for Georgia. As a matter of fact, let me go back to it here. He posted about that. Georgia Secretary of State Donald J. Trump has an insurmountable lead and will carry the state.
Wow. The Secretary of State said that?
That's what he says. That wouldn't surprise me.
Hey, Dave.
Yes.
When you I apologize for jumping in, but you said 17, right?
Yeah.
Mirror that. Check
And
out check out that drop. We were just talking about Huma.
Yeah.
Saudi Arabia. Right? The Iran, we didn't talk about the Iran brothers, but you know.
Yeah. But Muslim Brotherhood, we were all over the Muslim Brotherhood before you came on tonight. Awan, the laundering, Saudi Arabia, HRC, who she owed, Barack Obama, billions of cash. We were on this drop earlier. We were on the not this one, but another one.
And there you go.
The planes carrying the cash depart from and land. Did they all land in the same location? No. North Korea, ISIS. Why is Saudi Arabia so vitally important? Who was Abdullah bin Abdulaziz? I forget this one. Oh, he was the father. I'm sorry. Yeah, he was the father of
the king.
He was the king. He was the king. Yeah, that's the Saud dynasty. So okay, so back to shit. Where was I?
It's the one that gave Trump the sword.
Yeah.
He handed Trump the sword during the celebration.
Right.
Yep, during the dance. Yep.
Yeah.
And the sword dance is let me tell you, it's for an outsider to be involved in that is huge.
Yeah.
What's that guy's name from the Young Turks?
Jank.
Yeah.
Such a dick.
Can't stand him.
That dick.
Can we see him melt down?
Just said this.
Iowa called for Trump, so there goes that nonsense. I'm gonna I'm getting revved up here on a significant rant. So, because Kamala Harris is not winning, and the people who thought that Kamala Harris was going to win a landslide are totally wrong.
Nice. Nice. Calls Iowa nonsense. That's good. Yeah. What an idiot. Fucking idiot. All right, back to this 71. That's solid, dude. Alice in Wonderland, by the way. We've been there like 4 times tonight, Stephen. Yeah.
Yeah.
Man. Yeah.
Nevada, 73%.
Yeah, I think that
Nice.
that's the sixth. That's the sixth Alice in Wonderland tonight, Dave.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Wow.
And declassifying all of Barack Obama's documents. That blows this all open.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's huge. That's huge. Guys, this is turning out to be a good night, but the question is these final numbers, how many trucks are coming in? What's being planned for middle of the night? But here's the thing. Here's what we've been shown. They've been on it every step of the way. Every step of the way. You know, the Watley, the GOP co-chair with Laura Trump, he filed suit against the counties in Pennsylvania that were making people wait really long, and they're forcing them to stay. That they said they weren't going to count tonight, and they're forcing them to count tonight.
Yep.
Nice.
Yep. They're not letting them leave. And
Nice.
the sheriffs are there to ensure that they do.
Nice.
Yeah.
Let's go.